けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! レオンの絡む花踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
match and series point for Waybo Gaming. We'll be heading to the grand final. No! Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, it's APL Kickoff OCE day number 2. We come back on what is a wonderful Sunday. It's in fact Easter Sunday here in Australia. Michael, top of the morning to you. How are we on this beautiful Sunday morning? It's Easter.
I don't know what you got up to in the morning, but it's the afternoon now, Jake. It looks like it's been fairly eventful for you.
Sorry.
But
it's still the same day.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We did have NA yesterday. That was bright and early in the morning, but good to be back here, in OCE. Some big games on offer.
Well, hang on a second. Did you not get the memo? Did Rob not send you the shit? We got to dress up. It's Easter.
I must have lost that in the spam inbox.
You stitched me up. It's like on school where it's like free dress day and then you rock up and you're not in free dress. All right, let's go to the recap for SAL as they did play what would be our last night or early morning and some big results. Black Dragons getting themselves into the top of their respective group, considering Team Liquid, Alienware, and FaZe Clan find themselves in Group A. It's Black Dragons that sit atop after only 2 play days. Of course, Furia over in Group B. The new look Furia atop their group, but have only played the 1 match. But so far, guys, not too many big surprises, I think.
Yeah, not massive. BD, of course, topping Group A currently. Still early days, though. Outside of that, the big names are performing in SAL.
Alrighty, well, we got one MVP to talk about, which is Gaboo, and a little fun fact about Gaboo, he was on Elevate Academy and got picked up last second just a couple of weeks ago by Loud, and he put in a big performance against Ince where he dropped 18 kills, 9 deaths. He had a 133 EPS. I had a quick look at his Wikipedia before the show, guys, and he's only been competitively playing for a year at the top level. So, I mean, I'm sure he's been playing longer than that, but in terms of top siege, it's been a year.
Well, of course, the kickoff globally across all regions is culminating towards the Salt Lake City Major. Scan the QR code on screen to gain your tickets. The live portion of the event, as you can see on screen, May 15th through to the 17th. And if you perhaps haven't been to a live event before, or maybe you have in the past, you know how good they are. So be sure to get tickets if you are able to attend.
Let's go to the APAC North bracket. Of course, this being APL, we want to make sure we look at all of the regions and how they have been transpiring. We had, I believe Asia was yesterday, APAC North the day before, so they're at least 1 play day in front of OCE. Waybo Gaming in the upper final. Again, a reminder, only the 1 slot for APAC North, so it'll be do or die in that grand final, of which Waybo now 1 series away from getting there. For CAG and D+, the winner of that will take on Waybo in the upper final. VRX got knocked out, guys. A big organization, historically massive when it comes to the APAC North region. Of course, reshuffled their roster, and it did not work out.
Yeah, we expected them, based on our power rankings heading into the year, to struggle. Probably not quite that much, though. So disappointment for BNK VRX. Again, anticipated troubled waters for them at the beginning of the year, but not quite the shipwreck, really, in which this kickoff bracket has been for them. You mentioned Asia as well. Let's have a look across at that bracket and how it's shaping up so far. Important reminder, of course, that Asia has 2 slots to the major, whereas APAC North currently only has the 1. And so Asia very much is framed as Waybo plus who. The Waybo storyline has remained true thus far. They've flown through to the upper final already, as the rest of these teams look to scrap it out. Most notably, though, Fury have already been knocked out.
Yeah, Asia, of course, is really Waybo plus someone. Hard to imagine who that someone's going to be right now. Elevate, Orchid, Daystar, Soul's Heart. I honestly think it could be any of the 4. As we move forward, of course, we've got OCE to look at ahead today, which is most importantly. Before that, though, we do have the highlight of Waybo and just how strong this roster can be, that even when they found themselves in a 5v2 yesterday against Soul's Heart, they still brought it back and won the round, courtesy of Reaps and Hoven. That cemented them a 6-3 lead going on to win that game against Soul's Heart.
Yeah, the replay package is so quick, we get to have a second look at it. I'm sure for Soul's Heart, they probably don't want to watch it back any more than that. They were actually looking fairly competitive in this matchup up until this point, but Waybo defense, Nighthaven Labs culminate that together, and it was always going to be a challenging result for them. As I mentioned, OCE on the agenda for today, and a region, of course, with only one slot on offer. Enterprise, seemingly, as it stands right now, one of the strongest, if not potentially one of the strongest teams domestically, comparatively to the rest of the current competition. And honestly, I think this is a good opportunity for them to prove that they can be dominant. Team Anios, very strong dark horse in this bracket. They've shown some really good positive signs throughout the back half of 2025 and already here in 2026. So for me, I'm looking at that to be the big game of the day.
We'll go to the schedule for today's action. 3 matches to get through, all best of 3s. We will kickstart with Shy Academy and 6 targets and get their introduction into kickoff for OCE, and following them will be what I imagine will honestly be a pretty good 2 games to come. Enterprise versus Team Anios. I think we were saying it in the green room, and you mentioned it, because any team with Chef Jeff, they can still a match against anyone, even a team like Enterprise. And Barbie Boys and Chiefs both will be fighting for their life in kickoff. One of those 2 top teams will be eliminated. It's going to be, honestly, I think a case today where all 3 games do actually have the possibility of seeing all 3 maps.
No, I totally agree. When I saw the schedule on paper, I was like, okay, we gotta lock in here. This could be quite a long day. I think that the quality necessarily of the siege is going to fluctuate naturally, but in terms of closeness and competitiveness, as you are alluding to, there's every world in which these are some pretty close matchups. Oddly enough, maybe the second of the day actually ends up being the one that is the biggest blowout, because EP are so strong at the moment, but that's not to discredit Team Anios, who, as we keep alluding to, we're hoping and we do truly believe can be competitive.
Yeah, Shy Academy and 6 targets. We haven't really been able to see these guys yet, as they did not get to play last week, so their time begins now. We'll go to 6 targets and look at their roster, which has the oldest player in the region in Nico, amongst Zethi, Orion, Kinevix, and Mau. We got the pronunciation of Kinevix beforehand, guys. It's going to be a fun one. I think he said also Kai works too, so you can call him Kai, and that will probably be the go-to.
Yeah, in terms of expectations for this roster, it's kind of really difficult to pin it down at the moment. My eyes naturally, and I think for many, will gravitate towards Nico. He has a lot of experience at this point in time. I think coming on about 8 years at the tier 1 level. That's just off the top of my head. And he has the reputation in OCE, probably, that still holds true to this day, as being one of the most creative players inside of the server. That's what his playstyle is renowned for. And of course, you know, he loves leaning into that, and it can come across sometimes as a bit of a joke at times, but when he seriously locks in at the competitive level, we've seen some really strong performances from him. And I think that his experience will serve this team well. If he's able to take on that leadership role and help guide this team, Kickoff for me looks like an opportunity to just be a barometer, see where they're at, and then work out what their strengths and weaknesses are going forward.
And to make sure everyone's understood, Quicksy's out today. Density is in. I had a quick look. At one point, Density was listed as a coach role. So, I mean, I'm not entirely sure whether he's actual coach role or sub coach role or how that works, but Density is in today for 6 targets. Of course, their opponents will be Shy Academy, which is a interesting name in itself. Names, though, that are quite familiar into this region. From Dream Warriors comes in Reelers and Kaken, and Sean, Rani, and Arcanum. Rani, for those unfamiliar, RHQNZ. So he's had a little kind of change up, I guess, in his name as well. But I mean, these are names that we've been familiar with over the last couple of years, guys. But unfortunately, none of them have been able to take that next step and become contenders or look like becoming contenders. But Kaken has been around for a very long time and has fluctuated on teams that have really struggled towards the bottom, and some that have maybe been just a little bit away from really contending. Reelers, Sean, feel like they've had opportunities in the middle portion of packs in Pro League OCE at times. So there is good quality here. It's just a matter of, can they get it to actually sync up with this core 5? Faulty subbing in for Arcanum today as well.
Yeah, in terms of some of the pedigree in this roster, if I had to pick one that really stands out to me, it's probably Sean. I think he really showed some good growth recently, and I'm hopeful that he's been able to build that confidence and retain it. Obviously, Kaken coming back into the fold as well is nice to see. He's been kicking around for quite some time, and he really probably does embody that storyline of someone that he's never quite been able to be in the right team at the right time and really make it click. And I think the storyline throughout 2026, again, is going to be how much of that is on Kaken, how much is that on the team? Can we see him continue to improve? Where does this roster end up lining up? I'm hopeful that they can pluck results. Again, it's difficult to see that come into fruition for Kickoff, given the nature of the format, and it's still very early days. But if these guys stick together and we see promise throughout the next couple of weeks, I could see stage 1 and stage 2 there being an opportunity for them to really elevate themselves into a strong position in the region.
Many years ago, we had a good cricket match with Kaken, if you recall, for one of the OCE Pro League content pieces, which was a fun day. I don't think he was that great at cricket, as certainly as he is at Siege, but yeah, definitely has been a figurehead within the region for now quite some time. And I think when you kind of look at these two teams in particular, in a region such as OCE, where you've got a team like Enterprise and only one slot, for me, being on these kind of teams, it has to be the most difficult, because you realistically know you're unlikely to probably make the major. It's probably a setup for stage 1, stage 2, and kind of growing into the year, being established as a team, working in some to kind of fine-tune things, and just, can you find the improvements? If you're going to beat a team like EP, which is so stacked, you're not going to beat them on just raw skill alone. You're going to have to beat them being a very highly coordinated team.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear what the graphic call was for you. So if we have something ready, we could throw it.
Should be the Vetos, mate.
Matt Vetos. Come on. Matt Vetos are correct. Okay. We're rolling along here, getting ready for this best of 1. I kind of spoiled it myself. I already looked across. It is Night Haven Labs as the decide. But of course, best of 3 here in APL. It's Lair up first, followed by Border. So it means in terms of the structure, the tempo, the pacing, etc., we're going to see a couple of shifts throughout this series. Given the nature of these teams in kind of an infant phase, I think it would be unwise to really make too many bold predictions as to how that's going to favor one or the other, or how this series is going to play out. But the more Siege we see, and potentially if we see all 3, I think at least it will give us a better read kind of where these teams are at, especially on different styles of maps.
Yeah, I think that when you kind of look at these two teams, you're probably not going to have a hard set map where you go, yeah, this team's so good on this map, the best in the region. It's just going to be a broad scope of what maps have you put the work in and the time in, and said, yeah, we want to get this map in the best of 3 pool. OCE historically has always been kind of a best of 1 region. So a lot of the times you'd see Clubhouse, for instance, because teams were just safer picking on that. But when you got a best of 3, you can start to broaden your horizon a little bit. And I like the map selection that we've actually got here. Lair to kickstart these two teams, not something I would have expected, a couple of years ago, for maybe 2 of the teams towards the more bottom end of the region to go to a pretty difficult map in Lair. Should be a fun one to kick off week 2 of APL OCE Kickoffs. 6 targets, Shy Academy make their debut for the region in this upper bracket quarterfinal. Winner will take on Men Esports LFO, who ended up beating Rock LFO last week 7-1, 7-5. They will be a formidable opponent. And most importantly, you just want to win this to just extend your stay within Kickoff. Go to the upper bracket, gives you still that second chance if you do lose that particular best of 3. Loser of this, of course, will take on Rock LFO in the lower bracket. Loser of that is out of Kickoff as we head into the bands. We start with Monty and Kaid.
Yeah, probably not anticipating too much deviation from the standard ban meta here on Lair. I suppose to an extent,
well,
Echo is, although Echo's in a relatively strong spot, I would say, as a niche pocket pick, although it's not necessarily super on meta to select Echo at frequency. So I don't know if that's perhaps a counter read in something that's been revealed over the off-season through scrims potentially, or if it's just a comfort thing. Either way, though, outside of that, most notably probably the double shield bans coming out from 6 targets. So Shy Academy not wanting to take any second chances with that.
Well, with the double shield bans, it opens up, your Deimoses and your solid snakes on a map like Lair. Maybe not top floor, but certainly I think when it comes to first floor and basement. You can utilize those sort of operators, try and spread the map a bit more as the attacking team, facilitate entry. If you're not going to have the shields, you probably don't want to go as direct. I mean, Shant's going to be on the blitz, and if Shant does well in this first half, then it might be a triple shield ban from 6 targets. And again, that's where I think in the modern day of Siege, with the ban system and with the operators available, you kind of can almost look at the attacking side as 2 different real distinct ways to play it. You can go direct and aggressive with shields, or you can play that more lurk entry game, get map control with your solid snakes, your Deimoses, your Dockerbees, even your Nooks, for example. So I think that there's 2 different ways you kind of have to adapt to what the bans are. Obviously right now you've got the blitz, so you can bring it, and they do not opt to bring any of the more roam heavy. It is top floor to begin. Makes sense. It'll be more direct.
Yeah, I do wonder how long Shy Academy look to persist with this kind of composition. Presumably that's going to be directed by the success of this round. Unfortunately, off to a bad start and compounded to the quite a bad round indeed, with Kaken also falling alongside Reelers, who dropped first. And so unfortunately that kind of unravels basically the entire round already for the attack, without Shant being able to get into position to activate that blitz, without the Veto able to get to work as well. Faulty and his Capital utility being able to do a little bit of displacement, but then no follow-up. So an unfortunate start. Maybe to give us a bit of an insight as to the game plan, the mindset here for 6 targets who defensively will look to aggress on the exterior of the map. Round not over though. Still signs of life in it for Shy Academy at the midpoint of the round, able to find one back untraded. It's also the Warden down, so Shant's now in a pretty good position to try and get value from both the Blitz util and the smokes he has in pocket as well.
There's still one secondary hard reach as well, Faulty, if required to open up, say, Mask. I didn't quite see if it was opened or not. Shant trying to pressure against Kyvenix. Rani will go for a rotate, pistol out from Shant, and Kai is taken very low. As Shy Academy, to their credit, after losing 2 players on a very difficult bomb site, have still tried to fight a way back into this round, but Shant gets pinched by Orion. You lose that blitz. It's a 4v2. Rani does hit the headshot onto Nico, and Kyvenix is still very low on health. Rani can win his battle now. It comes down to these 1v1s. It's just forced back in towards bathroom, and the time continues to dwindle down. At least they got mezzanine control.
It's a difficult trade forward though towards this position. They need to play in
Oh,
tandem.
Ryan's going to clean up.
Orion from behind. That's a free kill. Diffuser down, and the round is officially over. 6 targets aggressing around the map unpunished. And again, maybe an early sign as to what their game plan here for Lair may be.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there's not much you can really do at the end there. It's a 2v3, but your focus is on sort of one player down the hallway, and then so that opens up Mez to be pushed, and smart play from Orion. He knows at that point there's no pressure at mezzanine. He can just walk in, shoot them in the back. That's just good teamwork, communication as well from 6 targets. I think they played that really nicely. Again, so often that you see on Master and R6, teams will just opt to sit back and just wait for the pressure. But you still need to defend ops. You still need to defend mezzanine. You still need to be able to take gunfights. And if you can find a pick or 2, it just really solidifies that round. Of course, that comes risk versus reward. But the best teams in the world will always play risk versus reward. They're not going to play too safe all the time. You got to obviously pick the right opportunities. We do see Faulty onto the solid snake as we head towards basement. It makes a little bit more sense to see the likes of Snake getting selected. Just helps with the roam clear. It's one of those operators where even if the radar doesn't find anything, guys, by finding nothing, you're still actually getting a lot of information.
Yes, absolutely. And you have the added benefit comparatively to a Deimos where it doesn't then instantly reveal your position as well to the opposing team. It comes with the trade-off, obviously, that the info isn't shared. But I think at a professional level with a player that has good communication on the snake, it probably doesn't matter all too much. If you can relay that, if you know the map layouts and can combat efficiently, then it's not too far off a live red ping anyway.
The Soliton radar is picking up an enemy.
So here is the Solid Snake on display.
got early information off it. Faulty hits the headshot onto Kaken. That's a wonderful entry and a real good showcase of the power of Solid Snake and what you can do with this operator. Oh, but it gets blasted by Zethi with a nitrocell, and at the same time, Kaken lost his life on the blitz in a solo 1v1 and completely now offsets that early entry advantage gained from Faulty. It's advantage 6 targets now.
Yeah, the early round intensity in this matchup is far above what I expected. I thought it would be a lot more passive.
Super direct here from Realers.
Yeah.
And he does end up finding a kill onto Orion. He is infiltrated Sight really nicely, landing a good shot onto Density. Density will go for the re-peek into a double stack of Shot and Realers. They combine. Shot can now push into Lab and get this plant down. Nico over towards Armory is now the only one left. He's getting shot at as well by Rani. And now it's looking like Shy Academy will be able to take this second round. Nico does get one. And then a second Nico. SMG headshot. Nico's winding the clock back and puts Rani into a position where he's got to make a decision. He's a little slow to react. So slow that Nico has clutched it. The old head veteran nerves of steel comes to the forefront as Nico shakes his head. What a clutch.
Nico's back, baby. That was genuinely a very clean clutch. And the thing that really was the difference maker in actually confirming that round is the lack of hesitation. He gets the second kill, identifies the third, and instead of messing around or trying to take an unfavored fight immediately on that diffuser, you then see some hesitation in response. It was only about half a second. That was enough to be the difference maker. So well played there by Nico, and a reflection of probably the hundreds of clutches or clutch attempts.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Nico has also had hundreds of those moments, but in Rani's position. He knows full well, like from Rani's perspective, Nico's like, well, he has to make the decision now. I'm going to get on this kit. He has to now run. And then he has to now think, is Nico going to get off it? Is he going to peek while I'm running and I'm not ready? Like, there's all these things that are going through your mind in that situation as the attacker in the post plant, knowing a defender's going for the counter disable. And this is where Nico's got thousands of hours of experience where he just knows, like, I'm going to put the ball in his court. I'm going to get on this. He has to now make the decision. And he'll get the auditory information that if, you know, there's too much time left on the counter diffuse and he starts to hear the footsteps and he's close, he'll get off it and he'll swing. There's enough time. And as you said, he didn't really mess around with it. He just knew what he needed to do. But that SMG headshot was slick, clean. I was going to say it was a round in which, you know, it started really well for Shy Academy. Great entry from Volty, gets the kill, then 6 targets, got a couple back, and then Shont and Reelers double up. They got them back into an advantage position, got plant down, and then a Nico clutch. A roller coaster of a round.
Down to dorms then for the tertiary, and one of the more experimental sites, I suppose, here for both teams to flex their muscles. Shy Academy shaping up for the direct sense hit. They'll use the ROUs inside to try and tuck and go for plant. Typically used with the combination of a lurk up above, but not a full clear. So 6 targets will need to have a read on that, a plan to deny. They have double nitro available, so the flood into sight here, provided these anchors retain their utility, is going to be a challenge. Some vert presence, of course, up above, and those lines of sight can be effective, but again, maybe mitigated by the util deployed and with no warden up above. Smokes, for instance, will quite strong. Shonta lurk, though, over through green. He's actually the one with the diffuser in hand. Kaken as well to rotate across. So it might not be directly through the dorms breach, but instead a bit of a split push here.
Well, they deal with the blitz again.
Big nitro cell. Ryan, in the meantime, though, able to find 2. This aggression from 6 targets, this confidence, it's flowing at the moment, and they're landing all the shots required.
Yeah, Shy Academy are like trying to get into these positions where they are in the setup phase and then want to hit the go button, and then they just never get the opportunity to hit that go button because 6 targets are proactive on the defense. It's a really good sign that as a team, they're in sync in terms of their comms and what they want to do, and understand that they're all on the same page, because you can't play that way and the aggressive nature of a defensive team if you're not all in sync. Yeah, they're playing this really well. That is a wonderful round from 6 targets. We never even really saw Bunks in briefing. Yeah, Nico's very happy. Team is playing very well. 3 defensive rounds to begin for 6 targets. Shy Academy, you can tell that even though it's a 3-0 scoreline, they've gotten themselves into positions to maybe execute. I'm curious if this blitz gets banned. It's been played 3 times, but they have actually been dealing with it really easily. Yeah, I think that's the right ban. I think get rid of the Solid Snake, which actually helped Voldy get that kill in the second round. The dealing with the blitz, that's fine. Keep playing it.
So then Shy Academy to call their tactical time out at the conclusion of that first rotation. I think they've been looking to play like some really good stock standard comp siege in terms of outlining these attacks. The last round, a really good example where they're working the hard breach. They've got the pieces in place. They've got a very standard composition. And against a team that is going to play passive anchor work and kind of let the attack do what they want, that playstyle will work really well. Unfortunately for them, they're going up against the 6 targets that have thrown caution out the wind and are hard countering their playstyle at the moment. So I wonder now, do Shy Academy have it within them to change their playstyle, change their tempo, or if they, again, want to really persist and double down on this structured siege, they need to be far better prepared in shutting down this aggression. They have to be ready for it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they probably do need to change it up a little bit. And I was going to say that the one success really for Shy Academy was that moment with Faulty on the Solid Snake, and then also the direct entry from Reelers. So, but in an aggressive sense, not so much direct with shields and setup. But you've lost the Solid Snake opportunity now. You only got to use that once, and then it's immediately taken away because at the end of the day, 6 targets, no. Well, the blitz play that we've seen isn't bothering us, so we'll leave it up. We don't have to go triple shield fan. Take away the more safer options in the Blackbeard and the Monty, the blitz. You have to be so careful with your positioning. And so far, it's kind of been mixed usage-wise. Like, Kaken played it once. Shont will now play it for a 3rd time. And Shont's 0-3 and Kaken 0-3. Neither of them have been able to have success on it. But they keep going back to it. We see the buck for the first time as we go Master R6. So Rani will likely play that first floor role, put pressure from below. And again, it's going to be set up focused. They don't bring a dedicated hard breach, but you will have secondaries. Oh, Sean take it. Is that a nitro cell thrown?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. And now one shoulder tap and he's just going to go down.
So it's a creep forward then from the blitz over towards Skybridge. But being so low on HP really compromises the ability for the blitz to find value in this round. And it should be far easier for the defense to stall this out when you have the Zoto canisters, for example, and Orion firing on all cylinders, attempting that foot shot. It only take a single shot for Shont to fall. So Shy Academy already finding themselves again in an awkward position, largely off the back of the aggression that 6 targets have persisted with here. And despite that tack timeout, it doesn't seem like Shy Academy have necessarily been able to implement the plan that they probably discussed in trying to prevent this.
Oh, that could have been a death easily if Orion had just kind of pre-shot a little bit earlier. As Shont turned his back, he just left himself very vulnerable. Orion knows he's getting pressured from below, just trying to hold in storage. Orion is going to keep himself in this position to try and block off Shont's ability to get in, as Reelers will flush him out though with the frag grenade. Nicely done to collect the 2 per out. Orion's been the best so far for 6 targets. They've dealt with him nicely, and Riley's putting some really solid pressure on with the buck. Now Zethi could be on the roam. He's reception right now on the 1st floor, and we'll go hunting for Rani. Rani needs to be aware of this. Zethi had no idea, though. That was very lackadaisical from Zethi. Just kind of waltzed in without real care or thought. And Rani, well, he was very much prepared for someone to come down, and it's an advantage now for Shy Academy. Rani then gets rid of Nico, and this could be Shy Academy's 1st round.
Yeah, it's crumbled. A little bit here for the defense, who have been shut down. The counter aggression on offer from the attack has been a little bit better. Shont has been able to retain his life. Now goes for the plan. It won't be denied. And it's a 1v4 post attempt.
Yeah, really solid from Shy Academy. Didn't rush anything. They put a lot of emphasis on Rani in the buck. He was able to get 2 kills, open up the floorboards. A big factor into why Surely they win
this
this
is winnable.
one. Surely. Well, I mean, you're saying it's winnable, but Density's on 1 HP. And indeed, Reelers will land at least 1 bullet into him as they do get their first round on the board here for Lair. 3-1 scoreboard. Big round from Rani. And a really good team round as well from Shy Academy. Didn't rush anything. And it will be a site repeat for 6 targets. That imagine that they could have played that one a bit better. I think where the round was really lost, though, was when Zethi went to deal with Rani and just kind of waltzed in. Wasn't properly done up, wasn't properly clearing angles. Here it is now. They just had no idea where he was.
Well, I think it was probably largely a case as well where, yes, their aggression has served them well, but it's a very tricky line to teeter between sometimes where you can over-aggress. If you have the advantage on a site, like top floor, especially if they knew, and they probably did, of course, that the Blitz was so low on HP, you effectively know at that point it's a 5 versus 3 if you can deal with the Blitz efficiently. So it's an anchor play from there, and it should be a time stall outplay. Lurking down below is not particularly optimal for defense. Sure, if they had their time again, they probably would have just tempered it a little bit, but maybe that round will be a bit of a wake-up call that we can't just expect every round to go their way, and they'll lock in a little bit more so from here. As you mentioned, repeat, top floor. And the Blitz is going to persist here for the attack. I think Shont will be very eager to get some more value from that shield. Sure, he did retain his life quite well in the prior round, but still trying to get a little bit more value from that operator.
Now 2 rounds to go on the half. Pass mark probably a 4-2 for both teams. It just does feel like Shy Academy have stabilized a little bit with that round win. The general play hasn't been bad, and you could argue they really should have won the second round, and the 2-2 scoreline would be more apt. So really a Nico hero play is the main separating factor at the moment. Really a case sign that these two teams are pretty evenly matched. Orion has been the big standout in the server. Reelers for Shy Academy with 6. Sky gets taken very low on the Ella. So has a Griswold mine, but no, Rani hits the headshot, and that's going to be the opening kill for Shy Academy. And this might be the time for them to press forward. Shont, though, forced back. They don't want to rush this as they played it well in the previous round by not looking for a quick rush into sight. And Rani can get to work down below.
Yeah, like this little combination that Shy Academy have going in this round by pressuring down below. It's unsettling the defense above. That can fall them into line of sight of the Blitz, for instance, and makes things a little tricky. And still a healthy amount of time still remains for this attack to lay utility, to think about this execute, to withstand some of the util that's now heading their way with 2 Zodos still up. The impact from Nico. Nico as well, still with 2 canisters in pocket as well. Not probably ideal. Those tools would have been useful in stalling out this push a little longer, but the impact lands anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the end. The Shont shield, unfortunately, limited impact once again. 50 seconds, it's a reset for the attack with 6 targets to capitalizing.
Well, the difference right now is they didn't go and engage with Rani, and Rani hasn't been able to find anything. So now we're starting to get to 40 seconds. They lose Faulty. 6 targets are looking a little bit more active on the defense. They brought Zethi back to side as well, so they've actually got the numbers now. It's a little change up in philosophy for 6 targets that's worked to their benefit, and it's kept Shy Academy stalled out. Because previously on this site, it was, Rani found the 2 kills, 1 on Zethi and then 1 from below above. Realist good shot onto Nico, finds an angle, but he does lose Rani in the exact same moment to Orion, who's now up to 9 kills, looking for double digits. Bailiff in hand for Kaken. Up close, though, here inside a display, and Kaken gets 2 for 1. Realist then finishes off. They've stolen the round. They've completely stolen the round. Time was running low. Numbers were with 6 targets. Kaken gets a double, and 6T will think they've really thrown that one away.
Yeah, just, again, some lackadaisical lurks there from 6 targets, and they've been well punished. Great play there from Kaken to catch that off guard. And around that, can only really be described as a robbery. As we look back at the highlight package, Shy Academy did get the opening kill. Some good counterplay, though, on offer to the shield, but then Nico caught, lurking forward. Density caught, lurking forward. That exposed the rest of the team. It allowed for that chain effect. at a moment in time of the round where the defense looked quite settled. I don't think there was a ton of displaced utility remaining for the attack to prompt much movement. They were in very good positions to kind of just anchor and let the attack filter in one by one, and even if they lost a pick or two, in a much better position to have traded and played off one another. So I don't know what necessarily maybe prompted the unsettledness, but credit to Kaken, he shut it down. That's what he's capable of when he's in form. Kaken is a very strong player. And with only one round now remaining in the half, sure, it's basement, it will be tough, but Academy have fought themselves back into this map quite quickly.
And deservedly so. I would still say this is actually a pretty fair scoreline. I mean, that was just kind of stolen round in a similar fashion to the Nico clutch earlier in the half as well. 6 targets will feel as if it could have easily been a 4-1 scoreline. As I said, it's been really close. Reelers and Orion have been the two heavy hitters for their respective teams. It's coming down at moments, though. It's who can hit the clutch shots, who can make the smarter decisions. Mechanically, you can tell there's not really a gulf. It's not like you're seeing one team just completely outfrag the other. Decision-making is just going to be so important in a series like this. Logic Bomb activated from Rani. It's a pretty decent roam employed by 6 targets for a basement site, but they've brought back the second floor defenders to the first floor. They'll play the stair positions. Academy are really taking their time.
Understandably so. It's a big lurk up above from 6 targets. In some kind of a filter and appeal back towards site, but not quite for Orion, who does get caught out. The top fragger from 6 targets will be the opening death, and Shy Academy are continuing this charge towards evening the half. Shant as well has been able to lurk to a good spot. Lock as Kaken finds a pick as well. This has been quite the fight back from the attack this half, but Zethi, if he has anything to say about it, will look to try and shut this down.
Oh, and Kyvanix gets on the board as well. Gets rid of Rani. No more Dockerby. Kaken another big shot, as he was able to do so in the previous round. Another chance here, and he hits the headshot onto Nico. A couple of older heads. Kyvanix will shut down Kaken before he could do any more damage, and Faulty now in the 1v2, but it's been a match in which we've seen already big clutches. Is there one more on the cards as Faulty hits the quick headshot onto Density? And it is a straight line 1v1. 30 seconds time the factor for Faulty without the kit, but Kyvanix puts it into the round. Huge headshot, and 6 targets will close it out with a 4-2 lead.
No, that's a chaotic end coming to a half.
Well, and I punched out at 5 p.m. Too damn tired to drive home again. But I found the strength to get to the bar. Crack a cold beer sitting in my car. I was feeling buzzed when I walked in. Sitting in the corner was a perfect 10. Now I ain't one to stretch the truth, but the whiskey kicked in and my mouth got loose. Well, I might have said a thing or two that wasn't true, but give me just a minute, girl, I promise you. Well, I told you I was wealthy as a man could get. Told you I would fly on my private jet to my house in the hills, driving my Corvette. Oh, it ain't no lie, it just ain't true yet.
Well, guys, vote on the halftime jams and get some better songs in. I don't know what that was, but we are not in 1976 anymore. Let's get some modern music.
I think that was 1876. I don't know about 1976.
I don't know what year that
I felt
was.
like I was in the middle of the gold rush down right, mate.
Yeah, this is where look, I'm appealing to you guys in Twitch here. You got to vote for some good music, all right? Because I come on, I have to listen to it as well. 4-2 half, 6 targets, edging this one out slightly. It's been a good one. It's been fun to watch two teams going at it on Lair. Obviously, it's not the most pristine siege, and there's been some lapses here or there, but the clutches have been really, really good to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this game feels like it's swinging around the roundabouts a little bit. There's been some big moments from a couple of players on both rosters. It's very difficult to pinpoint how a round is really going to eventuate because it is quite volatile, but to be honest, that's made it quite enjoyable to watch. And I think Shy Academy started out looking to play very, very structured, and they didn't, detract from that all too much as the rounds played on, but they did a much better job to punish some of the over-aggression that we saw from 6 targets. I do wonder how that kind of dynamic transitions across now as the roles have swapped. 6 targets on attack, are they going to look to up-tempo play aggressive, or are they going to be a little bit more reserved and play a more structured style that is typical here on Lair? And then Shy Academy on the flip side, what do we see from them? Are they going to let the attack run all over them? Do they try and disrupt these pushes? Early signs, at least, for this first side of choice, of course, basement and lineup that they've brought. It is quite anchor heavy, so we'll see how it plays out. As I mentioned, that they do have the mirror room employed, and that could have impact and allow for a bit of appeal. The bans as well to be mentioned for this first half. An emphasis on hard breach denial with the kite and the bandit off the board, and then for the attack, the Monty banned out, and then interestingly the Thermite, now with 3 exothermics, also dealt with, and that can at times limit some of the hard breach potential and the ease of hard breach on some of these sites. We're only 30 seconds into the round, and the first player has fallen. Early engagement, Reelers wins out on that occasion.
Good start for Shy Academy. I was about to say the first half, the opening kills were split, but it was a 3-1 start in favor of 6 targets. It's now 3 straight for Shy Academy, so they're starting to get a little bit on top in the more early portion of the rounds. That's going to be a Yokai easily dealt with from Orion. Using Kyvanix, not ideal, especially on the Grim, getting one Hive launcher to obtain some information. Logic Bomb activated from Density, which again, a reminder, is substituting in today for 6 targets. So is Faulty for Shy Academy. Actually surprised that, I guess you can only have a certain amount of subs available, but it is Easter today, so if there's a day of all days where some players might not be able to play, this makes sense. As the second and final Logic Bomb activated from Density. He actually doesn't hear anything, but he does hear the shot ring by from Reelers. Density now should know full well that this position is very much being watched, and backs back over towards stock. The other thing as well is for Shy Academy in the second half to start in basement rather than going top floor. A lot of sitting around and waiting though for 16. But it has worked. Orion has slipped in the backside. Density was holding on the other side, and the pinch will work out for 6 targets. Shy Academy will have to make their way back over to site. Will there be a direct stop of Orion? No, there's nothing. Shy Academy very slow to react, and now Plant goes down. Everyone rushes back to site, and 6 targets are set up for this. And Kaken did find a kill onto Density with the Nitrous Cell. Gun up. There's Rani over towards Yellow Stairs now by himself. Orion has gotten another one. He's up to 12 and 4, putting on a clinic here on Lair. Rani doesn't check right angle. Easy kill. 6 targets will take the round despite the opening kill for Shy Academy.
Yeah, I think it's a little tricky to kind of summarize that round. I think, at least taking a step back from what we've seen over the course of the map so far, I've been really quite impressed by Orion's ability to make these plays with confidence and then execute. He was the one minute on the clock. He just sends it in, kickstarts it, does some good work in the post as well to find a total of 3 meaningful kills in the round. It was Nico to close things off as well.
Well, I mean, it was a 3-2 split. You had 2 bodies predominantly on site, and then the 3 were around, you know, the stair positions. They're kind of floating between first floor, basement, etc. They'll be the ones to kind of then converge back into site. But the two on site just died straight away. And at that point, then it's just going to make it so much more difficult for the other three to kind of get back in and do anything, because 6 targets have sight, plant down, gun up, watching for all of these positions. So those two on site, which I think was Reelers and Sean, them going down as early as they did without getting any kills back, just puts the round in a very difficult position. Even with still Reelers finding the opening kill onto Kyvanix at the very beginning of the round. That was 2.5 minutes on the clock. So 30 seconds into the round, they get a pick. It's a 5v4. You play the 3-2 split and you still lose the round. Crazy.
You'll be happy to know, Jake, that chat definitely agreed with our take on the halftime music. 80% voting to give it a miss, and I think that's quite a good call. As we jump into round 8. And again, early control over towards Ops. Uncontested by the defense, and secondary hard breach able to already get to work. This is probably the one site where the lack of the thermite could compromise the attack quite a bit, especially with the exterior mirrors that I think Sean has placed. It does make the ranged hard breach especially a little bit more volatile. I mean, same can be said as well for thermite, but it just limits one of those options off the board and constricts the attack a little bit more here. And so we need to see the util management here from Orion be correct. He's already deployed 2 summers. That on the primary breach. That one actually didn't have a mirror window on it, but it will be vulnerable to the impact trick. So I like what Academy have done here in terms of the theory with this thermite ban, and we're seeing some of the value from that already. And so with 1 summer left and only a secondary hard breach now, which again needs to land, if that utility doesn't have impact, we probably need to see 6T then transition into a heavy mez stack, really lean into the glass. It will be quite a bit more volatile, and it takes off the potential for the default plan.
The only one really defending Mez at the moment is Faulty on the smoke. If they can clear that out, get rid of him, you get rid of the smoke. That's a bit of that delay later in the round. And I think that's what they're going to try and do here, and they will do it. Execute it nicely from Zethi. And Kyvanix at the same moment got rid of Reelers on the Azami, which, as we know, the keeper barriers in sight can be such a nuisance for the attacking team. And Ryan does go down, but the kill so far very much in favor of 6 targets. Glaz, Carly still up, double sniper. They can play the long angles. They can put some good pressure into sight, which is very vulnerable, as Sean is over towards reception, trying to play from below to see if he can deny plant. Density has gotten off it. Big tag into Nico, down to 1 HP. As Kaken over towards R6 does still have a Nitro Cell.
Yeah, but he's so far away. He's being cut off. He's being contested. And he can't charge forward to deny this plan. So 6 targets have been able to reset. Have been able to get that diffuser on the deck, but the retake attempt looks fairly strong at the start, and Nico's also 1 HP. If Kaken can find this kill, he's on for the clutch.
He can definitely do this. You mentioned it. Nico's so low on health. The 2 old heads in a 1v1, and it is Kaken that clutches it for Academy. I'm assuming he knows he's down. He's got plenty of time, confirms it with the Nitro, and Kaken pulls off yet another clutch in this game. It's the 3rd one, 5-3. A lot to unpack from that round.
Yeah, my goodness, what a clutch from Kaken, and it is once again another experienced player inside of this server producing a result towards the tail end. He was in a rough position. 6 targets, were able to push forward despite the nitro from down below and the pressure from Shant. They then got the plant secured, and Kaken was isolated. He was cut off. He was unable to use that nitro cell.
Nice density
Plant denial.
I don't want to be too critical, but it's not. But density in that situation can fall back. It's a 2v1. At that point in time, it's a 2v1, and you've got Nico watching Kit, so just fall back, play together. But he takes the one. He just straight takes the 1v1 with Kaken.
Yeah. No. So, yeah. Certainly not perfectly played in the post. I think that's fair to say. But Kaken up to double digits. The man's back.
10 seconds left.
Man, he's back indeed.
Down to dorms. Yeah.
5 seconds to
Been a lot of plants in this game too, by the way. Like, we've played 8 rounds of Siege. 4 have been with plants, so that's 50% plant rate. That is incredibly high.
Yeah. What hasn't been high, though, is the open kill conversion throughout this series. There's
Oh,
actually
yeah.
more rounds won where the winner did not get the opening kill. So out of the 8 rounds played so far, only 3 have been converted. Again, the majority haven't.
Well, it highlights the chaotic
Probably
nature of this
reflection
game.
The clutches and the clutches, the chaos, the swings of momentum. It's been pretty violent.
And despite all the chaos, I think for me, 6 targets has still been just ahead. But it wouldn't have probably been the case at a 6-2 scoreline. I think you would have walked away from that thinking, oh, is 6-2 the right kind of scoreline? 5-3 certainly feels like that, but that realist lovely play. Impact open up, easy kill onto Zethi. That's the Glaz eliminated as well. But again, as we just touched on, opening kills have not been a good measure for round win percentage.
Certainly true. Question now, how do 6 targets fight their way back into this round? Mirror set up here. Stronghold from Kaken, who's found a purple patch of form within this map.
Oh, he played that
Withstands
nicely,
the
Kaken.
utility as well. He just doesn't panic, doesn't overreact. He's just chilling. He knows he's in a favored position.
White nade indicator. He can sit. If he moves a bit to the right, he's in an open spot. He can get shot left side of the mirror window, so he just tanks a bit of damage and keeps himself 100% safe. They do unfortunately lose Sean, so that's a tuber out dealt with. Realist good headshot onto Orion. They're starting to deal with him now. Orion is not having as much of an influence on the attacking side as he was on the defensive side, and Kaken holding patience pays dividends. Headshot onto Kyvanix. Kaken has awoken in the second half of Lair, and a 4-2 advantage. Even this surely cannot join the chaos of this match of Lair and should be a Academy result with 50 seconds left. One Hive launch is not going to do much. They know Kaken's playing at the window.
There's maybe a world in which they can use a Selma to dislodge, but it feels so low percentage at this point. Probably better just trying to send it forward and find his kill, but Kaken's looking so sharp at the moment. He farms them.
Kaken!
Yeah, he's looking good.
He's got the little
He's
gun,
happy with
the
that
little
one.
finger guns. Yeah, love that.
Good on
5-4. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this has been a really fun map. 5-4 scoreline. It's 2 in a row now for Shy Academy after 2 in a row before that. 6 targets before that was 2 in a row to Shy Academy. So again, it's just back and forth. It's a roller coaster of a map. Hard to really envision who's actually going to be able to walk away with this one. Dockerby and Mirror, the 2 bans. No surprise, I think, with the Mirror after that previous round where it's been played 3 times. They're clearly having a bit of a difficulty in dealing with it and dealing with players that are playing behind it. So I think that's a solid ban. Dockerby's been played 3 times. Very strong operator, especially on first floor basement, which is where we're going now. So good bans from both teams.
I think in terms of match theory and strategy, this game's actually been quite strong. A lot of it is execution based, but that's completely fair given the amount of experience inside of the server and how green these teams really are. And it's, again, made for quite an entertaining little game of Lair so far. These power positions last time out, though, from Shy Academy proving to be too strong to contest. And Kaken, like I said before, he's found a bit of a purple patch in this map, and he'll be looking to carry this forward for as long as possible because he does have the ability to be a significant difference maker.
6 kills in the last 2 rounds, so that's multiple. Well, that's 2 rounds in a row where he's gotten the 3K. So 7 and 6, and then into 13 and 6, just like that out of nowhere. You of course got the clutch in the round before that as well, along with the defuse. Will there be a change up in and actually this has been, as you said, it's been pretty good game strategy too, because both teams have kind of adapted to what the other's doing and changing things up. Kyvanix looking for a bit of a direct hit. Kaken trying to get some information from the first floor to be able to watch and help out those defenders in sight. Sean, of course, on the Echo will have the Yokais situated to get as much information as possible. Reelers with another opening kill. That's now 3 out of the last 4 rounds that Reelers has found the first pick, but Faulty just with a little bit of a wide swing that leaves him vulnerable, and Nico shuts him down 4 versus 4.
Yes. A bit of a foothold established warehouse side currently for 6 Tigers to try and exploit, go for the horizontal push. Ranged hard breach will facilitate that. And perhaps Nico elsewhere can establish Vert with the Ram. Real is under pressure. 12 kills so far. Can he find a 13th? He will. Orion prone. It was an off angle, but a good read from Real as will net a kill midpoint of the round. And the defense in an advantageous position. We now look towards the attack and what kind of win cons they can find in the round, but quite literally the entire attack is outside of the map. So looking to reformulate, trying to rebuild. This is a long way away from the objective. Kaken with a pre-rip nitro. I'd be surprised if someone falls into that position, although, as I mentioned that, 6 Targets stacking main stairs currently. And so Vert does seem to be a priority still for them.
Well, this is an opportunity for Kaken. Well, the hot form continues. And Academy from 5-2 down on the verge of 5-5 in 3 rounds straight. The burst onto Nico. Nuisance deals with the yokai from Shant. You would imagine Academy will look to consolidate now and largely play sight. And he does have a nitrocell. He throws that out and connects onto Nico. I'll put a fork in 6 Target. They are cooked right now in this 10th round, and it's going to be 5-5. Academy with all the momentum as well heading into the 11th round. As Density will, of course, give this a crack, but up against it. Realist goes down. Density will collect the free kill before Shant puts an end to it. It's tied going into the 11th round. Academy have brought it back 3 rounds straight, and it all started this comeback off the back of Kaken clutch.
Yeah, this match really is being boiled down to who can step up in the big moments and produce results and start to build confidence and momentum. As we head into and prepare for round 11, we head back above to the 2nd floor, which has been majority successful for the defense as anticipated. The horizontal lurk for their warehouse across didn't particularly work for 6 Targets. The ankle work from Academy, which has been a strength of theirs so far, was able to shine through. To the credit of 6 Targets, they didn't then try to brute force from that point on. We just saw a full reset, everyone outside. They then attempt to work Vert. The unfortunate byproduct of that being that it hasn't been properly cleared, so Kaken was able to push forward and get a kill. And so the round unraveled.
10 seconds to go.
To top floor we go, and again, this site is it's quite an awkward one for the attack. When you really, when you consider the thermite ban and how we've been seeing Academy set up, it makes it tricky. The caveat to that being, though, this time around the mirror is banned out, and so it does limit the defense in terms of how they can creatively deny some of this hard breach. Impacts will be really, really critical, and it's just the 2 remaining for Realers.
Again, all the momentum with Academy now. This game has gone up a few notches from chaotic and certainly a big roller coaster to now a steamrolling Academy. They've won the last 3 rounds straight. 6 Targets started this second half with an attacking ground win on basement, and since then they've found no success elsewhere. Now they've got to crack top floor. And they know they probably need to have some patience, as Academy have shown aggression on the defense, but you can only have so much patience. I love this little angle, though, from Orion. Ops through Mez. It's actually a decent amount of control established for 6 Targets.
And look, they're definitely not reinventing the wheel in terms of this attack. It's op stack, hard breach, let's shape up for default. But this is a really strong attack. The reason being, it limits the playable area for the defense. If you do it correctly, if you cut off these lines of sight, if you layer pieces of utility correctly, or timing for Kai.
Oh my god, the timing.
Oh, he survives at least. Okay.
Well, he's lucky and he's unlucky in the same moment. It could have been really, really unlucky. Always the case, you're watching, you're waiting, and then you look away, and then you get shot in the back. Just over a minute remaining. Zathi pushing through Mezzanine. What a wonderful swing, though. Realiz collects, but it was faulty that got the swing. Realiz has gone on an absolute rampage. Again, they get aggressive on the defense at the right time, disrupting this attack of 6 targets, who very much trying to play conventionally with that op stack and get mezzanine control. Shy Academy, well and truly aware of it. You can see Kaken pushes up to the doorway. They want to double down this advantage, 5 versus 2. And it's done. Flawless as well. 4 straight into a flawless round of 6 targets who looked like they were in a wonderful position to take this map up 5 versus 2 in a 2v1 post plant. Since that moment, since that clutch of Kaken, it's been all Shy Academy.
Yeah, they've really been able to grab that momentum and run with it. The caveat to that, though, being that they now need to win this out in regulation on the tertiary site bunks briefing. They've had success on it prior, so the run of form or the form line is there, but it can still be a very difficult site at times, depending on how the attacker wants to approach it. Again, with the thermite limiting some of the hard breach options here, that probably does actually favor Shy Academy. Probably going to see quite a contest on the top floor if direct it doesn't quite pan out, which is my expectation. And so there'll be a big emphasis on some of those power positions up above. And again, with the mirror stripped away, do we maybe see those positions be a little bit easier to break down? And namely Kaken, right? Last time out on a display, he had a field day. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Without the mirror and support, he'll probably need a little bit more to work with his teammates to facilitate that information gathering and to help prevent him being overwhelmed with utility.
I mean, all the expectation now is Shy Academy should be able to really just close this out based on the last 4 rounds. Opening kills as well, guys. 6 out of the last 7 rounds. 3 straight converted is the main factor, though. Real is 15-7 and Kaken 15-6 and make it 16 for Realers. Headshot onto the ace hard breach is so impactful. There is no more hard breach available now for the attacking team. And Rani to double down the advantage onto a Riot who started, I want to say 12-3 or something around that figure. He's now 12-9.
Yeah, it feels like 6 targets playstyle has been used against them with this early round aggression. They've just been a little bit more refined to be able to put themselves in this match point or map point position, and it feels like they're only a moment away from being able to get this one done. Wow.
It is Shy Academy's map pick. And 6 targets has started really well, and it went up to a 5-2 lead. Their map pick of Border to come after this. I've got to say, though, Border as a map, you're going to benefit a lot from winning these opening picks, of which they have absolutely dominated Shy Academy in their second half. Nico at least gets one to deny the flawless. He goes down. This is over. Well, Shy Academy absolutely steamroll the second half. They rattle off 5 rounds straight from down 5-2 to 7-5 winners. They take the opening map of the series.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
2026 is starting on a very high note. I'm here in Tokyo, Japan for FPS Day X.
We've got the APAC Cup, the 1v1 nows, and of course the grand finals of the Tier 2 North Rebellion, plus stacks of community awards and fashion shows. The Japanese crowd have been unbelievable.
This event as a whole, the location, the people, everyone's been super nice. The food, of course, here in Japan, absolutely amazing. Great to be back for a second time, and yeah, hopefully can make it a third at some point. We really need a major back in Japan, so hopefully we can get that at some point in time.
It's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this event, and certainly can't wait to do more of it in the future.
The view here is absolutely insane here in this amazing tower. We just wrapped up the Rebellion Grand Final, the Tier 2 event here for APAC North. Absolutely banging Grand Final. We were actually, Jake and I, really surprised at the quality of Siege on offer, and very excited to get ready for the Grand Final, which again should be really, really good and highlight some quality APAC Siege. Of course, yesterday, Jake and I casted a really big upset, Soul's Heart taking down Fear X. Didn't anticipate them to win that match, and they got it done in 2, which was really awesome to see from their perspective.
The Japanese crowd have been unreal. I can't wait to see if CAG can deliver for the Japanese fans against Soul's Heart in our APAC Cup Grand Final.
Trust the bomb side, they just keep doing it. I9 for a double, and now it's out of blue. And it's time to send it deep for I9.
All the timing.
Straight into the bomb site. He takes a few tattered bullets from Moto. Kali trying to be the hero for CAG when his team needs him. But DD is the last one standing. And a flawless round is one hell of a way to do it. 3 years since their last appearance on an international stage. And Soul's Heart are champions here in APAC.
I'm breaking necks and I'm riding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm riding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, a roller coaster of a match on Lair. Academy were down 5-2, and even more importantly, were staring down the barrel of 6-2 guys, if not for a clutch from Kaken. 6 targets were really strong in the first half and started the second half really nicely as well. Ultimately, though, Academy bring it back. We go to Border after this, which is the map pick of 6 targets.
Yeah, roller coaster is certainly how I would describe it as well. Plenty of ups and downs for both teams, who I think fundamentally heading into this matchup and how a lot of the rounds were set up, we're looking to play pretty standardized, straightforward comp style in terms of compositions or positions and strategy, etc. But then both teams at specific moments in the match, whether it be in the mid round, that aggression, or late round with these clutch attempts, made it very difficult for both teams at times really to have a grasp and a handle on the match. Academy walk away though with the team that were able to achieve that feat though. And I tell you what, Jake, if Lair was chaotic, Border is probably going to be a whole nother level.
Yeah, certainly a map in which the chaos can come to the forefront. We head into this map of Border now for 6 targets must win, otherwise they go to the lower bracket. And Academy 1 map away from moving further into the upper bracket where they could take on Man Esports LFO next week. They begin on the attack, and do they begin with the momentum? On the answer to that has to really be yes. I mean, it's been a 6-minute turnaround from the end of Lair. It's not a lot of time to really reset mentally for 6 targets. It's 5 straight rounds for Academy going into a map of Border in which attacking is very much quite a strong suit. You'd imagine 6 targets will start on Armory Archives, which can be strong defensively. We see the ban, Solid Snake, banned away immediately, which can be very strong on border, along with the Azami.
Yeah, second round of bans will be intriguing. It seems like we're moving away from the shields here on border. As I say that, though, the Blackbeard is dealt with very strong shields in general when you think about the break clear and the top east stairs clear, so that will be at least mitigated somewhat. The Echo ban persists as well. We saw that back in the first map of Lair as well. But I'm quite intrigued for this map. I think it's going to be probably, unfortunately, quite a difficult game to follow, because it's going to be so chaotic across the map, especially as dictated by the defense. 6 targets when they kicked things off over back on Lair the first couple of rounds, but they did find success. A lot of that was spearheaded by some big plays early round, spawn kills they did not shy away from. They were willing to spend utility early in the round as well. And I suspect we'll see a similar approach here on border.
10 seconds to insertion.
The star performers from the opening map, Realers takes the cake, 17-7 and 4-1 on entry. He had a 159 EPS. He was the standout. He's on the Deimos now, so he'll be one to be keeping an eye on in this first half to see if he can continue that hot form. Of course, as we saw, Kaken went pretty much berserk as well. Wound back the clock, 16-7. Nothing on the entry, actually. No entry kill or death, so he was all in the mid and late round. He also, of course, had that big clutch. And for the side of 6 targets, it was Orion. As Kaken, speaking of, he'll be now. That is the biggest caster curse I've ever done in my career. I've been doing this for nearly 10 years, for 10 years, basically. The fact that I bring up the opening entry stat and Kaken's immediately the opening death, I'm sorry, Kaken, that one's on me. This round's done.
6 targets will 110% win this round. There is no universe in which they lose this. Absolutely not.
I see what you're trying to do there. I see what you're trying to do. Well, Realers is still alive. Realers is still alive, and he played incredibly well in the opening map. It's 2v4, and there's 2 minutes. I mean, I wouldn't go 1,000,000%. Technically, if Realers and Faulty just win a 1v1 each, it becomes a 2v2 with about a minute left, and that's a big swing attempt. How does that not connect? Realers onto Nico, and Zethi at the same time then gets rid of Faulty, and yeah, wide open wall, easy job done for 6 targets. That's the way to kickstart the second map after dropping 5 straight on Lair.
Well, if that round is any indication, like we said, this is going to be wide open. That was chaotic from the get-go, and 6 targets were able to show good perimeter defense. Kaken gets caught by the classic from the break door, and then the U-tool was layered nicely east stairs to prevent any realistic re-attempts there. Yeah, I'll tell you what though, as you kind of were alluding to, if Realers hit the shot down long and they plucked one off the side, it could have quite quickly gone the other way, but 6 targets with some good discipline, able to get that result across the line. Tellers for round 2. And Shy Academy may be tempting the Rayora here for the follow-up attempt. And I wonder if that is a tool that they're going to use, whether it is to establish and fortify their control up above, or is that indicative that maybe we see something a little more direct? It could also be a combination of the both, right? Where they take top and then look to do the window plant. Unfortunately, it's not going to be any of the above as it does get switched out, but maybe something that they'll tempt a little bit later.
It's just 1 round, and of course a very strong start for 6 targets on a very strong site, so wouldn't read too much into it. And also considering the way that Lair played out, defense was where one of the predominant rounds were won. Border, of course, can play a little bit differently. Bit more of a test here on Bathroom Tellers in the second round. So Academy be certainly more aware of the fact that 6 targets want to be aggressive at these entry positions. And we'll look to try and punish. Rani over towards top east stairs. Faulty goes down, not out, and the adrenaline boost will be activated from Rani. Power of the finger on display in that moment. Gets Faulty back up. And then Rani hits the headshot onto Kybernix. Opening kill goes away of Shy Academy. Drive by Sean gets rid of Orion, and that helped allow Rani out of that top east stairs position. And a 2-player start to this one for Shy Academy.
Once again, swinging around in roundabouts, but Realers does fall. And a couple of members of Shy Academy are somewhat low on HP, and the experience of Nico, he's been in these time and time again, could be enough, but it's still a tall ask from this position up above. Nico slain. And immediately, a jovial reaction from him. He's in a 1v5. And it should be flawless. There we go.
Well, back-to-back dominant rounds for both teams. Gets us off to a 1-1 start on Border. It was 4 alive in the first round for 6 targets, and then flawless in the second round. A lot of that comes down to some decent play from Rani there on the Finka. Faulty gets down, gets him back up with the Adrenal Surge, and then gets a headshot opening kill on to Kybenix. We'll see that back here. I don't know where Kybenix was going. I'm assuming he just went for a rundown and thought he could maybe just go for a swing pre-fire shot top east stairs, but he didn't even really fire a shot. And opting for the repeat attempt for 6 targets is, I mean, quite a rarity these days that we don't typically see teams go for a repeat. If they do, it's more, I guess, a case on the very heavy primary sites. Like a good example would be Armory Archives. Opting away from a site like Vent Workshop, for instance. And we'll go for Bathroom Tellers once again. You know, back in the day, guys, it was usually a sign of a team that just figured we can play that a lot better. Let's just go again. These days, teams just kind of rotate anyway.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a massively determining factor in this kind of matchup on this style of map, so probably not to be too overly analyzed, but of course for 6T, they'll be looking to pick it up here a little bit in round 3, show a little bit more. Looking to contest the exit over towards Break. That's Kai, who's had a couple of good moments so far in this series. Been pretty impressed from what we've seen so far. Early line scan from the attack, and Zethi, his position identified down below in waiting. Just prior to that, we saw the Nitro ripped as he's maybe in a position to contest the top east stairs entry, which isn't currently being occupied by the defense. Shy Academy now beginning to encroach forward. Ranged hard breach from Shont lands with the Selma, and Shock Drone as well, getting to work from Faulty. Patient here from the attack, but pretty measured. They're using this time to find information and clear utility. They're not being stalled out, so I don't mind this from both teams at the moment, being pretty reserved.
It just brings the pacing down. The first 2 rounds were quite high-paced. Kyvenix gets the shoulder peek information.
Oh, good angle.
Nico gets the initial down, Adrenal Surge, but Shont then back down again. Good swing from Nico, and then Rani now down on the floor too. Headshot from Kaken. Rani just used his Adrenal Surge, so wasn't able to get himself back up immediately. Nico finishes him off with the Nitro as Sethi will shut down Realers, who has started a little bit more quietly here on Border, leaving Kaken by himself in the 1v4. Steps on the Goo Mine. Zethi connects with the Nitro Cell. Much better from 6 targets, and it seems like it pays dividends to repeat the bomb site. Playing Bathroom Tellers far better.
Yeah, much better all around as we enter the additional ban phase here. I wonder if we end up seeing... I'm intrigued to see what actually more so the attacking ban is going to be here from 6 targets, what they feel they've identified as being a bit of a threat. So it's Nomad, maybe looking for a bit more versatility around the map and deny some of that flank watch potential on offer from Shy Academy. They themselves will take Mirror off the board. Very, very, very typical here on Border with some of those awkwardly long lines of sight that you can sometimes establish. Looking back at that prior point of the round, at that midpoint of the round, Nico with a really nice angle over towards top east was able to contest nicely, and unfortunately the info that was gathered in some of the util that was cleared from Shy Academy didn't really pay dividends there.
back over to Armory and Archives. Very dominant round so far on border. You think back to Lair, and the vast majority of the rounds were, it was a roller coaster of a map, but even the rounds themselves, were very roller coaster in nature, especially the first half and a little bit to start the second half, where a lot of the opening kills weren't converted. There was a lot of 2 alive, 1 alive kind of rounds. The start so far on border, 4 alive, flawless, then from Shy Academy, and then 4 alive. So the 3 rounds that we played so far have not really been a contest. As Kyvanix goes for the run out attempt, doesn't connect, tries the second time. Zephy gets the opening kill. Well, it's a wonderful start in that aspect for 6 targets. 3 of the first 4 rounds, they've been able to get the early advantage on the defensive border. That puts him in a really solid position. No faulty, no capital.
Oh,
and
nice.
Kyvanix, wonderful headshot on Tirani. Shuts down the Finca. And again, this might end up being another clinical round win.
Yeah, that's nice from Kaya. He's being instilled to play a very important position. That security room pillar is where a lot of teams will post up one of, if not their best fragger at contesting those angles and having the confidence to run out. And he's been showing really good promise throughout this series, and this round no exception. 2 players up, 6 targets now. Just needs, well, I was going to say consolidate their position, but Kai is hungry for more. Drops Kaken, spots Sean, gets the kill onto Reelers. And the chain reaction continues. The Nitro follows, shot low on HP, and the kill confirmed. Wow, Kai on a heat up. It's flawless for 6 targets.
Yeah, and continues that trend here on border. None of these rounds have been a contest. It's a wonderful start for 6 targets on the defensive border, which is a map where you can attack. You can get attacking rounds. Historically, it's been close to 50%. Maybe the one side is Armory Archives, which can be difficult, and clearly 6 targets have been able to win that twice. 4 straight rounds, the opening kill has also been converted. So it goes with the nature of the fact that it's been 4 alive or 5 alive in the 4 rounds. It's been so dominant. Early timeout from Shy Academy, and it's, I think, a pretty good timely timeout. You got 2 more rounds on the attack. You don't have to deal with Armory Archives. Clearly 6 targets are playing a little bit better. They're playing aggressive. Look at the opening kill times: 2 minutes 35, 2 minutes 12, 2 minutes 43. The slowest one was 1 minute 30. That was the 3rd round of Bathroom Tellers, and that still ended up with a Nico 3K, 4 players alive, so very dominant. The pacing from 6 targets, it feels like, at least on border in comparison to Lair, has been far and away better. I mean, it is their map pick, and we're starting to see why. They're playing it really, really nicely. We will see Vent Workshop for the first time out of this timeout. These now are the rounds in which, for Shy Academy, you got to get them. You got to get them on the board. Otherwise, you stand down the barrel 4-1. Of course, they brought back the last map 5-2 down, but different circumstances. Yeah, that was on defense, Lair. This has been far more proactiveness from 6 targets on border. They've looked really good.
Yeah. Execution's been really sharp so far. I suppose it's so important to keep in mind that this was the exact scoreline after round 4 back on Lair, where 6 targets were defending, 3-1 lead. They actually ended up closing out the half quite well, but Shy Academy were never too far behind, and then they were able to establish a massive streak of 5 rounds defensively to close out Lair. It's maybe a little bit more tricky to envision border being such stalwart for the defense, but I wouldn't say it's otherworldly. So for 6 targets, about not alleviating that pressure, not getting complacent or at any point thinking that this map is over until it's over. And that's a really good example right there, where Reelers is ready, nets the kill. That's an example of 6 targets just having to be a little careful.
I mean, that's just also understanding and probably spoken about in the timeout. These guys are playing aggressive. Kyvanix is just continuing to run out, go for early runouts. Let's be more prepared. Let's be ready. And Realist was ready. So it's a big opening kill for Shy Academy. And again, it's been 100% conversion so far on border. And what this does now is, especially on Bent Workshop, this defense is going to be so much more spread. It's a 2-2 split. So you got a 2-2 split defensively, 5 players up on the attack. You've got such an ability to take map control, but also when you go take these gunfights now, you should have numbers. There's no reason to take 1v1 gunfights or even 2v2 gunfights. You've got numbers, clear top floor, force these players down. You then get the top floor advantage. You got a good amount of time. Logic Bomb activated from Kaken as well. Just got to play together as a team here. You don't need hero plays. Security is a good position here to clear out Nico. Just bring numbers to this.
Yeah. Good flash.
Can't avoid the flash. They know he's prone. He should be dead here. This should be 5v3. Oh my god.
Oh, TK.
Well, a TK, but honestly, I think Ronnie was going to be dead to Nico anyway. Yeah. Ronnie wasn't. He was watching right side security desk, and Nico went up on his right side, which would have been Ronnie's left.
Nico got his one.
That's fine. You can go for the 1-for-1 trades, clears out that. Now all the other three have dropped back to site. You got a minute, 4v3.
Final piece of utility then being dealt with by the attack. Vert, yellow, ping. No kill found.
It was just on the wrong angle, I think.
Yeah. So two sides, Zephy with looks elsewhere. The Vert here should still be quite powerful for Academy and disrupting those on site.
Well, this is where they're going to be careful with the drop, though. If they... Oh, that's an angle. Ooh. My god, Orion was blending with the bomb chassis. Does lose the battle, though, below to Realers above. Realers was taken low. Impact thrown at the feet of Kaken. Gets him to half health as this Logic Bomb rings out. Zethy density. Their positions may be known. Zethy, wonderful headshot onto Sean. It's a 2v1. Very winnable for Zethy, though. They don't have kit. He just has to hide for 2 more seconds. Kills Realers, who was low on health. And 6 targets take the round. Honestly, Razor Bloom, shell or not, that timer was expiring. 4-1 as 6 targets clutch up massively.
Yeah. Really good work there in isolating that diffuser. And it made what was still a relatively difficult round to win, despite the player advantage even more so. We had to see perfectly executed Vert there to just try and alleviate some of that pressure on site. Wasn't quite the case. It was close, but not quite. And then, yeah, the shutdown in through that washroom's position was great. So final round of the half then, and it's actually Customs, the site of choice here from 6 targets to try and test the depth of these Shy Academy attacks. I love this call. We'll see if it works out.
Well, for Shy Academy, they brought it back on Lair. So I'm not going to discount them. But 6 targets have been playing a lot better here on Border. I think the lead in which 6 targets acquired on Lair, you know, it felt like the game was close, like in terms of general play. But on Border, it's been far more one-sided. That round needed to be won for Shy Academy. Density leaves the game, no contact. So it should be a rehost. We will get this round restarted.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Pending.
Oh, do they have to call it?
Confirmation? Yeah, also a fair point. May not matter at this point. They've already brought it back to a 4 versus 4.
From memory, I think anything before 2.5 minutes with no damage, as long as it's called, will be a rehost. But if they don't call it, then I think it's actually fair play. Right now, 6 targets probably like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's 4v3 anyway.
Yeah.
It's kind of like play on advantage. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're Shy Academy, you're like, hang on, that guy DC, we should be rehosting because they're about to lose this round. Bloody hell. It's only Sean and Fonzie.
Maybe they expected
I don't. Wow, this is a bizarre round.
Yeah.
Shy Academy have just been torn apart. Looks like Density, by the way, I think he's back in the server, but of course he's going to stay dead, which hopefully means we don't have to have an extended halftime break, which is looking like a 5-1 lead for 6 targets. They had a 5-2 lead on Lair. They're going to have a 5-1 lead here on Border. They have been very, very clinical. Far too good so far on their map pick as they have put Shy Academy to the sword.
each other's arms all day. Send me gifts just because. Tell me where we went wrong. Started out as homies, ended up as lovers. How'd it get so ugly? Can't we rediscover, baby, what it was? Or let's be honest, it was just a lover. You were so romantic, we were picture perfect. So much freaking passion, why we never got it back, baby. It was just a lover.
Yeah, trying to get you out my thoughts today. Still chained to you when I walked away. Still chained, you know it'd be hard to break, cause I kept it way too real to automate. I wanna talk to you for my conscience sake, trying to make my mind and body cooperate. Used to have some shots to give for ones you take, but then I took them all to heal and lost the way. Got me riding around listening to Marvin Gaye, reminisce what was, cause now it ain't. And through my mind I trail for hours till it all devours. I'm amongst the prowlers on your page, see how you spend the days without eating me inside, that I'm phasing out, but I plays it, and it drains me. I done made some, but it pains me. You want the real from me, here it is, here it go. I want you dead to me, head gone real smoke. I want you here with me, bad, I'll let it go. But I can't have both, I'm done. I hope this love a bum that's gonna blow. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind.
What are your thoughts, Michael, on the vibe check?
Well, comparatively to the first one of the day, a 10 out of 10. In isolation, I think I would give it a solid 7. It was good, but not great. You?
Well, I need more. I feel like it's kind of difficult because I need to hear what other songs are going to be like, you know. Yeah. But we'll see what Twitch thinks of that one. They do get to vote on it and collating the playlist, which I think will be used throughout the year for APL going into stage 1, stage 2, etc. So long-term effects. I'm sure we can revisit it in future, but 5-1 lead here. It seems like Night Haven Labs is going to be required. The way that Six Targets have been playing on their map pick, far and away better. I mean, but again, like on Lair, it was a 5-2 lead anyway. There's every world in which this just ends up being a very defender-sided border. The concern for me, though, is the fact that the flawless round wins as well. I mean, there was one flawless round, which was the only round win for Shy Academy, flawless in the second round, but 2 flawless round wins for 6 targets, and then 2 of the other rounds were 4 alive. There was only 1 round that was in dispute out of that entire half, which was the 5th round. That was the Zethi 1v3. Of course, time was very, very low, but that was certainly a round that Shy Academy needed to win. They got the opening pick. That was also the only round where the opening pick was not converted. So if you kind of wanted to look at this holistically, it probably should have been a 4-2 on paper based on rounds where teams were dominant and rounds that should have been won. I think a 4-2 half would have put Shy Academy in a much better position. You don't get that round. It's a big clutch from Zethi. It's 5-1. That, for me, now ends up likely to be the difference in 6 targets going on and winning this map. I'd be very surprised if Shy Academy can claw their way back and force overtime, probably at minimum, as we go Armory Archives to begin.
Yeah, the comeback certainly looks like a very difficult prospect, but I really am finding it challenging to predict this one. Bans for the second half, Mira Malusi. Glass and Thatcher, so a little unorthodox, and it keeps the shields up. Impact trick from Reelers. Unsuccessful, but the follow-up from Faulty is very aggressive from Shy Academy in round 7, and that is a massive play to wrangle this round back, and in fact, give them now the advantage.
Well, and that's what was lacking in the first half for Shy Academy. You know, you lose a player, and then it's like, where's the reinforcements? Where's the response? Reelers goes down early. Faulty finds 2 kills, and so it completely offsets that opening pick for 6 targets. Della thrown in from Nico. Still has 3 more available. It's swear for Shy Academy now. It's 4v3. You've done the damage. You can fall back, play sight. You don't have to do anything silly. You don't even need to contest around the balcony positions, top east stairs, even security. You can give up a bit more map control to 6 targets now. Fall back, play site, you got the numbers, force that clock to go down, and then force 6 targets to have to flood without the extra numbers.
Yeah. I'm still looking at Nico here to maybe be one that could be an initiator. With 3 Candelas left, a couple of smokes, there's potential for them to be able to isolate the likes of Faulty. A good example, over towards break, you then bring it back to a 3v3, you got a bit of Rayori utility for the late round. It starts to not look as bad. There is that first Candela. Big onus on Nico here to find an opening. They've got time.
And big onus on Faulty to probably at least get one if he does go down.
Now has support as well here from the hallway.
Yeah, this is good. Academy is still playing this well, knowing that 6 targets never took any map space or control. So then, yeah, Kaken can swing offers towards top B stairs. Nico does get one, but there's that trade from Rani, well positioned. Academy have played this really well. Not much that you can expect really from Zathi in this position. 30 seconds, 1v3, no kit. If he does get this one, it should be the imminent trade. He just opts to fall back. And as soon as he tries to go back outside, Kaken in a wonderful position to deny, and he gets the kill. And the second half starts with a Shy Academy win as they are able to finally stop the streak of 6 targets at 4 rounds straight. It just gives them a little bit of hope coming into the second half that they can do the job on the defense. If 6 targets were able to win 5 defensive rounds, no reason they can't themselves. Bathroom Tellers up next.
There's a follow-up from Faulty. That was the big win for them in that round. Sure, the first from Reelers wasn't particularly successful. The impact grenade doesn't find the air jab, but the follow-up clearly then catching the attack of 6 targets off guard. So it was a well-calculated play, well executed, and landing the shots required. And so Shy Academy keeping their heads above a war chart for now. Still a long, long way away from looking competitive here on border, but who knows just how defender-sided this map could end up shaking down to be. And if the rounds start to compound, I think 6 targets will have some flashbacks to Lair. Again, they got off to a good start, and then Shy Academy were able to fight their way back into the map.
They certainly have the capability at 4-2. At 5-2 now. It was the case back on Lair, so they have the recipe. It's there. They saw it back on Lair and how to bring these rounds back. Faulty goes onto the Oryx, so I mean we'll see him roaming around. Oh, and Kyvenix just completely caught. Long angle. He gets down. He hasn't been eliminated, but not really in the kind of position where he can get brought back up safely, freely, and certainly in a timely fashion. This becomes a bit of a rescue situation now for 6 targets to get him back up over towards Customs. They've done so successfully. So gun back up for Kyvenix. That's a lucky break for 6 targets.
Yeah. A little bit. As they deploy more utility now through the early round. Oh, another DC.
Oh, that's an unlucky break.
They probably do want the rehost, but won't be eligible too deep into the round this time out.
Well, didn't need it last time. To be fair, Density, of course, is a substitute for 6 targets, and they probably feel like they... If there's someone to DC, maybe it would be him, but real is that the short time after that, DC has been able to eliminate Orion, and this round is getting away from 6 targets. Yeah, I mean, this is now a point where someone has to do something pretty big, and Kyvenix is going to be the one to try and do that, sneak in towards the site. Nico does get a kill onto Faulty. Next kill super important here as Kyvenix is in sight. He's just poking around, and he certainly should be able to get this kill. No, just pre-fired on the gun barrel. That's where the composure, trigger, discipline, so important as a skill set. You find that kill, and suddenly it would have been 3v3 with sight control.
There's no world in which, though, they can maybe still clutch up this round. Nico compromised on HP, but Zathi still feared and firing with Shant low and some arguably weaker guns potentially. You could say on the side of this defensive lineup, it could still get a little interesting if that opportunity presents itself. Now it's very much in the round of winnable.
There's no way.
Needs to clutch up again.
If 6 targets win this round, you may as well just forfeit this match, Academy. Kaken has the ability to clutch up. Nico is planting kit inside a bathroom. Kaken's not going to be able to deny this, so that will now make this a post-plant situation. And an easy kill. They've done it. 6 targets again. This one was a 5v3 after Density also disconnected prior to Orion's death. This map's done. 6-2, and it's been a very clinical performance from 6 targets. I imagine we get the rehost now to help out for Density. Timeout taken technically. It's looking very ominous if you are Shy Academy, and Nighthaven Labs is all but a certainty at this point.
Yeah, it unfortunately has not gone Shy Academy's way here on map 2, not being able to dig their heels in as much as we saw previously back on map 1 of Lair, where that resilience was tested again as well. I believe this is actually going down technically as a rehost. Play restart has been initiated, and so fingers crossed it'll be as simple as a rejoin into the lobby. As we can see there from Reelers, the lobby is indeed still active. Get Density back in. Should be a quick ready check and resume the action. Unfortunately, as of right now, no ETA, but I can't imagine it will take too long, provided his internet hasn't been completely nuked, and given we are in Australia, it's probably not outside the realm of possibility.
I mean, the concern if you're Shy Academy is if you kind of look at the 2 maps. So Realist is 21-14, Kaken is 22-13. After that, it drops. Like, it plummets. It's Rani 10-12, Faulty 8-16, Shant 5-13. So it's kind of a situation where Kaken and Realist just went so massive on Lair that essentially that won them the map. Again, literally Kaken won them that map because it was a 1v2 post plant. You think what would have then been 6-2. I think the likelihood that 6 targets then take the first map would have been increased significantly. And this could have easily been then a 2-0 in 6 targets favor, which means going into Nighthaven Labs, like they're the favorite team. That's the team now I'm looking to think they should probably get the job done because they've got a far better spread performance. 17-12 from Nico, 15-13 from Orion, 18-16 from Kyvanix, 13-12 from Zethi. So 4 players going positive. They're all double digits. You've only got 2 players positive in the series for Shy Academy. So it puts a lot of pressure on this man right here, and Kaken and on Reelers to continue to overperform to do enough damage to get Shy Academy in a winning position. It's just too much on 2 players.
Yeah, it needs to be a team effort. It has largely been so for 6 targets. I think if you take away Density from the equation, who of course substitute and has had some technical gremlins, it's been pretty even spread amongst those guys. You've got Nico, Zethi, and Kai 126 plus, and with Nico, Zethi actually equal at the top of the tree for them at 140. I think they've been able to flex their muscles and their experience, at least for Nico and Zethi, pretty well here on Border. A long-standing map in the pool, and they'll have a lot of reps there. We have had a quick update that Density is in fact rejoining now, and barring any further gremlins, the match will be resuming in about a minute.
Yeah, I'd be very shocked. Statistically, there's nothing that suggests Shy Academy have much of a way back into this game.
Yeah.
Even if they can win, well, Armory Archives is not even going to be available in the next round. So even if they can win the next one and then Armory Archives, then it's a case of 6-4. You then still have to go outside the primary site and win 2 more rounds after that, 4 rounds straight, which they haven't even been able to win 2 straight so far. Again, there's nothing really to suggest that it is a likelihood in happening, which means if it does happen, it's going to be quite a shock. Density back into the game, and so are we. 4-round advantage for 6 targets. And they're going to go and bring double shield for this match point round. Blackbeard plus the Blitz. Shields are very much available for 6 targets in this half. No bans on those, just the Glaz Thatcher against them.
10 seconds left before
By the way, multi-kill stats, there's been 4 multi-kill rounds for 6 targets, 0 for Shy Academy. So wow, it is just a dominating performance from 6T.
use a bomb.
Yeah. I think that in the context of the series, you compare the likeness of the maps, Lair's going to play out far more, or Labs rather is going to play out far more similarly to Lair in terms of the structure, the size, the clearance, how the map's designed. I think 6 targets have naturally looked a little bit more comfortable here on border, a bit more close quarters, more attacking on the fringe. Good example, literally right there on cue. Like, they're playing the exterior of the map really nicely as well, and I don't know how much of that will translate across to Labs up next.
5x, he's going to check hard left. Oh, lovely headshot onto Sean. The reaction time was tested. He passes that test. As reelers will fall, this map is done. A third will be required. Kaken and Rani, the only 2 left for Shy Academy. Kaken does keep it alive. He'll go down fighting as he's been by far and away a top performer for Shy Academy across both maps. Still going positive here on border. Won't give up on it just yet. That's a big kill for Kaken just to keep the round alive.
It might be a little bit more in this one. Can 6 targets successfully clear up above? Do they look to ignore and go direct? Seems like they're eager to clear out archives. Pressure mounting. Logic bomb to follow here from Zethi.
Rani knows he's got that pressure mounting towards him over in archives. Kaken trying to help out from top main stairs. They don't even care at this point about the logic bomb that is currently ringing around their location. Nico gets rid of Rani, leaves Kaken by himself, and Zethi will do the work as 6 targets bounce back after dropping Lair from a 5-2 lead. They absolutely clean sweep on border, 7-2. Nighthaven Labs coming up next to decide these 2 teams.
Very high note. I'm here in Tokyo, Japan for FPS Day X.
We've got the APAC Cup, the 1v1 nows, and of course the grand finals of the Tier 2 North Rebellion, plus stacks of community awards and fashion shows. The Japanese crowd have been unbelievable.
This event as a whole, the location, the people, everyone's been super nice. The food, of course, here in Japan, absolutely amazing. Great to be back for a second time, and yeah, hopefully can make it a third at some point. We really need a major back in Japan, so hopefully we can get that at some point in time.
It's been an absolute privilege to be a part of this event, and certainly can't wait to do more of it in the future.
The view here is absolutely insane here in this amazing tower. We just wrapped up the Rebellion Grand Final, the Tier 2 event here for APAC North. Absolutely banging Grand Final. We were actually, Jake and I, really surprised at the quality of Siege on offer, and very excited to get ready for the Grand Final, which again should be really, really good and highlight some quality APAC Siege. Of course, yesterday, Jake and I casted a really big upset, Soul's Heart taking down Fear X. Didn't anticipate them to win that match, and they got it done in 2, which was, yeah, really awesome to see from their perspective.
The Japanese crowd have been unreal. I can't wait to see if CAG can deliver for the Japanese fans against Soul's Heart in our APAC Cup Grand Final.
Trust the bomb side, they just keep doing it. I9 for a stopple, and now it's out of blue. And it's time to send it deep for I9.
All the timing.
Straight into the bomb site. He takes a few padded bullets from Moto, Kali, trying to be the hero for CAG when his team needs him, but DD is the last one standing, and a flawless round is one hell of a way to do it. 3 years since their last appearance on an international stage, and Solzhard are champions here in APAC.
that this region has got to offer.
Off could go the distance. Well, the first one will. All 3 maps required between 6 targets and Shy Academy. 6 targets far too good on Border as they dominated to a 7-2 victory. We go to the deciding map to see which of these two will drop to the lower bracket.
Yeah, unfortunately, in comparison to Lair, it was not quite as competitive. 6 targets were able to leverage their knowledge of Border quite nicely. A couple of key moments where individuals had to step up. They were able to convert and kind of answer the call, I suppose, on multiple occasions. Shy Academy never really got a foot in the door. Only the 2 rounds for them, 1 per half, and unable to build any meaningful momentum or disrupt, I suppose, the momentum from 6 targets. They were able to do that on Lair, but yeah, not the case here on Border. I think the style, the map, the structure, the size, the flow certainly favored them more so. And I kind of posed the question then, what does that mean for the 3rd map in this series? We go to Nighthaven Labs, should play out in a more similar fashion to Lair. And so what does that actually mean for these 2 teams? Probably that we're going to see an exciting and a close 3rd map.
The 2 highest fraggers across the first 2 maps are Reelers and Kaken, so both on Shy Academy, but the next 4 are all on 6 targets. So, you know, kind of on the top end, the highest end, Shy Academy have got the best of that, but then 6 targets as a more well-rounded team doing incredibly well. In terms of the subs as well, I mean, Density's 413 coming in as the sub role. He's also had some disconnect issues, which isn't helping that. Faulty 817 for the side of Shy Academy. 6 targets will start on Defense Labs, which is a really good start point for them, especially bringing back the momentum from Border. You would imagine that they can kind of kick off to a good start here on Labs, which will put more pressure on Shy Academy. But momentum between maps isn't really always guaranteed. I mean, we saw 5 rounds straight won by Shy Academy to bring back a 5-2 deficit on Lair and went into Border and clearly could not get going at all. Command server, no surprise, the first site selection as we've had the bans.
Yeah, bans are definitely stock standard here for Nighthaven Labs. Sometimes we do see I guess a little bit more like clubhouse type emphasis in terms of taking off the hard breach for the attack, but it will be shield emphasis here from 6 targets, and that, of course, is completely valid as well. Does though free up some options in terms of manipulating the map a little bit more so for Shy Academy. Does though mean that some of the choke points once you do enter the map, that many shields available, are going to be pretty brutal, especially with the kinds of lineups you would expect defensively. Trap heavy, still out heavy, Goyo, smoke, and the like are going to be very powerful here for the defense. So yeah, eager to jump in. Hopefully Shy Academy can feel a little more comfortable on this map.
Winner of this will take on Man Esports LFO next week. Loser will take on Rock LFO next week in the lower bracket. I know that lower bracket is a very difficult prospect. You essentially have to win 5 best-of-3 straight to make the major. What is always going to be a difficult region to gain that solitary spot, with Enterprise being the resounding favorites. Ryan over towards blue. I imagine the pacing, of course, on Labs is naturally going to be a lot slower than Border. And I think you touched on it before, but should probably follow suit closer to Lair, which is good news for Shy Academy. They need more than anything others to step up to help out Kaken and Reelers. Faulty, taken low. First bit of contact of the round.
Oh, Kai holding his ground. Has had some big moments in this series so far, and eager to continue this contest to the exterior of the building in the meantime, though. Zephy has fallen, so advantage for Shy Academy. Kai does escape, but valuable ground taken now by the attack.
Good start, and is still lots of time in this round. That would have been a big kill from Realist, but it's Kyvanix that wins the battle. Faulty able to get rid of Nico, and Kyvanix low towards Electrical. Again, Shy Academy still in a really solid position. This is a very wounded defense. Orion has to activate, and he does. Finishes off the low health Faulty. Kyvanix battling low on health, pre-firing the shots because he knows he cannot get swung or he will go down. Minute remaining in the round. And what's pivotal the most is over towards Electrical, and Rani and Kaken combined. Shy Academy will take top floor attack on Labs away to kickstart this third and final map.
Yeah, explosive start there, and the added benefit of it being the primary top floor site, nice little confidence booster for them. It can be a very difficult site to break down at times, but by finding that early pick, and then quickly, without hesitation, taking that control through con, keeping the pressure up, not allowing too much in the way of reposition and trade ability for the defense was well rewarded in the end. And the old school reattempt from 6 targets. We saw this once back on Lair, I believe it was, right? It was Master Office and R6 Room on that occasion, rounds 4 and 5. 6 targets, losing out that site on both occasions. So they'll be looking for a bit of a switch up in fate here on Nighthaven Labs top 4.
Again, this is also, yeah, I mean, like top floor on Lair, you certainly can opt for the repeat of command server. Change up in strategy for 6 targets. They bring the Denari and the Aruni in place of the Mute and Malusi. At least a little bit more utility available that Shy Academy will have to deal with, but a good start for Shy Academy. And that's what they're going to need. Yeah, the likes of Rani and Faulty to find more kills here on this third and final map. Ryan playing in storage, or at least started there. Interesting on the Tubarao of all operators to kind of be playing this sort of role. But can delay from below and will do that, but he is susceptible in storage if Shy Academy go hunting.
Yeah, you can see he's being quite cautious of the lurk below from game side, but in the meantime, making sure he prioritizes the hard breach denial, which has stalled out the push quite nicely.
Well, no one's hunting.
No. Wall open regardless, so take from that what you will. IT.
You can stay here though with a nitro.
Well, you could take it a step further and pre-place and then wander off, which might be the option here as well. As long as he's getting information really as to when to blow that nitro, which should be the case with Rafters control.
5 seconds left, 6 targets. Looking a little bit better, more functionally, and Kyvanix gets the opening kill onto Reelers. One of the better players for Shy Academy yet to fire here on Nighthaven Labs. Kyvanix has done a decent job over towards Electrical. This means that Orion can now also, flex back to site, so they're going to have a 5v4 defensive site advantage on the best defensive site on Nighthaven Labs, and Kyvanix goes searching. He wants more. Ulti just at the window. Actually now in a position where he can kind of cut off Kyvanix from getting back to site as Rani goes and finds 2 kills and make that now a third onto Zephy. He goes down. Advantage Shy Academy as they just clean sweep the site. It started off with Rani. Others then follow up. Kyvanix could not cross back. Faulty was able to cut him off. Shot will get the plant down. And it started with Orion. It will end with him. 1v3 post plant. And Shy Academy are going to take the top floor again.
Unless, could isolate Pillar here. It's possible. Oh, trying to find value from the DMR.
Very scrappy from Orion, forcing the action down onto Sean. He'll take the 1v1, and he hits the headshot. There's no bloody way he's clutched that. What? It's a series that has already seen so many clutches. Even Nico has the same reaction as mine. What have we just seen? Are you kidding me?
That was ridiculous. My, oh my. That was ridiculous. And Academy, a little shattered.
Well, it's been the difference in the series. Those kind of clutches, the 1 in a million, the ones that don't happen all that often, they've all gone the way of 6 targets across all 3 maps. The clutch ability factor of 6 targets has been a difference. They needed that. The reality, if you bring it back out of the emotions of the clutch, is that they were staring down the barrel of a 2-0 start, attacking for Academy into top floor. Like, this is significant. And they kind of end up just winning around that arguably they kind of need to and should be winning. And it comes to that sort of clutch from Orion. It's a lifesaver.
10 seconds left before.
Wow. Big clutch then. It was looking likely that 6 targets would lose the same primary site back to back in a similar vein to Lair, but a heroic effort from Orion will equalize.
You've got to get back to work, though.
But they need
you
to
got to get back to work. Yeah,
absolutely.
Lock in.
I mean, to be fair, though, that applies to both teams. 6 targets need to not get overly excited, and Academy need to be able to put that aside.
Close rounds out.
Yeah, exactly. They're doing a lot of good work in this series. It's just about closure.
Tractor on the prowl.
Oh, so we go basement for the first time. Yeah, Reelers is the one to watch. He does have 3 assists, but no kills just yet. Rani has stepped up in that department for Academy. Orion continues to perform really well for 6 targets. As Reelers will lurk through warehouse in towards IT. Nico goes down, lovely headshot, and he gets the second on the Kyvenix as well. Reelers stands up early in this 3rd round, finally gets on the board, 2 crucial kills. And this is the thing, that clutch, that wonderful clutch from Orion is one thing, but you've got to follow it up, and they so far have not been able to. May fall upon him once again. He does get rid of Faulty and escapes the pressure of the Buck and Deimos from above. And he now will look to push back up first floor.
6 targets at the disadvantage, but this lurk, this flank from Orion has me quite scared. If he hits the right timing, it's at least 2. Well, that's a bit of sound.
I don't know about that. Inactive drones being shot. Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing?
That was overly ambitious.
What are you doing? I mean, 2 inactive drones. You could have easily probably gotten that kill. I mean, I think that's a heat check moment from Orion, if anything. Yeah, in the last round, the way that he was able to play, you give him all the credits in the world. And I think in that moment, that sort of roam attempt, he's probably thinking, I've got to do something spectacular again. I got to put the cape on, be the hero. Just shooting those drones, probably thinking maybe no one's close by because they're attempting plant down below. So if they're going to be warehouse, maybe they're just watching hatch. But 6 targets have got so many numbers up that there's surely someone that's still around that sort of top floor vicinity playing Buck, Deimos, etc. You have to be mindful of that. And he's kind of just running around, maybe not expecting them to be there. So Academy cleanly take the 3rd round. Probably feeling like they should be 3-0 up here on the attack of Labs. Basement, repeat again for 6 targets.
Yeah, they're certainly not, again, shying away from the repeat sites. Although, to be fair, probably far more comfortable here on basement as opposed to storage as the backup option. And I doubt we end up seeing kitchen at all. Additional bans as well to note for the remainder of this first half. It's Deimos and the Mirror off the board. Deimos unavailable. We may see some solid snake action here from the attack of Academy, currently teased by Reelers. Could be a good tool for helping get control top floor. Could even be actually quite powerful when you think late round against some of the flank potential on offer from the defense as well. Based on this initial setup, it does look like there'll be presence off-site here from the defense.
It's a damning start though from Shy Academy on the attack of Labs. They've been able to do quite a lot of damage. That 6 targets just are not handling. 2 of 3 rounds opening kills. They're dominating in terms of getting plant down in 2 of 3 rounds as well. A 3K from Realist. He's now back after that previous round. It's kind of trending in their direction to start on this deciding map. Yeah, they lose the Deimos, but it's just like, okay, whatever. We'll just bring Solid Snake instead. Good flame onto Density. He's forced back. And Density's role, as the sub, you put him on the Warden. He's just going to play sight, hold, wait. Big double kill. Orion and Kyvenix combining, and then Kyvenix will double down. The round's just done. I mean, that's a very rapid round from 6 targets. I mean, to their credit, they've shown willingness in repeating bomb sites in this series, guys, and every single time they then get it done in the second go.
Well, it seems like these repeats continue to breed success for 6 targets, 2-2 scoreline. And, well, instead of returning to the top 4, which was a little bit sketchy on that reattempt, they actually do opt to go to storage down below on that first floor.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, an explosive round. 6 targets that their key players, Orion and Kai, at least in terms of fragging capabilities, have really been able to exploit that to their advantage here on Labs thus far. See what Academy looked to do here. Round 5, top floor with the Ram. Look to vert, then transition that down below. Thermite will be a key component in this round for both that and Warehouse. So seems to be the case. So 6 targets looking to, of course, set up above, as we can see there, to deny. Some good drone work, though, from Shy Academy will mean that they have a very strong read here.
It feels like this is the big round. Yeah, whoever wins this is... Well, I mean, 6 targets win this. 4-2 looks far more of a possibility. Yeah, you win storage control, you go back top floor, command server. If Shy Academy win this, it might end up being a 3-3 half, but that's pretty good for an attacking team on Nighthaven Labs. I'm not saying that the entire map is going to be based around this round, this site, but it's going to have a big factor, a big say in a series that's been completely topsy-turvy. It's incredibly difficult to predict who's going to win it, but I think you can predict far better of who wins this round.
Yeah. So early util already being deployed from Shont. That's up above towards Con. The Grim Breeze trying to flush out this defense as Kai aggresses. IT breach. He's so low on HP. Not really now in a position to contest all that aggressively. May look to transition back towards site, but he does get caught. Good work from the exterior. Faulty to net that pick.
It's a couple of times now that Kyvenix has been kind of caught going back to site after trying to play aggressively. But the good news for him is that the aggressive plays have worked out most of the time. That's why he's got 5 kills. So I don't mind that for him. As Shant's going straight into storage. Is there anyone watching this? Indeed, there will be. Oh, Shant just gets stuck in the corner. Couldn't get the Volto, but he's going down. Doesn't matter. Shy Academy clean up with the kills. Both first floor and second floor. Really good combination. And Shy Academy take a 3-2 lead. 6 targets will go back top floor. That round ended swiftly.
Yeah, sure did. Good work there on the clear, and a round advantage now for Shy Academy as we enter the final of the half. It's becoming increasingly challenging to separate these two here on Labs. Unable to find success over towards storage. We now return to the top floor for 6 targets. They lost it out on the first occasion, and then off the back of a big clutch from Orion, they won it out on the re-attempt. And so I think this time out on top floor, they'll be looking to find a way to better just contest and slow down this attack and not allow them to get into such strong execute positions like they have been able to on those last couple of attempts.
10 seconds left.
Starting to feel the concern though for 6 targets now. Very much need to win this side of command server. 3-3 half. Still probably a better result for Shy Academy, but you got to take that now as your only option. And Rani has really stepped up here. 7-2. I kind of mentioned coming into this map, it was all Reelers, all Kaken across the first 2 maps. They needed help elsewhere, and they're getting it. They're getting it from Rani. Right now, it's Orion and Kyvanix is the 2 standouts for 6 targets. Just 1 kill for the remaining 3 each. And Zethi, Density, and Nico. And the Kaken in this round with the EDDs to see if that can maybe net them a fortunate kill or do some significant damage. Orion will play IT this time rather than storage for the Zodo canister play. And that's cheeky from Zethi. Actually gets a bit of damage into Sean. Either get the kill or you get the exothermic, but it comes with a cost in Faulty finding the headshot. Good teamwork from Shy Academy to go and deal with the nuisance in Zethi. They get another opening kill. They'll dominate the half in that category, 4-2 in their favor, and now are set up to go for a pinch attack in towards the site.
Yeah, it's been 100% conversion so far. Looking to go 6 from 6 for the half. Shy Academy in such a good position, and it does prompt 6 targets to get a little bit more aggressive now. Double stack potentially on that electrical side as Reelers catches out Kai under the pump. Player down elsewhere though, so 6 targets just clinging on at the moment. Minute 20 on the clock, however, so lots of time for this attack to formulate. Quite a bit of utility as well on offer, and the res will be successful. They're in a good spot here, Shy Academy.
They have so much time to just go for that res anyway, not panic. Nico, though, catches the timing on the rotate. Able to get rid of Rani, who wants low on health. At the very least for Shy Academy, if you're going to lose someone in that moment, it probably is Rani, who didn't offer a whole lot moving forward. Density easily dealt with by Reelers. Nico's going to get back to site, has been able to do so. Now he can take the contact up close. He just switched targets at the last second. Ryan by himself in the 1v4, clutched up massively before on this site. Will need to do so again, and even better this time as Reelers is down after getting the kill onto Faulty. It's a 1v2. Kaken can go for the revive, flash in towards electrical, does land onto Orion. Reelers back up. Reelers and Shant both low on health. Orion's done it once. Can he do it a second time?
He can't deny the plant, so he needs to push forward. Likely to get caught here post-plant.
The contact goes the other way. He's taken down a 1 HP. Kaken says not happening again this time as we enter the half-time break. It's a 4-2 lead for Shy Academy. They are dominating here on Nighthaven Labs. Get to go defense now as well, and sets up a second half that you don't want to miss. For us, we're not going anywhere actually for this break, guys. We've got a little bit of a plug to do, and it's a good one. It's about tier 2 in APL, all 3 regions, OCE, Asia, and APAC North. OCE Rivals, Asia's Boot Camp, and APAC North's Rebellion.
Yeah, of course, this was recently revealed over on X at R6 Esports Asia. You can find the pinned tweet there for more additional details, but it is a year-long competition running parallel to the primary tier 1 circuit, and obviously a really good opportunity to dip your toes in the water of competitive Siege if you haven't in the past. And the reality is basically all the players that are here in tier 1 currently, those that have found success, good success overseas internationally over the years as well, they had to start somewhere, and the Challenger circuit is the perfect opportunity to do so. So again, if you want additional details, you can find them over at R6 Esports Asia and sign up for 2026.
Also a good opportunity as well for people who maybe just have a stack of friends they want to play but maybe don't want to play ranked and want to maybe dip their toes into the esports ecosystem where you can get the more well matched games and structured tournament and structured matches in general. It's always a good opportunity, and as you said, it's where the majority of careers are kickstarted. Sure, you'll get your ranked gunners who maybe gets onto a tier 1 team, or players who make a name for themselves that can kind of climb the ranks pretty quickly, but the vast majority, and certainly within the Oceanic region, a lot of the players now who are tier 1 started tier 2. So that pathway has proven to be successful over many years now, and a good opportunity presented in the APL region as we come to the end of the halftime role swap and begin the second half. Shy Academy leading 4-2, get to go defense now. And they are very much well positioned to take the series from here. But for what's been a roller coaster series, is there one last change up? Can 6 targets get themselves back into this third and final map?
Maybe. Wait and see. It's been a topsy-turvy game, tricky to predict, and I don't think this final half of the series is going to be much of an exception. Replay package from the final round of the half. Shy Academy largely in the driver's seat. Reelers with some nice picks, good aggression. Nico caught one good timing, but then caught a bad timing, which was ultimately his demise. And Orion had to try and clutch up once more, but ultimately was overrun. Top floor we go. Bans for the half, Kaid and the Bandit, very typical. And then on the side of the attack, a single hard breach and the Thermite and the Glaz as well off the board.
I like Density just going on to the Monty. Clearly, it's been a rough series for him. Hasn't been able to have impact. Monty's very, very strong on Nighthaven Labs. It's a role that has a pretty high skill ceiling. I think the best Montys in the world are pretty known and how good they can be with the operator. It's not as simple as just, oh, well, you got a big shield, you can't die. You got to be so careful with your positioning, playing around your teammates, information gathering, and then also giving that information over to your teammates. You look back to Lair and didn't play a single shield up there, back on border. Didn't play a single shield up there. It's a good little change up. So during the halftime break, I wonder if it's just like, Density, we want you on the Monty, or do you feel comfortable playing on the Monty, or if he called it himself. 6 targets do come back and win, and he has a say and a big factor. That's something we can ask. They could get the kill onto Kyvanix, those. A 1-for-1 trade with Shont and Kyvanix leaves us in a 4 versus 4. And Density, again, this is where you can make an impact. Pushing through blue will look to be the goal for 6 targets.
Totally agree. So a 4 versus 4. Plethora of utility available still for the attack and the Monty, most critically, which can help to open up and really establish pressure against this defense. That being said, Reelers does have double impact. And there is a Nitro available as well. Lurk down below from Nico. If Reelers gets dislodged, Nico might be able to net the kill, but timing doesn't quite go his way. And so I wonder, what's the end point here? What's the end goal for 6 targets in this round? How do they try and leverage the Monty here and try and get control? Zethi will wait for a timing. This may be used for the warehouse push. Could also just be a little bit of a bait. Picks elsewhere, though, going the way of the defense, and they haven't been able to leverage this Monty correctly.
Well, I mean, it's a 2-factor. It's not just like, oh, well, what's Density doing? It's what are the others doing? You got to be so careful. You've got a Monty on the board, so you got to utilize him properly. And Density's doing his job. He's pushing through blue. No one's really pushing with him. So that's a team issue. You guys have got to coordinate. And Zethi trying to do it all, and well, he kind of had to do it all at that point. Yeah, I mean, this is a win for Shy Academy, right? It's a win for, if the Monty's by himself in a 1v2 and was never a main factor in a lot of the fights that were happening throughout the round. You've done well. Well, he's done well, though. Density to get the down onto Reelers. 20 seconds. 1 versus 1 against Kaken. Density going to give it his all and really needs to win this round. Needs to pull off a big clutch. Oh my days! Are you kidding? They've done it again! They've done it again! Density with the headshot pistol clutch. 6 targets in these clutch positions are just unstoppable.
Wow. It's becoming a long list of big clutches now. And it seems like no matter what happens through the mid-round, that 100% conversion rate from opening kills will continue. 7 rounds in a row. And 2 of those have been such phenomenal clutches.
I just don't get it.
From 6 targets. Mind you, that was the substitute as well. That's
Substitute
really good work
Monty
from
1v2.
Yeah.
And and you can see his health. He knows how. I love this little flick up that he does here right at the end. He flicks up so that when he brings the pistol down, it's hitting the headshot more often than not. But that's filthy.
Good mechanics. Very difficult to deal with that in a 1v1.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Honestly, I do wonder from Kaken's perspective if he's just better off kind of trying to play the time there. Run, force him to chase you or force him to go into a plant position. I mean, it's difficult. Yeah. Honestly, the vast majority of the clutches from 6 targets. And now Shy Academy is just throwing their bodies out the window. Yeah, Faulty, that's a very risky vault. He sees one cross left side window and thinks I can maybe catch him and shoot him in the back. Well, there was another one watching for 6 targets. They had the numbers. And now Rani's going to get a freebie, though, at least onto Nico. Good use on the Solus. Collects a freebie back. But if anyone's to die first for 6 targets, it's Nico's not a bad shout. He can just kind of sit back, call the action.
In the meantime, primary hard breach has been deployed on the primary hard wall. So perceived pressure now in towards the site will remain for the next 2 minutes. And how 6 targets look to leverage that will be now the next part, I suppose, of their decision tree. Double stack storage here. 6 targets may look to directly contest this, maybe in combination with the divert pressure up above. I think both would be valid. Exactly, to be the one to spearhead this vert pressure. Trying to dislodge and make that storage hold a little more uncomfortable. No longer a straight up double stack here from the defense. Reelers over towards lounge, but there is still some storage presence. A trade. So a 3 versus 3. Time available. It's a very close round to call from here. I don't think either team has a significant advantage. I will say, though, Kaken's position is strong if he hits the right timing.
Well, the plan's going down, though.
Should be denied, though. Echo.
Indeed it is. Good call. Tethy got rid of Reelers. First wasn't even needed to use. There is Kaken on the timing. So kind of a 1-for-1 play from both teams that does benefit. Kaken taking on Density. You get to do this all over again. Very late, though, from Sean, and the plant will go down. Timer and a post plant. Kaken gets the revenge. Hits the headshot onto Density as Orion by himself in the 1v2. But in the post plant, swing across. Orion wins out against Shant. Kaken on the kit. Orion should hear the footsteps. They are side by side. As Kaken will tap the kit, Orion can swing. He holds. He keeps holding and swings across. Wins the battle. Another one for 6 targets late in the round. It's the one problem for Shy Academy. They cannot close any round out.
No. Oh, it's getting to the point where it's just devastating. Orion saying that he thought he had the kill in the chat, and Kaken as well thought that he was dead. It's all happening at the moment. So many massive fights in this round as well. Plenty of them in isolation. Kaken did a great job on his roam to find value, but unfortunately for Sean, allowing that plant to go down, it was a very fine margin. It made it naturally more difficult then to win out the round that left Kaken on an island. And yeah, you're right. Four straight, 2-2 split between the teams. This has been a pretty wild labs.
4 plants in 8 rounds as well. 4 rounds with multi-kills, 3 1vx clutches. of which all of those have gone the way of 6 targets. Like, they've got 4 round wins. 3 of those have been clutches. Like, it's insane what's happening. And 100% conversion rate. This series has been bizarre, but so entertaining. I mean, that's classically most of the time. Well, both teams 3 rounds away to see who can progress to the upper bracket and who goes down to the lower. Chance for reelers. Here comes Sethi, though.
Position with the mirror window, but as you can see, disrupted with well-placed util from the Ash. We can now force back as well, back towards electrical. As exterior con will be opened in response by 6 targets. So pretty straightforward, standard groundwork here at the moment for the attack. Shaping up con side primarily at the moment, so probably considering that pillar plant position. It's a pretty big commit at the moment, and I think that will be clearly telegraphed to the defense. So Shy Academy should be in a decent position at least to expect this push, and don't know if Shy Academy necessarily need to worry about the split, at least not yet.
This is now officially the slowest round that we've had in terms of opening kill time. And at 27 was the previous lowest. 5 versus 5, you can feel the tensity is just increasing. Ivanix trying to slip into IT. Here comes Reelers. He just goes for the pre-fire sweep across, and then it's Ivanix that wins the battle. Ronnie falls down elsewhere, and Ivanix can put some more damage in, but loses the battle. Nicely done from Kaken in electrical to get that down. Faulty then finishes him off, but still the numbers are in favor of 6 targets. If not mine, it's blocking the vision of Zethi temporarily. That's been dealt with. A slip over towards IT. That's Faulty. Went for the swing over towards Rafters. Got Zethi low on health. Playing a very important position right now for Shy Academy. Trying to just keep 6 targets at bay.
30 seconds. Nitro still up, a smoke babe as well. Don't discount that utility as we enter the final portion of this push.
And Sean has to be prepared for the swing. Sethi is low on health. Nico shots down Faulty. Sean has to win this battle. Instead of opting to get aggressive, he falls back. Kaken and electrical. Sean double kill. Now down to Zethi. Sean gets all 3, and finally a clutch for Shy Academy. The round was getting away from them. And it's the first time in this map of labs where the opening kill will not be converted. And Shy Academy take a 5-4 lead.
Well, the streak is finally broken. And Shant, who typically isn't renowned for posting big numbers in games, it's not typically the way he has impact. Well, he does exactly that in that round, hitting some really clean shots, and a lot of that was off the back of the time advantage that the defense had leveraged themselves. There was still, as I mentioned, a little bit of utility as well that kind of disrupted that push and kind of started to flip the momentum pretty quickly back in favor of the defense. Kaken forced that reposition with the smoke, and then Shant was able to collect those elsewhere on the fringe with some good work by himself with the SMG. They now reclaim the lead and head down to basement to potentially get one step closer towards that series point.
It's a little bit like 6 targets in the first half, though. They kind of clutch win out on the best defensive site. So you take that, it's a round on the board, you go 5-4 up, and now you got to do the business elsewhere. Every world in which now that 6 targets can kind of get to 6-5 before Shy Academy then can go back to command server.
10 seconds
So
to go.
basement and potentially control storage are going to be super important. 10th round, 5-4. Been a fun series between these 2 teams. One of them, though, will head down to the lower bracket for next week's game. And even still at this point, it's hard to really say who it's going to be. A big round from Shant, though, who was 1-5 Guz prior to that round. Now 4-5, and across the series had only had 6 kills up until that point. He got 50% of his kills in that round alone up to that point.
So quick control cafeteria here from 6 targets. Doesn't appear as if it's been heavily contested, or I guess contested period at all here from the defense, and that will open up maybe some routes in through EXO or some paths towards some Vert here. Rayor, an intriguing decision to cut off over towards games. Maybe indicative of a pretty full commit here. Oh, but Nico. Well, I was going to say caught off, but it's the other way around. It's Real as to fall victim. Volts is still up above. But how much of a threat can he pose from this position?
And it's the third time now on Labs that Realist has been the opening death. And of course, as we know throughout the series, he's been alongside Kaken, their best fragger. He only had the one opening death on Border and back on Lair, just the one as well. So that's been a big turnaround where Realist is struggling a little bit more in the opening entry department. 1-3 on Labs. Just opens up the door now for 6 targets, and they want to go straight on through as Faulty goes down. They can get into the side itself. Watched though by Shant with the Yokai. Trying to get the pings out, but getting blocked a little bit.
Well, so much info. There's that, the BBC, and the Solace. So a straight up plant here probably won't work.
And Rani from Storage gets at least one. The Solace and the Echo proving to do just enough to sway 6 targets from being able to get this plant down. 3v3, just like that. Blink of an eye. And a chance as well for Kaken to hit his shots, and he does. The 6 targets may have got the first 2 kills of the round, but the next 4 have gone the way of 6 targets. Kaken 1 HP. Shant can get this Yokai moving to find out where Orion is. He's towards EXO. 1v3. Surely they spot the kit that this is a round that even as many clutches as we've seen from 6 targets, surely this is one that Shy Academy cannot lose. 15 seconds, 1v3. Yokai watching kit. Everything is set up and they do not falter. Match series points acquired for Shy Academy.
Wow, they took a calculated risk there. The defense, we saw 6 targets with full EXO control preparing for the plant, and the defense retaining position up above, fully committing to the Yokais and the BPCs, the information that they had to deny entry, to deny plant, and then, and only then, once they found that info and found a pick or 2, were then transitioning below, finding kills, and mounting pressure, and completely disintegrating that attack. I think if 6 targets had their time over, they probably would have gone for maybe a pause in the action to gain a little bit more info, think about a secondary plant position. They didn't, and it proved very, very costly.
Well, it's been back and forth on Labs since the 5th round. It was 2 to Shy Academy, 2 to 6 targets, now 2 again to Shy Academy. Control Storage, tertiary site. Still an opportunity here for 6 targets. They're going to bring in the Solid Snake. Density back onto the Monty. The last time he played the Monty was in that 7th round command server, and he got that 1v2 clutch, guys, if you recall, with the pistol. So get him back on that. Control Storage is going to largely play up on that 2nd floor around command server, IT, rafters. And the Monty can be very important. Sean plays inside Storage. Vulcan canisters pre-placed. As Zethi slips into electrical already. This is aggressive early and nets in the opening kill. If he actually had stayed in that barbed wire, he may have also got reelers, but was forced back. That's the 5th straight opening kill for 6 targets. The bad news is they didn't convert in the last 2. Orion doubles down. Headshot onto Rani. 5v3 once again for the 2nd round straight.
Drones up and running.
Shot now under the pressure as well of the Solid Snake. His position inside of Storage is known. Kaken will need to play his part in supporting from up above. A reconfirm with another ping from that radar. Shunt's done a good job to not over-aggress. Maybe able to even slip out here. Probably sensing as well that they need to make a play. Real is also storage. A big commit in contesting the exterior of this building, not wanting to give away this control for free. Understandably so. It's pretty high risk from the defense, but little options remain.
If Realist goes for this swing, there are many bodies out there, but only spots the shield of Density first. Has another keeper barrier available on hand if required. Impacts too for him and Sean. Sean, speaking of, gets the kill onto Zethi. Clears out Lounge. He's going to drop, rotate.
Oh, I like
Just
this.
over a minute left, Candelas. And then from below, Density getting tagged up. Sean's rotate has been solid.
Oh.
The Monty and the Ying both low on health. Density going to try and stick to plant anyway. Gets forced off it. Big play from Sean. Vulcan canister pop is huge as well.
Oh.
Density up in flames. Academy look to now do it again in a 5v3. They brought it back to their advantage, and it's all down to Nico and Orion.
40 seconds on the clock, and Nico and Orion need to pick up the scraps. Diffuser in an awkward position, and the defense has retreated, not wanting to give away free picks. Kaken can reposition up above. Surely this is going to be the dagger from here.
It very well could be. Kaken can now just fall back. He just puts a little doubt into their minds. 15 seconds, can no longer be on their second floor. Need to go get that kit and storage control. Watched by Realers. Kaken over towards blue. Can either hold this, fight this, and chooses to. Wins the battle, and it's all done. Academy pull off the win in one of the more topsy-turvy series that we've seen in a long time, even in this region. Back and forth. It simply came down to big moments, big plays. There wasn't a lot of difference between these two teams, let's be honest. Many of the clutches were won by 6 targets throughout the entire series, guys. But towards the very tail end, the last 2 to 3 rounds, it was Shy Academy that showed that they too have the clutch gene within them as they take this series and move forward in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think ultimately just the nature of these more structured maps being Lair for the opener and Labs for the closer probably did just favor them a little bit more so there in the end. A good test, though, of their mental, as you're right. This was quite a ridiculous matchup in terms of the sheer volume of clutches that took place over the course of this series. Most of which, not all, but most of which are on the receiving end of as well. The replay package will give us a bit of an insight as to just how ridiculous, honestly, some of these were. And so, yeah, good test of their mental. They're able to refocus, recompose, and back themselves in, being the team with more experience to get the job done. And that was what ultimately played out in the end.
Yeah, as you said, the highlight package is largely going to focus on the clutches that we saw. And again, on this map in particular, 3 listed clutches for 6 targets. Then you kind of look at the last 2-3 rounds from Shy Academy, and they won 5v3s, 3v5s from their perspective. Density, this was absolutely massive. And to be fair, a lot of these clutches, I think, for 6 targets, like you look at the scoreboard, they could have easily been 2-0 down after losing both command server. They could have lost it again here. Their clutches, I think in hindsight now, were more, at least on this map, kind of papering over the cracks a little bit, just a little bit. Like, it was still a really close series, evidently going all 3 maps, and they were very good and clinical on Lair. But I do feel like, at least on Labs, the clutches that we saw from 6 targets were just papering over the cracks a bit.
Yeah, probably to some extent, right? That being said, when you look in terms of opening kills, it was actually a big strength of 6 targets throughout this particular series. It does maybe put into question their ability to convert, but full credit to Shy Academy and their ability, I think, to find those win cons late round. I think they probably did a little bit better of a job overall in identifying what those were, converting that. Again, I think it probably plugs into the storyline that in terms of just raw experience at this kind of level, they did have that advantage going into this matchup overall in terms of their subset of players. And so, yeah, I think they were well rewarded with the win.
Let's go chat to an old friend. It's Kaken, who is going to be very happy after what I imagine was a very stressful series. You can't be doing that, mate. You almost lost. Come on. No, I'm joking. I can't hear you, by the way. I don't know.
Oh, hello?
There you go. You're all fixed. You're all fixed. We can hear you now. Thank you,
Cool.
Mr. Mogger. Congrats on the win. I'm sure that one was stressful over the last couple of hours, and there were many points where it kind of felt like either team could win. Did you probably had the same thought in the back of your mind?
Oh, for sure. It was a battle of attrition. They were very aggressive, and we sort of knew that that's what was going to happen with them having a substitute. We also had a substitute, but I think we had an advantage in terms of the substitute because Faulty actually plays the game at a somewhat competitive level. So yeah, it shouldn't have been as close as it was, but we fixed our issues towards the end. And I also think it helped them that they'd played us on Border and Lair before. They sort of knew what we were going to do. We did have a couple of new things, but they had the overall game plan of what we were going to do. So that's why I think on Labs it relied a lot more on them clutching compared to how they were fighting us before, because they knew our like routes and pre-places and info and all the gathering and everything. So that's my spiel.
I guess in terms of then responding to those clutches, right, Kaken, how do you feel the team's mental was today? Because obviously it was quite a long series. You were tested. There were like some pretty ridiculous moments in that map, or maps as a whole, that you had to recover from. Was the mental and the vibe good within the team today?
Yeah, of course. I made sure to preface to the guys that, our coach, Brian, mental coach, he's like the GOAT, Bree. He definitely helped us with a few inspiring words in terms of like game plan. It's only the start of the season, so I guess if we take a loss, we've got the lower bracket, but we're playing a video game at the end of the day. We're here to have fun, but we're here to have a good showing as well. So yeah, it was sort of stressful, like especially with that Orion 1v3, that was crazy. Kind of Vix and Orion seemed to be Thanos and Thanos Jr. apparently. So the clutches did affect us like for a second, but then we locked back in, we reset, so it was all good.
I just want to quickly bring it back to the first map as well, Lair. You guys were down 5-2. What was maybe said, or if you can recall, around that sort of point that let you guys then go and win the last 5 rounds straight?
Well, look, I don't remember what we said, because that was about like 3 millennia ago now. But basically, I think the game plan was, we're going into defense. We're basically in OCE tier 2. Like, defense is king. We'll go into defense. We play our strats properly. They can't do what they did on defense to us on attack because they have a substitute. All their coordination is messed up. And we just played our game. Because realistically, we're versing like the 8th seed, and we're technically the 1st seed at a Challenger Series. So we went into it like we knew what they were going to do. And we played our game on defense. And we clutched up.
Well, as you said, it's all about fun. That was fun to watch, and I'm sure it's probably fun to play in as well. You played really well. Good to see. And best of luck, of course, against Man Esports LFO next week. That's going to be fun as well.
Yeah, sure. That'll be even more fun. Can't wait.
Thanks, Kaken, for the interview after the win. 2-1 Shy Academy over 6 targets. The first of our 3 matchups today. We've got, of course, now Enterprise versus Chef Jeff's Team Anios very shortly.
Yeah, will that potentially be as close and fiercely contested as Shy Academy and 6 targets? Maybe, but Enterprise really does feel like they are in a league of their own right now. So if we've got a match that's even remotely as close, I'd be pretty impressed as a follow-up.
Well, a very, very fun, chaotic first series of the day. Short break just to sort of reconvene and have a breather before we get into what's going to be a massive match. Enterprise, Anios, after this.
れて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need, your smile what I ever love 宝物だね、約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、Your eyes tell me everything I need, your smile what I ever love 宝物だね。 溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! レオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
He gets him just in time! It is APAC Northern!
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
We return to OCE Kickoff with our second of the day coming up very shortly. It's Enterprise versus Team Anios as they battle in the upper bracket. Of course, Enterprise will go into this as heavy favorites, but we can never discount Chef Jeff. He's on that roster. Team Anios are a chance. It's as simple as that. Best of 3, though, makes it more unlikely. I think that if it were a best of 1, we could have been sitting here saying, yeah, an upset could be on the cards, but you would imagine Enterprise should be too good. It's just about putting the work in.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let's look at the teams for this particular matchup. As you're kind of alluding to, EP should be well and truly the favorites in this matchup. Such a stacked roster and the combination of international experience that these 5 have been able to obtain over the last few years is what puts them head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. It's more so just about maintaining their mental and confidence and not letting anything that might go astray, because it's probably not going to be a perfect match. Anything that might go astray doesn't compound into any bigger and further longer term issues.
Yeah, I think that it's a roster that the more that they play together, the more they'll understand who can fill what roles, who takes a back seat in this area. We spoke to Mag last week, and it's all about handling these big egos, but egos that are rightfully there for 5 incredibly talented players, many of them of which, of course, have played on roster variations with each other. So I think that the strength of this team is the fact that you don't need a Jigsaw to go and pop off 20 kills. You don't need a Brendo to do the same. You don't need a Bappa to do that. You have so much talent. The idea really is Tuhan is, I mean, it's insane how stacked this roster actually is that what you don't want to see is kind of like where Enterprise were with the older variation, where you would have 1 or 2 played well, 1 or 2 didn't play well. Too much inconsistency. You need to see all of them all sharing the same workload. We go to their opponents, Team Anios, for this matchup, who, of course, won their first game last week against Chiefs. That was a 3-map banger, but the last 2 were very dominant from Team Anios. They won Consulate and Bank 7-3, 7-1 against Chiefs after losing Chalet 7-4. Jeff's on the team. Anything can happen, but it was the likes of Proxy and Eraser who played really well last week, and they had a decent amount of firepower.
Yeah, ultimately it does go down as a successful underdog story, although the rift between them and Enterprise will be far larger, I think, than this particular matchup was. As you mentioned, we had a couple of star players. Overall, Siege is pretty good. I think the shot calling as well from Chef was quite strong over the course of the series as well. And so for them heading into this kind of series, and I think we were talking to Chef about it in the post-match interview, is let's just go in with no expectations, no pressure. Let's just play our game, try and refine it over the course of potentially 3 maps and kind of just see where we land.
Let's go to the vetoes for this series, which maps we will be playing. We had Lair, Labs, Border before, and we're going to get a full switch up. Consulate, Fortress, and Cafe. I actually really like the Fortress pick for Enterprise, just naturally one of the newest map in the pool. So they've been in for a couple of months, a good opportunity for them to see just sort of where they're at on that map, and a good opportunity to, I think, get a live practice on it rather than just scrim only as we head into the first map, which will be Consulate.
Yeah, totally agree. I will say though, Anios not insta-banning Fortress may be indicative that either one, they were happy to kind of let it pass as a free loss and we'll play into the 3rd map, or they have actually done some prep work behind that and it could catch EP off guard. We've seen it play out and actually evolve really, really quickly, but obviously we'll turn our attention to Consulate up first. Both of these 2 teams will want to get off to a start on a well-established map in the pool where I think they'll both feel fairly confident.
I mean, looking at Anios' last game against Chiefs, right? They picked Consulate. They get that again. They allowed Fortress. Fortress just wasn't selected by Chiefs. So from their side of things, going into the map veto, they're probably happy with what they got. And the same for Enterprise. I mean, depending on if Enterprise win, but it would be a good question to ask is if they just simply look at this as a way to just sort of test out the new map. The best teams in the world have the best map pools. So Fortress is a map. If you have that in your map pool, it's one less map that you kind of have to ban away. And I think it's a good opportunity for them as we head into Consulate first up. Enterprise will be on defense. Expo Piano will be the first site selection. Big game. I mean, this would be a huge shock if Anios were to win this. A spot in the upper bracket final on the cards. And again, a reminder, as was the case last week and still is the case in terms of the name situation for Tuhan. I have to go back and find out which one is which. I have it here. So Tuhan is Aaron, Jigsaw is Mikasa, just as a reminder.
So the bans for this opening half, it's mirror Tachanka defense. Tachanka going to be more meaningful for top floor when we head there. Notable that it is Piano, though, up first, selected by EP, kind of following this trend that we're seeing established. We saw it in NA yesterday and probably some it's probably going to uptick a little bit, I think, in OCE as well, with the tertiary site selection up first from the defense to open up the match. And then in terms of the attacking bans, it is the Blitz and the Dokkaebi.
Loser of this, of course, drops to the lower bracket quarterfinal. Well, the good news for Anios, though, is that, I mean, there's just stress-free. What a start, though. Explosive from Cairo, the Nitro onto Proxy. That's one way to kind of kickstart off the series. Good start for Cairo. It's fair to say, I mean, we spoke about this last week, but Cairo goes into this roster really as the one that can kind of go under the radar. And I think that's just the best position for him to be in. Cairo's a great player.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a #1 option on a team. #2, I think he could certainly be, but he's probably the 5th option on this roster, and that's a massive luxury to have. It just means he can play more freely, he can be aggressive. If he dies, not the end of the world. Jigsaw's and your Tuhans and your Bappins of the world are all capable of getting multi-kills to make up for it.
Yeah, probably healthy for the team dynamic as well, where he feels a little less pressure and less onus to be a star player and can just focus on his role instead of maybe sensing that he has to kind of do it all, which was probably the case in some of his previous projects. Midpoint of the round, Anios have still been able to establish some okay map control, so credit to them. Enterprise, though, haven't contested it all too hard. They've peeled back further over towards the likes of CEO. Bappin over towards catering. But with that hard reach on the exterior, I anticipate he vacates, but no, he stands firm. Spots the shoulder. Does the drone see him first? No. Jump out, a success. And a down for Bappin.
Oh, that's a lovely headshot onto Shaz as well. And I love the discipline from Bappin. Instead of going back out to get the complete flush on Wizard, he just leaves him down there. That's already a win into the round for him to get that down. Chef Jeff, flawless. Yeah, I mean, that's a wonderful start for Enterprise. That's kind of a statement start against Team Anios to kind of just suggest to them, yeah, you're in for a ride here, boys. Good luck. And starting off with that Nitrosol from Cairo, just up top, yellow out through the skylight, picks up a nice early kill. Really good read and play from Bappin. Knows he's tucked into the corner, goes on drone, easy vault out. Just the decision making that you see there from players on Enterprise is just on a different level in this region.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, strong decision making, and then from an execute standpoint as well, with how strong their mechanics are and the amount of experience they have, they're able to back themselves into up the successful chance of these players actually working out. Dominant first half, and for EP, that's exactly the result they want to walk away with today. We expect resistance from Anios. I'm still pretty doubtful that it's going to be a super one-sided map, but if EP really lock in, play at their best, of course without revealing a whole lot strategically, but by just playing the fundamentals well, it is still going to be very challenging to break down when you think about the style of Consulate and starting out on attack, trying to build some momentum and confidence. EP might be able to crush them early here.
I mean, the benefit for Anios, though, is I just think that they will never at any point kind of give in or care too much. This is a good learning opportunity for the majority of these players, and they have zero pressure, zero expectation. You know, all the pressures in every single match will be on the side of Enterprise. They know that. They know they're expected to win every single series, every single map, and that's mentally tasking. Like that's a drain on the team, the players. Jigsaw with the opening kill onto Chef Jeff, and he gets to just have the license on the Vigil. 3-0 start for Jigsaw. Last week he was not even really the main factor on the team. Think back to his time on Chiefs, and it was Jigsaw 25 plus or bust, and even then sometimes they'd still lose games.
Yep. So minute down, and again, EP with a strong foundation. Similarly to the last round, Anios aren't being too flippant when it comes to getting map control or establishing that map control. I think a lot of that comes down to EP being very calculated in the amount of map they're willing to give away essentially for free, and then when they're able to bunk it down and actually lean into that utility, things start to get very, very challenging with a player down. Brendo flank opportunity, Spiral. Doesn't quite catch the timing here onto a Razor. Holding the long angle in through Pillar. Hard breach elsewhere from Wizard. is where it starts to get tough for Anios.
Just over a minute, and so far now, you know, deep into this second round since the first, there's been 0 control opportunities for Anios. Oh my god. 2 just like that. Brendo did go down. It's a 3v1 now. Shaz by himself does at least get the kill onto Tuhan. Leaves it to Jigsaw and Bappen. 4-0, 3-0 for those two respectively. And Shaz has got some time. Unlike the series that we just played out before, guys, this is a difficult 1v2 because, well, Bappen and Jigsaw are well renowned in this region as fraggers, and he doesn't even get an opportunity, Shaz. 2-0 start for Enterprise.
Yeah, I was pretty confident in setting that up as a plausible round there. Blackbeard, one of the best operators to have available in a 1 versus 2 like that, if you can isolate the ones, and it looked like that was the case, but then you factor in who those ones are against, and right up there is arguably the most mechanically skilled in the region. So Anios finding it difficult to catch a break here in the first 2 rounds. There's been glimpses through the mid-round there. At least they're down on basement with some good flush-outs, and the utility was actually quite decent, but needs to be a big emphasis early round in doing a better job if they are losing this first pick to at least get a trade, or at minimum get more meaningful map control, because at the moment it's been rough going for them, and it's making that transition towards executes very, very tough. And you need as much firepower as possible. Again, when you're going up against those really mechanically gifted anchors and the utility that they have on offer, consistently being a player down it's going to be devastating. You need to keep it even, and then you can rely a little bit more on that that synergy and that teamwork, which I think Anios actually do have in their favor.
5-0 start for Jigsaw. It's hard to kind of break these rounds down because of just how dominant Enterprise typically are in this region. A lot of the times it just simply comes down to the fact that just so much better gun in hand, their mechanics are so clean. The decision making that they obviously have as well. It's the teamwork and coordination that's going to be the big focus for me over really the year, I guess, as a whole. Is what's the strategy of the team like? You think about the best teams in this region historically have had someone like a Fisher guy, an IGL that can help facilitate the strategy side of things. Historically, you look at the 5 players that are on the roster, and they've all been absolute top fraggers at some point or another. Slow and steady from Anios. They haven't been able to bring any level of aggression early in the rounds. They're so hesitant. They know that Enterprise are going to be playing at all of these entry positions, potentially can go for runouts. Jigsaw, he's going to get tagged up, but he could just transfer back down below and gets back to full health. The power of the Scopos.
It has been more competitive, though, the early round here from Anios and obtaining control midpoint of the round. They haven't lost a pick just yet. Oh, Bappen almost had a moment of opportunity there through meeting. Lions going to lock him down. Important moment here for Bappen. If he stays and contests, probably wants to take at least one with him, may play for life. But the time as well. They're leaning into that nicely defensively here from EP. So instead of maybe focusing and emphasizing that opening pick, instead playing time. As I mentioned that, though, Brendo does fall elsewhere. Shaz took a chunk of damage, but survives, and so that shield's still up. Can Bappen win this duel? No. Well, yes, I know. It's
trade.
A trade. Good info
technically,
in the meantime from Cairo. Yeah.
Technically not a win, so at least a trade. 40 seconds, though, left into the round. And Cairo getting information on the pulse. Anios find themselves in the best position so far, 3 rounds in on Consulate.
Jigsaw back up above, so transitioning back above. Proxy down. Is it unraveling for Anios?
Well, a huge nitro, and in terms of time as well, that's when you want Proxy up. Candelas can go in towards site. He's out and permanently out. Jigsaw easy on the flank, gets rid of the Monty. And 18 seconds left for Wizard and Eraser to scramble this plant down. Thinking about the plant inside of Towers, Cairo, well, one has slipped by. That's Wizard down over towards surface. Stairs in the kit on the floor. Eraser, does he even have the time to think about grabbing this kit under pressure? Cairo comes up big for his team.
big from Cairo. That honestly, that's a really impressive round from him, and it's not just down to the clutch ability from him and the individual skill that he shows there to find 2 kills, but it's prior to that, the information that he's relaying to the team, especially Jigsaw, facilitating that flank, compound that with the Nitro as well. That's a big round from him. And it's funny, right? Because it wasn't that long ago we were discussing about how he doesn't necessarily need to be as much of a star player on this roster as maybe those in the past, but there's still room for him to have moments like that. And that's honestly a storyline that's probably consistent across essentially every player on the team. They have that potential, but they don't always have to show it so consistently or as consistently as they have in the past, given the depth of this team. And a case for Anios where it's so close, yet ultimately so far. A little bit better than the 2 rounds prior, but again, small mistakes and small imperfections look more dramatic against a team as good as EP.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You're not going to be able to get away with opportunities like that against EP in comparison to other teams. It's going to be far more difficult. Very nothing start for Enterprise. Ariza did get the opening kill in the 3rd round. We have the bans, Blackbeard, Denari. Denari used twice, Blackbeard used twice, so pretty equal and fair bans for both teams. Cairo with the 3k. Prior to that, Jigsaw had a 3k in the 2nd round as well, so the firepower already on display. 6 to Jigsaw, 4 to Cairo, 4 to Bappin. I mean, Brendo essentially is going to be like the new Fisher guy on this roster. And Tuhan at 1 and 2, you know he's going to have games where he's capable of dropping 20. But that needs to be the difficult part for this EP roster is you never really want any of them to drop 20 plus because it means that probably the other 3-4 players aren't quite performing. I say that. Jigsaw 6-0 start. Could go for a big one here.
Yeah. On the Scopos here and begins his roam over towards admin. Wasn't afraid to peel back pretty early last time out, but then re-aggressed top floor, and it was a big difference maker in being able to hit a successful flank and support Cairo on the site itself, back on that split objective. Tiptoeing around the exterior are Anios. And Dremont confirming the position here of Jigsaw, who does get caught on that cross. Is he able to drop? Yes, so good support there from Bappin. Allows Jigsaw to be alleviated of some of that pressure. Does mean, though, that there's some control for Anios. But EP haven't had to take a lot of risk to contest this.
And Lionscam will ping out on Jigsaw's position over towards Lounge. 90 seconds remaining in the round. Previous round was the slowest round that we had so far. Minute on the opening kill. Prior to that, Enterprise were able to find those early picks around the 2.5 minute mark in both of the first 2 rounds. And that's probably then a case of, well, rounds 3 and 4 now for Anios on the attack. They're just struggling to get into the building because they're just wary of the fact that Enterprise can find a kill at any moment. This will now end up being the slowest round that we've had, so it continues to get worse for Anios in that they can't really get any pacing in their own control. Under a minute left, still a 5 versus 5.
45 seconds, and there's still 10 players alive inside of the server. Cairo basement on the pulse feeding info, and a Nitro elsewhere will find a Razor. Looks good for EP at the moment. Just 2 Deathmark targets available, unfortunately, for Proxy, so a little limited in his options as well through the late round. As we see, there is that info gathering from Cairo. I can't help but feel that EP have a very strong read on this push at the moment.
These are the kind of rounds to be quite shocked if Anios walked away with a round win as the Monty pushes down yellow stairs. That Shaz. Now it's a 2-on-1 stack. Go for the guard break. Try and get that shield into an awkward position. Cairo getting overly aggressive, though. That has allowed Proxy to just push on down. Brendo throws his life away as well. There is only 5 seconds remaining. Shaz has got to go get that plant. Good shot over from Tuhan. Shaz isn't even getting the... They've just completely run out of time. I mean... That's the benefit, at least from what Cairo is doing there. Even though he does lose his life, he doesn't care about his KD number. It's like Monty's got kit, likely. Monty's now stuck yellow stairs, and there's like 10 seconds left in the round. So even if I end up dying here, it's job done for EP. Shaz can never get into sight safely to get that plant down. Timeout from Anios.
That's 4 in a row from EP. It feels like Anios are slowly chipping away and getting better as these rounds go by, but the gap is still notable at the moment. EP are such a phenomenal team, and yeah, a good example there where they play into a bit of an alternate win con of, sure, Cairo is the sacrificial lamb, but ultimately time is king when you're on defense, and they were able to drain it really, really nicely, not only in that individual play, but the likes of Jigsaw initially over towards the opposing side, and yeah, ultimately well calculated there. Anios, we'll see what they've been able to chat over that 60-second tack timeout. Next couple of rounds, pretty much in the realm of must win if they are to look competitive here on cons. It is their map selection as well. EP have elected to go to Fortress, the newest map in the pool next. And so I think it's fair to assess that EP should be very, very strong on that map. Again, with Anios letting it slide through, I don't think they'll be completely shell-shocked, but EP should be very strong map too, if not stronger than what we've seen here on Consulate in terms of the differentials. So it's unlikely to envision a third map if Anios falter here, so they need to step it up and quickly.
See if they can do anything out of the timeout.
5 seconds left
Or nothing. Again, if this were a different team, a different opposition, maybe I would say stressing, but certainly not happy with the performance. They know full well Enterprise is going to be a tall order, a tough ask. It is their map pick. You're 4-0 down. They are on the attack, though, and might be able to kind of flip things around going into the second half. You need something on the board, though. And it has to start now, realistically. 4-2 half would salvage things as Jigsaw lurking spiral. Just trying to see if he can pinch one early. Again, the pacing has gone down further and further every single round that's played. 2 minutes 34, 2 minutes 22, minute 01, 41, the time of opening deaths. So Anios, as the attacking team, can they maybe flip that script a little bit, find a bit more firepower early in these rounds, aggression to try and at least take fights against Enterprise and not be scared about losing those potential fights? So Chef Jeff, there you go. Opening kill. Their second of the half. Better play from Chef Jeff as they catch out Cairo. And Anios out of the timeout, now in a much better position as Shaz gets rid of the lurking Jigsaw. Lovely headshot on the Monty. 3 versus 5 now for EP as they might drop their first round.
Well, EP not going to give up without a fight, but unfortunately members falling. Brendo has repositioned Apoplov's second floor. This could be impactful. Needs to find multiple. Good for one. Well, he needs all 4 if he is to win this out, and not the case. Chef Jeff opened up the round, then he'll close it as well. Some good, confident firepower there from Anios. How much of that was off the back of the tack timeout? Maybe if they got to win this series, we'll be able to get an indication. But yeah, some good work just to fight for some unusual map control early on the round. I love the yellow drop, caught Cairo off guard. And then critically, as EP tried to re-aggress, tried to fight back that control, the likes of Jigsaw, Spiral, and Brendo eventually over towards yellow, they were ready, they were waiting. And they had a good read.
And that's what you need, though. Look, Enterprise are great, but they're not impossible to beat. And they made pretty quick work of them in that round. 4 players alive as well for Anios, so it was a slaughter of a round. And that's a confidence builder then for Anios to suggest, well, look what we can do, guys. If we actually push in, take fights, and we're aggressive and we take it to them, these guys are great, but they're not, impervious to being kind of defeated. You just got to build that confidence, build that belief, and that's a big round to do it in the 5th round out of the tactical timeout. 1 more to go in the half.
5 seconds to go.
And then at the same time, not only is it a confidence builder for Anios, but Enterprise as a team Could you put them on tilt? Someone's going to test them at some point. The egos, the tilt, is that going to be a factor?
I think it's going to take quite a bit to probably reach that point for EP to get truly frustrated and for it to influence their gameplay, but it's not impossible. Still in a very commanding position though at the moment. Oh, too hard. Well, that's one shot. Landed onto the Monty. And hard bridge will force him back down through electrical. Jigsaw up above with good vert. Once again, looking to leverage the scope post, which has seen a few appearances in the half so far, and I think it's been rather successful in giving Jig just the versatility to be a little more aggressive than maybe he would otherwise be, and then the versatility, of course, of reflanking, repositioning. Currently inside of admin. Chef trying to dislodge him with the Quan Hive launcher. Somewhat successful in forcing him back, but easier said than done to actually get inside of the building.
Only seconds remaining in the round. Still no contact again here in the 6th. Proxy is taken very low as Jigsaw finds the kill. Razor pushing down Spiral. As Bappin loses the battle against Chef Jeff, and elsewhere, Tuhan falls to the pistol as Shaz gets another one. The Monty is deadly with that pistol, and Wizard now allowed into server to get the plant down. Anios have been able to get plant down successfully. A Razor watching the flank as Brendo falls. It's only Jigsaw left. He does get a help of Bappin. 2v3 post plant, low on time. They clear out a Razor who was on yellow ping. Drop down into Visa now for Jigsaw. You do have to get past the Monty though in Shaz.
They need to try and isolate the Monty. Bappin's so low. Needs to be the sacrificial lamb himself to get info for Jigsaw, who actually jumps outside for the pinch. This could be big.
Got to do it, and got to do it quickly. Watching from a distance is Wizard. 13, 12, 11. There's just no time. You're not getting on that kit. Not happening. Even with that kill from Jigsaw, even with that ace from Jigsaw, there is no time remaining in the round.
Close. Very close. Mighty effort from Jigsaw, but not enough time remaining. 4-2 scoreline as we enter the roll swap timeout.
Burning bridges and falling stars, purple skylines and broken hearts. There ain't no taking that to the moon. Out here trying, but there ain't no room. No, good intentions will fall apart. Yeah. And ooh, they don't know about us. They don't know about us. Yeah. And ooh, we hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love. Yeah. 'Cause it ain't perfect, and no it ain't. And we keep working every night and day. They don't know about us. Oh, I heard them say that it would be so hard. And I can't lie, baby, they weren't wrong. No, but if 1 + 1 is 2, it's true that you got me and I got you. Oh, nothing will ever keep us apart. No, and ooh, they don't know about us. They don't know about us. And ooh, we hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love.
I don't know about that one either, guys. I'm not going to lie. We're not off to a great start with the vibe jam. I'm waiting for one where we can actually jam out and be like, add that to the playlist. Either way, Team Anios were able to jam out towards the back end of the half. It's 2 in a row for them. Signs of life, and I wouldn't say doubts creeping in for Enterprise or anything, but clearly after the first 4 rounds, it maybe seemed like it was just going to be that runaway performance, but I'm never doubting Chef Jeff again. That's for sure. And they've been able to win too. Since their tactical timeout at the end of the 4th round, of course, just barely holding on for the 6th round by basically 1 second. An insane performance from Jigsaw to even get those 2 kills. He goes to 11-1. 2-0 on entry as well. I think largely Enterprise are probably more than happy with the 4-2 half. They only need the 3 attacking rounds, which definitely are obtainable. But if Anios can make it 3 straight, this is game on territory.
Yeah. It feels like we're right on the border of this being competitive.
Well, we're on Consulate.
On the precipice of it being competitive.
Yeah.
On the edge. The bands for this second half, Glaz, Monty, Denari, and Goyo. Some interesting additions, particularly from EP. Maybe trying to mitigate some of the trap-heavy nature that will counter their more high-tempo plays. So don't hate that. Ooh, nice work from Chef earlier to deny those Selmas. Both dumped by Brendo and both dealt with by the Azami.
Yeah,
and
good
Chef can now chill in that coffin position.
Good proactiveness from Chef Jeff. Okay,
Well,
maybe a little too
bit
much.
too proactive.
Maybe a little too much. I think he was hoping that one was going to actually be repelling in on that window. It overextends and then straight into the edge ab, dead. Chef Jeff gives his life away.
Can't fault him for trying.
No, you certainly can't.
I think that's been one of their strengths. I haven't played ultra passive or scared in this matchup, which I think has been a testament to the kind of mindset that they and Chef explained to us in the interview.
I think a little bit in rounds 3 and 4, just a little bit. And then that's
Maybe
when they
some
called the
hesitance,
timeout. Yeah, and then they
Yeah.
called the timeout, and then the pace picked back up again, and they looked far more active. So I think they've gotten the picture. They can't sit back, even on defense now, and they're going to have to try and get into the face of Enterprise. Well, that's an opportunity. Cairo maybe wasn't expecting the swing over towards default, and does get a bit of damage into a Razor. Throws out his last flash, just so he can set up the air jab.
Razor red ping, so forced back. As we see positions on the overhead there. In terms of plant denial here, it's a little lacking for Anios with no Tachanka, no smoke, only the single Nitro. And Razor's position, of course, is now known to be pretty advanced. EP at this point with plenty of time and a decent read. Bappin as well lurking down below. All signs pointing towards a strong round here. Razor must hit this Nitro. And it misses. Gets caught on the door.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was intended to go through the doorway.
Yeah.
Must have just hit the top frame and got stuck. 30 seconds remaining. Don't have to worry about that nitro cell anymore. You still got Bappin down below. Well, that was a kind of a trade as Cairo is downed from the swinging shotgun of a Razor. Shaz was able to eliminate 2 hard. Cairo being on the floor means it's a 3v3 heading into the last 15 seconds. Brendo dead again. He's 1-6, but it's only down to Wizard, who's 0-5. There's his first kill off the donut, and it's a 1v1 against Jigsaw, going for the res onto Cairo. This is ambitious. Wizard can get over and deny. Cairo's got no idea where Wizard's coming from. He gets the kill onto Cairo and then clears Jigsaw, who's still on the kit. What a play from Wizard. There wasn't a lot of time left there for Jigsaw in terms of decision making. He opted to get Cairo back up, but it just put them in a position where if Cairo doesn't hit an immediate cover shot, round's done. And to give a bit of leeway to Cairo, he's got no idea where Wizard's coming from. He doesn't know where to look.
Yeah, I think he turned late, but the HP deficit means that he needs to hit an absolutely nutty shot to win out that round. It's Started off decent for EP, catching Chef. The Nitro missed from a Razor, but the swing was good. We saw EP split the push a little late. Top Spiral was successful, and it put quite a bit of pressure on Wizard. You know, as you called
All 3 in a row.
Been finding it difficult, but yeah, I mean, from a team context, it's 3 straight. We said before, if they're able to achieve that feat, it does make this quite an exciting map. So let's see if it peters out from here or whether or not any else can actually build upon it.
10 seconds to go.
And this is where the pressure's now on for Enterprise, right? Where it's like, okay, 4-0, you're absolutely dominating. It's expected. But now you got a challenger. That's 3 straight for Anios. 2 on the attack, now 1 on the defense as well to kind of start the second half. I don't think Enterprise would be worrying too much. Yeah, clutch from Wizard. Previously a clutch from Shaz, technically, but it was just more the mistiming for the final round of the second half. So, like, of the rounds that Anios have won, 2 of the 3 have been right on the line. Like, absolute razor thin margin. I think Brendo will be wanting to get off that 1-6 scoreline, though. But again, it's not as if you need him fragging anymore. I imagine he'll opt to play more of the supportive roles, even a bit more of an IGL focus.
Yeah, just get him on the vert. I think he's growing more comfortable in that role over time anyway. And in combination with Jigsaw on the Ram here, they should find some success, I think, in obtaining a bit more map control risk-free. Anios aren't contesting it all that heavily, though. When you look at their positions currently on the cards, it's very, very basement-heavy at the moment. Maybe anticipating a little action over towards server side. You see the 2-stack that side with the garage breach still closed. I don't think that's the worst read. Although we now see the rotate potentially around here from Tuhan, and that will maybe start to transmit to the defense that server's unlikely. And with the vert as well in play, I think they'll start to connect the dots here.
I'm worried for time, though, because you got the Tubarão on the board and you've still got to deal with the shockwire batteries from Proxy. Surely opening up this breach. Surely it's not. They got it opened already. Where's the Tubarão? 50 seconds. I mean, maybe because of the vert pressure above from Piano just not wanting to get close. But yeah, they've completely just given the front door over to Enterprise. Cairo pistol out on the blitz. Long angle gets rid of Shaz, who essentially AFK this round on the Tubarão. No Nitrocell, no Zoto canister, no shot. And Tuhan's just going to go straight through the breach. The plant will be successful. And even with Chef Jeff getting 1 and then now 2, surely this is still a very difficult proposition. Chef Jeff can see the kit from above. The Razor on the Solus. Would have been able to see it earlier. Chef Jeff just caught rotating back down. They just don't have the numbers or the positioning. That's a strange defensive round from Anios. Enterprise more than happy to oblige and take that one pretty comfortably.
Yeah, the staging in that round was quite good from EP. Didn't give away the plan all that early on. We saw Anios were committing pretty heavily over towards service side early, maybe still anticipating that push. And then with breach open uncontested, it was difficult because we don't see the Tubarão's POV persistently as to why the Zotas didn't work. And ultimately, the wall's going to probably get open anyway. Probably largely off the back of good ram vert and the sledge as well, making it difficult to progress forward and get within range. And then once you get in, you add in the flood that was also successful, taking down double nitro. Plants go down every day of the week, and even with Chef Jeff's heroics above, it was always going to be very, very, very difficult to get back down towards that diffuser. Good structures in place at the posts for EP. And so we return to a 2-round lead.
Yeah, 2 kills as well for Brendo in that round, just to probably have a bit more of a feel-good factor and the way things are performing for him individually. But a 5-3 lead, as you said, 2+ for Enterprise. credit to Anios, though. They've made a contest here on Consulate. It's been really good to see. After the first 4 rounds, I'm just thinking, okay, this is just going to be like a 7-1, 7-2. And even if it does end up as a 7-3, I don't think they've lost any fans from this performance of your team Anios. They've done some really nice things. So much confidence that you can take away from, you know, kind of competing and playing a good close series against Enterprise. You'll look likely to lose, but you'll look back on things that you can improve on and say, well, there's also a lot that we did right. Don't get it twisted, though, because this map's still very much alive. Anios have been very proactive. As Enterprise pick up the pace, though, they want to just go straight in towards the site. Chef Jeff Shaz will be the first to fall, even though Chef Jeff did at least get one onto 2 hump. Brando 2 in the ground. It's technically 3 standing apiece.
It is Chef Jeff in a position where he can be picked up? Unlikely, given he is on the exterior.
He's crawling. He's trying.
You got to get back in. Oh, in the meantime, Karo caught. That was very aggressive. Punished, rightly so. Advantage, Anios.
Chef Jeff, of course, will bleed out. Oh, Adrenal Surge is at least handy for Vapid and Jigsaw. Jigsaw did get the down on Eraser, but Proxy times the swing. Vapid now in a 1v2. Well, he's got a pretty good operator to help locate these defenders. Razor is not going to get brought back up. Proxy's low on health. There's a minute in the round. Bappin, this is very winnable for him. Player of his quality. This is where Proxy and Wizard just have to play together.
Yeah. Bappin has a lot of time to problem solve this. Was able to pick up a frag grenade as well. Let's see if he can work his way through this one. And if Anios can play it compact. Not give away anything too freely. Again, the power of the snake on display. Being able to flush across now.
He's got a yellow ping. He's getting intel. 30 seconds. Doesn't have Kit. Kit's very much with Anios.
Doesn't want to play into that mirror window there.
Honestly, to the point of the round where if Anios wanted to split here the two, you could. Just so that if he does at least kill one, he maybe doesn't have the time to find and kill the second. He's got to go really quickly now. He has to pick up the pace. He's taking a little too long. He's on cam as well. 5 seconds left. Bappin has been very cautious in his approach, but he's given himself no real opportunity. Yeah, he never even had a chance to win the round.
Yeah, I think whichever route he ended up deciding to go to and the order in which he did it didn't help himself. It was just a little bit unlucky, right? He runs into the mirror, then he has to go the other way. There's banshees, there's default cams. Yeah, it was rough.
He had a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I suppose, but
into the band's 4-5 scoreline as Anios are right in this game. Thorn and Ying banned out. The confidence would be sky high right now for Team Anios. Even saw the question mark from Chef Jeff at the end of that round, questioning Bappin's play as we head to CO and meeting.
Attackers need to locate.
Can they equalize then? That's the golden question. They're keeping EP pretty honest so far. And I think that would maybe start to flicker a little bit more towards pressure if they are able to mount that on the scoreboard. I think just having that at the top of their minds, the 5-5 scoreline would be a reminder that they have to show Anios respect. They have that strong, very strong Dark Horse label for a reason. They've been on the up back half of 25 and with promise heading into this 26 season. Yes, EP is stacked. They've got the best players, renowned coach, but they still have to do well on game day and execute. To be fair, they've been playing super poor. A lot of this has been Anios actually improving it at quite a rapid pace over the course of the map, but EP need to be the ones to now be on the front foot and not be the ones playing catch-up.
They just look a little bit susceptible at the moment. Jigsaw with 15. Surely this wouldn't be the old Chiefs Jigsaw classic where he drops 20 and they lose. Been a real solid team effort though from Team Anios. No one with 8 or more kills. 7 for Chef Jeff, 7 for Shaz, 6 for Eraser, 4 for Wizard, and 3 for Proxy. Oh, what an angle from Bappa though. That is an incredible angle to get rid of Chef Jeff on the Azami. Opening kill for Enterprise. Needed that one. Oh, timing on the swing for Jigsaw. And if he had just gone in maybe a second later, he probably gets that kill while swinging in. Adrenal Search activated from Tuhan.
So admin across. And we'll see if EP are able to better formulate the plan here if default ends up being the primary option for them, standing in the way. Anios with double Nitro on this occasion, and cast our minds back last time that Razor missed his. Hopefully he'll be able to find the lineup this time, and if Wizard 2 can be in a position to have impact with his, EP may need to switch up their game plan late, dependent on what positions they may hold elsewhere. Bappin will persist down below. This is pretty typical to have the Deimos to disrupt against those Nitros and those anchors on the site. And they may even commit somebody elsewhere for the split push in through yellow. Time management good for EP. Now it's all about conversion. 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, don't leave too little time on the clock remaining. Even though it's a 4 versus 5. Pressure from below. Bappin doing a decent job on the Deimos. Deathmark on the Proxy and got him to half health. Vending cleared out, and Cairo towards default inside a meeting, but he can't get out alive. Double kill Nitro from a Razor. There is, though, the response from EP, but another Nitro has hit Jigsaw as he falls. It's Bappin in a 1v2 again, but instead of a minute, he's got 20 seconds. At least this time does have the kit in hand. Deathmark to go out onto Wizard. Up close, he now knows that Proxy is there as well. 9 seconds, does get the kill onto Wizard. Proxy running around. 5 seconds for Bappin to get this plant. Has to stick at default. Will there be time for Proxy to get over there? Indeed there will be, and he has him trapped in the corner. It's all down to the swing. Bappin hits with the Vendetta. EP get onto match point. This time Bappin clutches.
That's a massive clutch. The micromanagement there in the 1v2 to go for the death mark, to use that frag grenade for the dislodge, and then to ensure that he has his bases covered, and then finds the kill as the swing executes, then follows that up by committing to the plant. But he created that space early. He knows he has the pocket to go for the plant, and it was successful. Replay package of that prior round. He was also the one to kickstart it with a clean shot onto Chef. The defensive work from Anios and the util usage was great. Big improvement in that department with both Nitros landing, finding 3 kills total. But ultimately, Bappin able to hit the clutch. EP now with map point.
And well, into a rehost, unfortunately, as well, just prior to give us a little bit of time on Consulate to build up the tension. A huge round for Bappin, but the story right now for me in this game is Anios. It's got to be on them. They've only had 3 opening kills, guys, throughout this entire map. They've had 2 clutches, and they've been able to get 4 rounds on the board against this super power team in the Oceanic region. The rounds as well have been close at times. No more than that 1v2 clutch for Bappin. If he doesn't clutch up there, it would have been for Anios 5 of the last 6 rounds. Like, that's where it would have been sitting for Enterprise going into the last couple on Consulate. Huge clutch for Bappin. Do they get the job done from here?
Yeah, big question. Dicey round for sure, but now the onus is on Anios being able to respond and continue this map a little longer. Rio is currently in progress. I believe it was due to a missed tactical timeout call. And so we'll rebuild the lobby, get all 10 players back inside, and then that timeout can resume. I'm fairly certain it was called, of course, by EP, as Anios used theirs prior, if I cast my mind back to the first half.
Round. And that was where things turned. They won 3 rounds straight after that tactical timeout, 4 of the next 5, up until the round that we just saw play out with the BAP and clutch. Yeah, I mean, I think EP will know they've done a lot right in this game. Like 10 rounds have been played. They've got 7 opening kills. They've got 2 plants down in 4 rounds. They've been able to have 4 rounds with multi-kills compared to the 1 for Team Adios. So a 6-4 scoreline, but you look at a lot of the numbers and it's just very one-sided. Like it's actually, when we kind of look at the statistics, a dominant performance from Enterprise, but to the credit of Adios, they've just been able to keep digging away. It's very gritty. We're seeing like these double nitrocell kills and these big impact moments. Chef Jeff has been able to get 2 opening kills at various points, and they've converted on those 2 rounds that he was able to get those early picks. I don't even think the difference is Jigsaw, who's 16-5. Like a lot of the kills that he's been able to get, most of those were back in the first half, and he got an ace in the round that they lost. How often does that happen? How often do you see a player get 5 kills but lose the round? It doesn't happen all that often, but it happened, right? Like they don't even get a round win for that, for those 5 kills. He had a 3K in a different round as well. So that's half of his kills came in 2 rounds, and one of those rounds you didn't even win. So he's put in obviously a great shift. He's been playing incredibly well. He's been the standout, but in a 6-4 scoreline, he's not the sole difference. And where I'm kind of trying to get with this, guys, is that it's just been so dominant from EP, yet Anios are clinging on, and that's the credit to that roster.
Yeah. Well, I can only assume that we're getting closer towards the resumption of this opening map. And indeed, we are just getting ready checks from the players, so it shouldn't be a couple of seconds from jumping into the action. Quick reminder as well, this is a best of 3. Consulate map number 1, the selection of Team Anios. Fortress up next, the selection of Enterprise. And if required, it will be Cafe as the decider. But I think it's pretty fair to say that if Anios aren't able to push this to OT, go on to win the opening map, it's tricky to envision a win on Fortress. Sure, yes, it's a newer map, so making predictions is a little bit more challenging. But I think just the confidence that EP, to me, are kind of showing in this Veto, in a region where typically teams will hide maps until the very, very end, especially new maps. They must be feeling pretty good on that. So I imagine they'll get that result done in a 2-0, but they still have to get this first map done. Chef Jeff and co have shown good resilience at times, and I don't think they're going to go down without a fight here off the back of what was a very close loss in that most recent round.
Well, I think that gone are the days of hiding maps at the very least. I'm sure there are certain strats that maybe still get saved, like very niche strats where you're like, oh, let's save that for a rainy day. But in terms of hiding maps, I think surely those days are gone. I think you'd rather actually show your strength on a map and say, well, we can play Fortress, so you're going to have to ban that away, and we can play this map, so you're going to have to ban. And so when it's almost like a psychology thing, you get to the map veto stage and it's like, well, what do we play against EP? They can play everything. So then it just comes down to you probably end up wanting to play your own strong maps. Well, guess what? Because they can play everything, they're going to ban your strong maps. So now you're going to be playing on your mid-level maps, which may end up in turn being very strong maps for Enterprise. And so whereas if you're hiding certain maps, I really don't see where the benefit is. You go to an international event and you haven't played Fortress because you think you've been doing good in scrims. Well, to add extra information, well, scrims in this region are of great quality, right? It's been spoken about, it's well known. So there's literally no point to hide a map for a team like Enterprise and think, okay, well, we've got this map in the bank for international events. You go and play it against an SAL team or an EML team. They're going to absolutely roll all over you. So I think it's a really good decision for them to bring out Fortress in the next map to follow. And then that way you can also iron out the kinks. I'm sure there's going to be, you know, little things that they'll then be able to work on the map, just, you know, little positioning things or site operator selections, who plays where, all of those contingencies that get sorted out as you play it more often. And we're back underway. CO meeting will be the site choice for Team Anios. Apologize for the small delay.
Yeah, back in we go. I am presuming that the lobby there was manually paused so that the tech timeout could be taken. And so operating under that assumption, EP have had an opportunity now to have a chat about what their attacking strat will be into this, hopefully for them, final round. We return to top floor, so Anios are backing themselves in for the repeat. Last round was so incredibly close. The Nitro denial was perfect. It was a big heroic effort from Bapid in the 1 versus 2 to break the cross and clutch up post-plant. I do wonder if EP now go for an alternate strat here on this site. When you consider the operators that they're bringing, it may be indicative of a little bit more pressure over towards yellow side and CEO. And into this kind of lineup, lacking it to tanker or a smoke, it could be a valid plan.
Well, after the 4-0 start for Enterprise, I really thought this was just going to be a pretty clean sweep match. And now that it hasn't been, I almost don't really want it to end. This is a good opportunity for Team Anios. I'll tell you what, though, they're really showcasing that they have the potential of making the grand final. Well and truly, this roster for Anios is looking really solid. They, of course, defeated Chiefs back on the first day. They're pushing Enterprise here in Consulate. If they do lose the series, they do unfortunately drop lower bracket and will have to be very good for what would be at least 3 best-of-3s in the lower bracket to then make the grand final as Jigsaw repels in towards admin. Seems like admin across will be the play again for Enterprise. It is the repeat bomb site for Anios after losing CO meeting to the clutch of Bappen.
Jeff, key moment of the round. The tuck-in's unknown. This is a free kill. Veto has no idea.
Oh, but he gets one onto a Razor. Chef Jeff up close, gets at least the trade. But a Razor does go down, and, well, straight into CO goes Tuhan. Up close, Wizard. Nitrocell should get the kill, and does. Good reaction from Wizard. He had the one and only Nitrocell. That's now Kit stuck over CO, but somehow Jigsaw wins that battle against Chef Jeff. Traded, though, by Shaz. And it seems like we will get a little more action on Consulate down to Bappen and Cairo.
Wow. AP try and go for the sneak attack, and it doesn't quite work out. Anios are clued in and ready to go, and now have the advantage. 40 seconds on the clock, 3 targets for Bappen. And then these two could certainly combine for a clutch attempt, but a wall of util standing in their way. It starts to look pretty rough for them from this point onwards, relying on another clutch. 30 seconds, Cairo down. Bappen, it's another.
Couldn't again. He couldn't again, could he? This time to win the map for his team. From 1 failed clutch attempt to then 2 straight confirmed from Bappen. Quickly becoming an all-star in this region. Well, he makes amends for a round in which he couldn't really get going with a minute in a 1v2. It's then clutch. Bappen is the sole reason why EP closed out Consulate 7-4.
out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh,
impact.
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Eski gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, to the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
this region has got to offer.
Well, speaking of what this region has to offer, it has Bappin, apparently, the clutch minister. He may now be called after the last 2 rounds. And funnily enough, guys, it came after, of course, the potential clutch attempt the round prior to that in the 9th round where time ran out. He had 1 minute and 10 seconds in a 1v2. Obviously didn't make the most of that time, but then he made the most of it in the 2 opportunities that presented in the 2 rounds after that.
Yeah, he stepped up when it mattered. Anios were able to chip away at this match pretty confidently and build a streak at one point of 3 rounds consecutively, those being 5, 6, 7, but EP were able to fight. They called a timely tack timeout late in the piece as well, and yes, it was reliant on some big individual moments, especially from Bappin, and Jigsaw as well was hitting the scoreboard massively throughout that map, but I think a testament to the skill that these boys have, and as much as it hurts for Anios, that's the position they now need to fight out of.
Alrighty, well, we're going to head into Fortress for the second map of this series as EP were able to take away Team Anios' map on Consulate. It's not as if they're heading to a home favorite map or anything like that. They get an opportunity to kind of see where they're at now on Fortress. And so go into this still as the favorites. Nevertheless, Anios, though, to their credit, and need to give them their flowers, I thought they played incredibly well in Consulate when they were 4-0 down first 4 rounds. You know, were pretty dominant, let's be honest. I think then they responded after the timeout. They won 3 straight, 4 of the next 5. Had an opportunity technically in those last 2 rounds that it came down to BAP and clutches that they'd probably feel like that 7-4 scoreline and maybe isn't truly reflective as to how close that game actually ended up being towards the end. Certainly didn't start close, but I think it really did end close. That might give them confidence going into Fortress.
Yeah, maybe. Again, it's very difficult to assess on a map like Fortress, newest in the pool. We really don't have any knowledge that's public or outright, really, that these teams have on this map in terms of scrims, their opposition, how well they've been playing, what kind of strategies they're going to employ. Are they ripping strats from other regions? Have they got some new stuff to show? We really just don't know. So there is potentially a world in which Anios have left this through in the map pool with the expectation of playing it and playing it well. I still don't think that is the case, and it's more so EP looking to flex their muscles here on Fortress early and you know, play a pretty standard kind of meta that we've seen develop since SI, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Given that they're starting out on defense, there is that world in which Anios can try and establish some pressure. The bans for this first half, it is the Monty and the Glaz. Both are really phenomenal operators on breaking through some of the choke points here on Fortress. And then on the side of defense, it's the Bandit and the Kayed. It means that the clash persists. It's brought out in round 1. Wizard hiding that in the prep phase.
I have to imagine as well for Enterprise, they're probably more than happy that they're going to be attacking in this first half and getting to kind of test some things out. Defense on Fortress has been pretty rock solid across all regions. And so you don't really want a situation, I think, where you go like 5-1 up and then you kind of close it out pretty quickly then in the second half. This will give them a good 6 rounds on attack to see what they can do. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 3-3 half, maybe even 4-2 to Anios. Razor with the opening kill on to 2hunt. Cairo also half health already on the blitz, and not a great start for Enterprise. Certainly a good one for Anios. All right, just through games dorms at the moment. This command bathroom is the site here in the opening round. Wizard got taken very low on the clash. He needs to now be very careful.
Yeah, big loss for EP though. The only hard breach available for them now in the grave. Big reliance on the likes of Karian being able to create space on the blitz. Split pressure probably going to be the name of the game, and then maybe if they can flare a bit of vert, that could work. Bappin currently down below first floor. This is going to be a tough challenge for EP. There is the blitz though, getting in on the action. Chef Jeff falls, and as seen prior, Wizard is very low on HP. It won't take much to find that kill either, provided you will have the protection of the shield, which will aid greatly, and there's no tick util necessarily from the attack that will be able to find that kill. Unless Bappa does something cheeky with a shock drone, for instance, but even that's a bit of a Hail Mary.
Under a minute remaining. And there goes Proxy at the hands of Jigsaw. As Wizard low on health, the clash is not really going to be a fortified position. It should be relatively comfortable to deal with that later in the round. Cairo taken down. Knees were showing and dealt with by Shaz. Brings it back to 3v3. Bappin gets rid of a Razor, so no more gas babes as Wizard falls, and that's just quick succession. Jigsaw and Bappin combining at the end of the round. It's Enterprise that will kickstart Fortress with the round win. Certainly had to work for it. Some good moments from Anios, but EP take the first round.
Yeah, able to collapse onto that site really, really nicely. Once they were able to put Wizard in an awkward position, it meant that Anios couldn't really leverage that as much. And even despite some of the problems that we saw in terms of hard breach there from EP, ultimately those were alleviated with the kind of crossfires that they were able to establish. So credit for them in achieving that in round number 1. And honestly, it's probably a little bit scary for Anios, right? Given that they found the opening kill early into the round, primary hard breach, and even despite that, they still weren't able to convert the round.
Jigsaw's going to bring out the Solid Snake, accompanied by Bappin on the Deimos. Never mind, he will switch very last second onto the Twitch. And so eyes will be on Jigsaw as he moves throughout the building. Dorm's Game's second site. Jigsaw still at his very best heading into the 2026 campaign. 19-7. Across the two maps, 2-0 on entry, 3-1 on entry for Cairo, 1-0 on entry for Bappin. I have, for the most part, been able to win the majority of the opening duels, but was not the case in that previous round. Razor found the early kill on Tuhan.
No enemies detected nearby.
Like it says, no enemies detected nearby, but it does actually detect an enemy.
And with that, AP have a pretty strong read on the extension being deployed here from Proxy and Co. And Bappin now looking to action off that information and take the duel. And Proxy being flushed back here through bathroom. Ground now to be taken pretty swiftly from EP. More information gathered and relayed by Jigsaw. This is a lot of pressure mounting from EP.
Well, Proxy got to be so careful. He just gets caught out in the open. Jigsaw will put an end to him. Good pressure from the Snake. Jigsaw finds the opening kill halfway through this second round. Gets that radar back up again and wants to put on more pressure to the defense. What's Chef Jeff cooking up here, though? He's going to be careful because Tuhan's pretty close by, and he's just going to walk around the doorway. Chef Jeff immediately retreats. You can see him in the camera basically screaming and calling out communications. But he does get back to briefing safely and then finds the kill onto Jigsaw. Big little moment from Chef Jeff.
Yeah. 60 seconds now. It's a reset, 4-4. Still primary hard breach up, and Cairo very low on HP.
Oh, Chefy Jeffy.
He's on a bit of a run of form here in round number 2. Difference makeup. 45 seconds now for EP to respond.
Checks outside, no one there. Exothermic towards bathroom to open up. 30 seconds. Advantage with Anios. Well, Bappin's been the man of the hour. Jigsaw's got the majority of the kills, but Bappin's probably got the most critical kills for his team. This time, though, unable to land a shot. And this time, Wizard on the clash. Far more impact. 1-1 as Anios are on the board here on Fortress.
Yeah, nice work there from Chef, given the license to be a little bit more aggressive. And it was tempered, and it initially finds information and then backs it up with a couple of kills. And then those on site spearheaded with the clash, showing good ankle work and not giving away freebies to EP.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
1-1 scoreline. Rotation back to command.
And again, as what we saw on Consulate, Aneos are in this, and I think they've gotten that confidence to know now that there's not as maybe a big of gulf between the two teams as perceived, at least for these two and what we've seen so far, and at least in this match today. You know, you can make the argument with more time and on paper EP should be far too good and all of those things, but we're talking about today. That's all that matters.
5 seconds remaining.
They've been right in this game. Looking at some of the numbers for the Aneos boys, it's 11-10 for Shaz, 8-9 for Wizard, 10-11 for Chef Jeff, 9-11 for Razor. It's only Proxy that's kind of struggled a little bit. 4-10, 0-3 on entry, which is a big reason then probably why he's 4-10, because there's a couple of rounds he's not even getting an opportunity. But that's a decent spread performance for those guys, whereas for Enterprise, yeah, 20 to Jigsaw, then it's 13 to Bappen, and then Kyra is going even at 9-9, but it's been a struggle for Tuhan. He's 3-10. Again, there's not a lot of room on this team for all of the players on Enterprise to frag out and drop 10 plus each, but 3-10 for Tuhan. That means he has been certainly struggling in this series. And 6-10 for Brendo.
So a minute down then, as AP start to poise in position. I like this from Jigsaw over towards Reno, although the barbed wire does compromise his ability to lurk forward uncontested or unknown at least to the defense. Bappen again, given the license on the Deimos down below to be disruptive, but as he tries to get the frag grenade for the confirm, it's Chef Jeff to have another big moment, confirm the kill, and with that opens up the window for the res, and that's a big flip to the way of Aneos.
And I think that's just that little moment there where Bappen's so desperate to confirm the kill. He's got the down, it's onto the Azami. 100% understand that. Nothing wrong with that. But while it's all happening, credit to Aneos just to understand he's really pushing this. He's still down there. We can get the kill. And they do that. The Voss Chaz just then so equaled up 4v4. Duhan with a decent angle. You can actually see quite a lot through sight.
I'm reloading.
Brendo just going to get peeked. Minute remaining into the round. Tuhan yet to find a kill here on Fortress. Same for Brendo. It's been a rough series for those two in particular. They do have Cairo with the black bit, so they can have shield v shield later in the round against Wizard on the Clash, who played it well in the previous round. And Razor taken low. Good clear from Brendo. Now up close, gun up from Cairo on the Blackbeard, but it's a wonderful play from Wizard. The moving and shaking Clash without the shield. 2v2. Chef Jeff, Proxy low, but Proxy, the headshot onto Jigsaw, leaves it down to Tuhan. I mentioned him at the start of this round. 3-10 in the series coming in to this round. Now needs to go to 6-10. And he can't. Proxy, headshot. Tuhan, nothing working for him as Aneos take the lead on Fortress.
Yeah, massive kill there onto Cairo, who will feel a little bit hard done by to lose that swing. I think, to be fair, Brendo winning his duel against the shotgun up close probably evened it out somewhat, but ultimately Tuhan from Breach was unable to find kills. I think a testament to Aneos and their ability to lean into the Azami, to fortify on site, to not give away anything for free. No cheap picks or angles were given. And Aneos now in the lead, but how much of a lead do they really need on Fortress defense? We'll get an answer to that as the match continues. Unfortunate for Bappen as well. The Deimos early round as he tries to confirm the kill, then gets caught. Chef Jeff finding another moment, another opportunity to have significant impact. As for that Deimos, Aneos not taking any second chances. It will be banned out for the remainder of the half, and that will maybe mitigate some of the strength that AP have been finding down below with those death marks. In terms of the vertical pressure that they're able to generate, and if they want to find it, it's going to be a little bit more challenging now. Clash as well, taken down by AP.
10 seconds to
This is definitely a good start for Anios, but I kind of framed it this way, guys, before. We said like even a 4-2 for Anios isn't probably the end of the world for Enterprise. Fortress is a strong map defensively, but they've been able to get 2 of the 3 opening kills. They've been able to deny any plant attempts from Enterprise as well. That's a really big win for them. You look back to the second half on Consulate, from the 5 rounds played, Enterprise were able to get 2 plants down successfully. Jeff 4-1. Say what you will about Chef Jeff over the years, but he's always been a very consistent player and a very confident player.
Swapping mags.
Doesn't overinvest in that position, just a little poke and prod on the defense as he moves around. Top floor by himself on the Mozzie.
Well, Chef Jeff is still lurking up above here, poses a threat encountering the vert plate on offer here from EP, but droned out and will be forced back.
Well, I like the fact he doesn't just go back down main. He actually still stays top floor. So they've droned him out, he's ran back, but now they don't know where he is again.
Yeah, positionally, he's been good here. But there's the flush and the fallback. Minute 30 on the clock. Top control EP. And Capital utility deployed by the attack. ROUs to follow. REP looking to hit site.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're 100%. As Cairo getting the plant down, Brendo was close by. ROUs can go out, and Proxy, though, gets the opening kill onto Bap, and it will be a successful plant. Cairo now goes shield up. Brendo finds 1. Tuhan again struggling. Now 1 and 4 as he lost the battle to Shaz. Cairo needs to be making the right decisions here, and he goes pistol out rather than shield up, and Proxy Shaz with those 2 kills leaves it down to Jigsaw by himself. Gets 1. 2 more required. Throws out a flash. Proxy's not going to move. He's got the cover. Jigsaw cannot hit the shot. Shaz certainly will. It's 3-1 Anios, and Shaz is loving it.
Oh, Jigsaw commits to the drop. It was a big commit at that point in time. Does not pay off. It's well locked down by Anios in the end. Successful retake. A 3-1 scoreline. And I think dismissing perhaps some of the doubts that I had as to how proficient they may be on this map. Again, there's an asterisk of how defender-sided this does end up shaping up, but they're putting their best foot forward at the moment.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be a defender-sided map in this series even still. In fact, it really showcases the defender-sided nature of Fortress just kind of currently. I think with time, and certainly by this time next year, those percentages will continue to come down. I think I referenced it sort of the other day. It's already come down about 5% from what we saw at SI, where it was like the mid-60s, or no, sorry, it was in the 60s, and now I think it's around 57% or something like that. Certainly by no means like the most defender-sided map that we've ever really had in the pool. It's certainly not in that kind of category. Just more a case of new map. Defense typically starts well on new maps, and then as teams and attacking teams figure it out, it starts to open up. We go to Dorms Games. But it is around the world completed for Anios. They dropped the opening round 3 straight since. And it's 3 of 4 with the opening kills. So what they've done really nicely is they're not presenting any early options for Enterprise to get an early pick. It is the nature of Fortress. It does, for the most part, have the defenders in and around the site. Outside of maybe 1 Romo, of which we saw Chef Jeff do that in the previous round. Still think 2 rounds for EP is all they need to set them up for the second half. And they've got 2 opportunities to do that here in rounds 5 and 6.
Jigsaw sees that the coast is clear, and he'll now make his move forward through Museum and able to reconfirm that it is in fact clear, as we have the privilege of the overhead. We can see this half is indeed vacated by the defense. Threat down below potentially from Chef with Nitro Cell in hand over towards Kitchen. So keep that in mind. He'll pre-place a Nitro for now. And with no IQ on the board for EP, that is a pretty large threat if they're able to find the timing on the side of defense.
Oh, wow.
Almost.
Jigsaw's lucky to be alive. He's on 1 HP. That's insane that he's even still up. And at the very least now, even though he's on... Look, that's still a big win for Anios. That's onto Jigsaw of all people. And they've just lost Tuhan again. He's now 1-5. That's his second opening death of the half. It's now 4 opening kills from 5 rounds for Team Anios. Skyro makes his way in towards the corridor. There's only a minute remaining in the round. Anios again just looking so well placed here defensively on Fortress. And Jigsaw, it's not like he now has the ability to run around and be aggressive. Immediate headshot anyway from Chef Jeff. EP are on the ropes here in this first half. They're about to be facing a 4-1 deficit unless Cairo and Co can bring this round back. He got one. Brendo then fell to Shaz without firing a shot. And still, it's a huge advantage right now for Anios into the last 30 seconds as the logic bomb from Bappen rings out.
Now they need to try and find 2 more kills before going for a plant, and that is easier said than done. The choke points are being exploited really nicely by Anios so far. It's 4 rounds in a row for a 4-1 lead. EP will quite eagerly be fighting for this next round, sensing that, yes, it's likely to be defender side, but 5-1 just leaves so little room for error.
Yeah, it certainly does. And all the confidence for Anios would be at boiling point going into that second half. If they're 5-1 up, they know that they can really bring the pressure to Enterprise. They have a couple of rounds that they've got banked that they can be aggressive, do some chaotic things, just something enough in a round that can kind of steal 1 and then you get to 6. Yeah, they've been really solid, really compact on the defense. Again, they're giving nothing to Enterprise here on Fortress, and that's the concern for me, is that, you know, for Enterprise, I think they're a really, really good team. If you were to take them, if this were like Border and Anios were trying to play the doorways and the windows and things like that, I think Enterprise would punish that sort of defensive mindset, but you don't really play that way here on Fortress. It's more site focus, it's more compact, and that's where Anios have shown some really good strength. Cafe to follow after this. Need to note that as Anios are 3 rounds away from getting us to that 3rd map. If Anios were to win this series, surely they'd be favorites to make the grand final in the upper bracket. It would be Anios, Man Esports, and Shy Academy as the 3 remaining teams, guys. This is a huge game that's developing.
It's possible. I think we're still a while away from that, but it doesn't feel impossible. I think I would describe it as improbable at the moment, but it's not impossible.
Never want to doubt Chef Jeff again in my life, and he's 6-2. Shaz is 7-2. Again, though, yeah, you can put the dampener on it and say, well, defense is certainly going to be the stronger of the 2 sides. And you can see we've been kind of watching. Oh, that's an opportunity, and Jigsaw will take it. Finally, the patience pays off for Jigsaw and Enterprise. That little moment there over the last few rounds, we've been kind of watching and seeing them hold these sort of angles and just be given nothing. Well, this time Shaz gives his life away. Jigsaw was watching, ready. Advantage for EP, just their 2nd opening kill in this half, both of them from Jigsaw, but they didn't actually even convert on the previous one either.
In minute 20, hard breach opened. Quite a lot of utility that can be layered to cover plant here. 2 smokes from Brendo have Rayora gates as well that could be deployed, have a bit of coverage over towards cannon side. Make that work. Rest of the team will be patient. Still 2 gas babes available. Jigsaw almost with another kill. Gas babes now deployed again from a Razor. Minute on the clock. And Brendo falls on that pinch.
Oh no, he couldn't make that cross.
Completely fallen apart, and Bappen needs to clutch again. Another 1 versus 2.
Technically, it was, I guess, a 1v4 to kind of begin with. He gets the 2 kills. Now 2 more left, 40 seconds. It's all down to Bappen. The difference between a 5-1 half and a 4-2 half is absolutely huge. in the grand scheme of things.
Flash.
As Wizard and Eraser will play together. And it was his final flash. He's just trying to figure out which is the best way to push. One done, one more to go. Up close shotgun though, Wizard. What have you got against Bappin? He turns the wrong way. Bappin gets the freebie, shoots him in the back. He's done it again. The clutch minister of this region.
Whoa.
Yeah, we need a new radio DJ person. I'm going to just formally fire them on the spot. We need to do something different. This is just, it's not working. It is not working. I need suggestions. We need, like, forget the poll of, like, whether this is in the playlist. We just need straight up actual polls of, like, vote for songs that are, like, actual songs. I'm losing my mind here.
I don't know. That song was pretty hype after the Bappin 1v4. Well, anyway, here is a replay back of that last round of the half. Completely fell apart. EP capitulating in the final minute. And then Bappin, a snappy 2k. Then had a Razor and Wizard isolated. 1v2 gets the first and the footstep bait onto Wizard, who looks the wrong way. And it's another big clutch from Bappin. In the context of the map and the series, a 5-1 looked pretty dire. Sure, again, it's probably going to be defender side, but it's so little room for error. Now they've at least given themselves a chance where if the tertiary, for instance, goes astray, it's not going to be as impactful.
Yeah, and getting that round win as well, super important just for probably the mental for Enterprise too, to not feel as if things are kind of going against them. Down 5-1, their map pick, clearly trying to try things out here on Fortress. And yeah, 4-2 half, I kind of touched on it before we even got underway in this map, because of the defender-sided nature of Fortress is probably about right. But I also probably feel like they could have and should have been at 5-1. Into the second half, they'll get their opportunity now on the attack. Jazz will go on to his shields. Very good shield player.
So what do Anios then have to offer here on attack? It's the Blitz straight up here over towards Tower Stairs, but being contested immediately by EP.
Good angle.
Ari dealt with, and yeah, clean from Chef Jeff. He's had some very clean moments so far here on Fortress. Impactful kills across the board.
And that's now 0-3 on entry battles for Tuhan, 1-7 overall. If he's not on tilt, he's actively trying to avoid being on tilt. It's one or the other, guys, like, because this has been a horror show for him on Fortress. And it's giving Anios another early advantage. They've absolutely dominated the early battles here on Fortress. Cairo gets rid of a Razor. Jigsaw doing what he does best as he gets the kill onto Proxy. And it gives the advantage over to Enterprise. Not what Anios needed after finding the early kill, which would have given them a great start to this second half. Fall away from Brendo. Talk about the timing as he was getting aggressed upon. Wizard taking a bit of damage over towards Renault. And holds a very tight angle. Balls away. Under a minute remaining here to kickstart the second half as Enterprise look to lock down the site. More damage into Wizard.
So 45 seconds on the board. Shaz must find value, but he is in the grave. Chef Jeff, another kill, but quickly dealt with. Good work from EP. Confident start to defense.
Yeah, I mean, big round from Jigsaw. And I kind of mentioned back on the first map of Consulate, like, he dropped 17 kills. He probably wasn't the sole reason why they won. You could make the argument it was probably because of Bappin, to be honest, in the end. But I feel like his kills here on Fortress are having far more of an impact because the game and the rounds have been probably far closer in general, and they didn't get that, you know, fresh 4-0 lead. He's certainly having far more impactful kills as he's now crossed double digits. He's up to 10, first in the lobby to do so. Chef Jeff pretty close behind him with 9. That was his first multi-kill round as well, with 3 in that round, and needed it. Yeah, Chef Jeff gets the opening kill. Tuhan again goes down early. A little bit of a scrap in the middle portion of the round, and that's when Jigsaw was doing his best work. So a big round from him. And honestly, right now, the big strength of this Enterprise roster in the 2 maps has been you've got Jigsaw doing a lot of that sort of brute force. He's getting a lot of kills. And then you've got someone like Bappin who's kind of finishing off a lot of that work and clutching and winning 1v2s and 1v3s. So you've kind of got someone who can start really well and someone who can end really well. And then the rest can kind of slot in and around them. They really do need Tuhan to kind of fire up a little bit, though. 1-7 here on Fortress. 4 and 15 for a 50 EPS across both maps. Player of his
he had a bit of
quality, you don't see this too often.
Yeah, he had a bit of a rough go of things in terms of the primary hard breach back in that first half as well, but a tricky role to play on a map like Fortress. So again, over towards Tower Stairs. It's Shaz on the Blitz. And it's Bappin to play first contact, but he falls back. Jigsaw not as easily initially, but you can see just how more proactive this defense is in comparison to Anios. It's not too much more risky, but they're able to get a little bit more value, waste a fraction more time, and those small percentages can compound over time and just drain that clock. And still Anios finding it tricky to fight their way forward. Jigsaw doing his best to not overpeak. Chef Jeff eager to contest. But Jigsaw will retreat alongside Bappin.
Logic Bomb doesn't really net too much for Anios, but they can take a bit more space. The Shaz continues to try and push forward. They are playing behind and around this Blitz shield. The smoke goes out, and Erase is going to be a power play later in the round. Still 2 more smokes with Shaz. Logic Bomb as well, so decent utility for the attacking team. Still remains a bit of feet damage from Jigsaw onto Shaz. He's proving to be the nuisance at the moment. Oh, he's got to be careful though, crossing this window. Luckily barricaded. Shots fly around him, but not through him. 60 seconds left.
Bappin.
Oh, nice Nitrocell. That is a wonderful Nitrocell. There you go, Tuhan. That's a big way to get your second kill. Right over the top of Bappin. And gets it onto Wizard. Razor, though, does end up clearing out Bappin's position. Does take a bit of damage for it. Chef Jeff will fall to Jigsaw on the move over towards Dorms. And again for Anios, outnumbered when it comes time to actually hit the site.
And with the Clash still standing, this is looking increasingly difficult for the attack. The guys to go forward, but the shield now standing. Can Shaz get in a position to plant?
Don't have any smokes to play off for the power play on the Glaz either. He's just kind of dry swinging it. Jigsaw ended up getting rid of him. He gets another one as well. Jigsaw doing what he does best, just carving through the opposition, and suddenly it's now 4-4. No surprise, really, when we considered this was going to favor the defense. It certainly has been the case. Only 2 attacking rounds have been found on Fortress so far, both of those from Enterprise. As they start 2-0 on the defense in the second half, forces a Team Anios timeout.
Well, at least so far. Again, we haven't seen the tertiary just yet, so I won't come to a full conclusion, but it does feel like it is going to be very defender-sided, and if that is to be the case, it's very favorable for EP. They've looked rock solid here in denying early map control for free. They're peeling back efficiently and providing really good pressure. They're not having to take massive risk. There was a little bit of it in that round, like Bapid's advanced position, and 2E there's a big reliance on him hitting that nitro. But when they need to answer the call of providing a bit of aggression and executing, they are doing that successfully. They retained the Clash nicely late. I anticipate that to probably be banned out after this round. And so overall, it's been good work from EP, but this is the real tester, and likely why the attack timeout was called on the opposing side is let's lock in Anios. Let's try and find a way to win this tertiary and apply some pressure back. It's a very difficult site to maintain control. Holding Vert up above is tricky. It's powerful, but it's very, very difficult. So retakes may be on the cards. I like the lineup here from EP in terms of the Clash. With the castle, for instance, they can look to extend horizontally a little bit more, and I think that's probably going to be the game plan for them, is to establish a big footprint on a wide portion of the map and maybe not play as heavily up above, but leave that as an option late, especially with the likes of the Souls available.
5 seconds left.
The last time you think back that Anios took their time out on Consulate, they went on a 3-round winning streak. You know, if they can do that again, they could potentially take this out, but I can't envision it happening on the attacking side. So round number 9. Go to Waiting in Cafe, which we only saw once in the first half. It was successfully defended by Team Anios. And that was in a post plant as well. Big round from Shaz as he got 3 kills in that round. I think this is going to be the site on Fortress where you can certainly have a little bit more roam options. This will be Jigsaw on the Soulless. 13-6, and across the 2 maps now, guys, he's crossed 30 kills. 4-0 on entry as well.
yeah, certainly been impressive. Big numbers. But not just a solo effort from EP this afternoon. It's been pretty well-rounded, and some highlight moments from others, namely Bappen. Minute 45 remaining in this round. And it's top floor control and presence and focus from Anios. But that was the game plan from EP. They aren't contesting above. They're not investing utility there on the vert. It's purely horizontal, then likely with the potential for late flanks and retake potential up above later on in the round, either during the plan or in the post. And that's where the Solus is primed and ready. That's the game plan from EP. So it's all about seeing if they can stall out the plan's attempt or even deny it. And then they should be in quite a commanding position if Solus is unaccounted for.
Well, Brendo's got to be careful. He just gets poked a little bit and he's not quite sure where from. Not a lot of time left in this round for Team Anios. And need to still be mindful of Jigsaw up on this second floor. Same with Brendo as well, main stairs. Cairo up close, got blinded, but Shaz went down to Tuhan. Good cover from Tuhan to help out Cairo. The teamwork is there. Good synergy for Enterprise. Jigsaw got rid of Chef Jeff, cleared him out, and he goes to 31 kills now in the series. He does fall to Eraser. Keeps this round alive for Anios. Cairo is very much stuck inside of Infirmary. Help from Bappin. And Cairo can go shotgun back up, and Bappin finds another one. That could have been Cairo's, but he just got shoulder tagged, and he was low on health. Wizard for his own potential clutch attempt, but 10 seconds left. Tuhan is back. A big couple of rounds from Tuhan after he started 1-7. He now goes to 4-7. And for Enterprise, 5-4, as they've now made it 4 rounds straight.
I can't help but shake the feeling that that is maybe the unofficial endpoint of this match, with EP now being able to rotate back to the primaries and how strong they've looked across this defensive half so far. We need to see a big switch up from Anios, and when we theorize that could maybe come off the back of the TAC timeout, as we saw in Consulate, but unfortunately that conversion has not landed this time around, making it even more difficult. Additional bans for the remainder of this half. It's Mirror and Blitz, so the clash will remain, but not here for round number 10. EP in a strong position, even if the scoreboard probably at least suggests, if you are just tuning in, that it is very, very close, and it has been at times, just given the circumstances around defense plus primary sites and the way and the fashion in which this has played out so far, where it's been largely dominated by EP over the last couple of rounds. It's going to have to be a big shift for Anios here.
Left before insertion.
I mean, they've shown back on Consulate that they, kind of have the ability to do that, and on both sides. They got 2 attacking rounds on Consulate, they got 2 defensive rounds on Consulate, and it was on defense Consulate where they kind of gave up those clutch rounds to Bappin. And Fortress attack is clearly proving to be a whole different beast. Still, 9 rounds played, only 2 attacking rounds found, but those in the first half. And again, this is the difference between that Bappin clutch at the end of that first half. If he doesn't get that clutch, it's 5-4 the other way still. So you still got more room and more time. But at 4-2 now, of course, they've given up the lead, and there's no more time now. It's go time for Anios. They have to get on the board here, otherwise they're in that 6-4 situation again, as the Nitrocell avoided for the most part, but a bit of damage onto Wizard. But they've just kind of ground to a halt here in this second half. 3 alive, 4 alive, 3 alive on the defense for Enterprise. None of the rounds have been particularly close. The opening kill times have dropped off massively in the last 2 rounds. 55 seconds, 45 seconds. In the first half, no opening kill was under the minute mark.
So the Blackbeard then posing questions of the defense, but generally speaking, EP have been dealing with these shields pretty effectively and efficiently so far. And so far, it's shaping up to be a pretty similar attacking approach here from Anios, which I can't help but feel is going to favor EP. Eraser, their point of difference with the Ying and the Candela's cooks on the backside, but he doesn't action off the back of that directly. Shaz continues to posture. 70 seconds on the clock, so time not a massive concern. And still a decent pocket of util that can be laid here by the attack. But EP are not being massively pressured, and with that, I see Wizard fall. Diffuser on the ground, 4v4.
And that was 4 kills in a row for Tuhan, so good for his own confidence. Deserved pushing through what's obviously not been one of his best series of all time. Proxy catches Cairo in the back. What not the board? Bapper losing his battle to Proxy as well. And suddenly, Anios have been able to open up an opportunity in this 10th round. 3 versus 2. But of the 2, one of them is Jigsaw. They have at least dealt with the Clutch King in Bappin. Oh, Chef Jeff headshot onto Brendo. Jigsaw has 25 seconds to navigate a 1v3. The Blackbeard is the biggest nuisance, as Chef Jeff can go for the plant inside of Commanders. There's nothing Jigsaw can do to stop that. Plant will go down. Shaz again takes another bullet to the toe, but he's kept himself alive on the Blackbeard and done a really good job of keeping Jigsaw at bay. Now watching is Proxy. But Proxy gets his head ripped off. And Jigsaw should know that Shaz is low. Couple more shots. Oh, and a flick turnaround shot onto Shaz. 1 versus 1. Surely it can't happen again. Jeffy taking on Jigsaw. 18 on the clock in the post plant. Jigsaw's going to get on it. Force Chef Jeff to get close. Flash thrown out. Jigsaw's full white. No time. The air jab as well. And Jigsaw runs out of time.
Good work from Chef. Wow. And you can see how much it means to them to get a close round across the line. I love the confidence and the bravado in which they went sort of through the late round there. Some straight up shooting really got them across the line. Some really good pinch efforts over towards Kyrie's position, for instance, and hitting some nice drive-bys to put themselves in a spot where they could recover the round and go for the plant. Blackbeard stayed alive as long as possible as well, and that certainly helped. Timeout in response from EP.
Bro, the tack timeout music's better than the halftime music. By the way, Tuhan has gotten the last 3 opening kills, so that's been a big reason for his form uptick in the second half. Good for his own confidence. I don't think Enterprise is going to be sweating by any means. It's a 5-5 scoreline. They're on defense. Okay, he dropped that one. Big ups, Chef Jeff. He's always capable of a pop-off round. He gets 3K. It's his first multi-kill round of the series. We look back at some of the highlights. Again, Tuhan getting the opening kill. And then really it was just this kind of point in the round where I think over the course of the 2 maps that have played out, and clearly there's been 20-something rounds played, usually it's Enterprise that win these kind of scrappy battles in the mid-round where it's a 3v3 or whatever. But yeah, credit Anios were able to get on top this time. They prevail. Chef Jeff goes 12-6. And he has now hit the 20 bomb mark in the series. The second best fragger, actually, only behind Jigsaw. But he's 13 kills behind Jigsaw.
10 seconds left.
So tactical timeout will conclude into round number 11. Who can put themselves in the best position to close this one out in regulation. It's another primary side on offer, though, for EP to try and flex their muscles. Again, they'll establish an extension on the opposing side of the map, on that tower side of the map. And then peel back. They may look to ramp up that aggression even further, though. It's been pretty tempered so far. I don't think they've really been pushing the limits all too much, and maybe not sensing that they need to really do that this time around. I'll sweat. Proxy getting to work with those Roteros, looking to chip away at utility. And Shaz here, with the drone ahead of him, maybe will look to drop Old Tower early here and start applying pressure closer towards this side. It may not be any kind of map clear, as you can see the positions of the attack currently, and the question then will be, to EP read into that and respond accordingly?
Such a big round for Team Anios. 10. They get to 6. Would be OT at minimum. The entry in. Chef Jeff is blinded as he sits into that smoke. He obviously wants to get his vision back to see if he can go off this power play, and he does get Brendo in the back. Big play from Chef Jeff. Sat the smoke, didn't panic, waited for the flash to expire. Cairo falls to Jeffy as well. He's on a heater. 14-6. He is locked in right now in this 11th round. And the Anios have been able to really now test this site against EP. Storm's games is so vulnerable. And Shaz will walk straight into games and go for the plant. Where is the response from Enterprise? It is non-existent. It's a snatch and run job. But Tuhan with a huge headshot swing onto Chef Jeff gives them respite, gives them an opportunity as Bappin gets involved. The Clutch King's still alive, and a chance always then for EP. He falls to Wizard, leaves it down to Tuhan. But he falls to a Razor. That's 6 on the board. Anios have got match point.
Wow. That was a really nice attack. I mean, we question what are EP doing there in terms of being able to deny the plan, and I think credit to Anios, there wasn't really much they could do with the smoke layered, the crosses held, and the Glaz critically in play. It meant that swinging into that was a death trap. They had to wait for the util and then had to wait to enter the post, and they had initial success, but because they lost so many members prior, the win percentage was dramatically reduced. Good direct attack from Anios. I love that approach. Instead of having to chip away and waste time and grind their way through all that utility, they, with the Glaz not banned out, were able to leverage that. And map point now theirs.
Pressure's on Enterprise here. Their map pick, their opportunity to get a taste of Fortress against a pretty decent opponent in the Oceanic region, and they've been well and truly tested. Chef Jeff has put in a wonderful performance, but it's not just him. 7 each for a Raider and Shaz. Proxies with 9.
5 seconds to insertion.
Is Cafe on the cards or overtime?
Defuse a bomb.
Well, AP continue to mix it up, and they go over to Waiting and Cafe for the final round of regulation, not wanting to repeat their prior efforts on Command and Dorms. So an intriguing decision. How aggressive are they wanting to play offside? Early body language from Jigsaw here suggesting very aggressive, and I think he has just been misdroned, if I'm hearing that drone correctly. Wizard. Yep. Oh. I think it was a misdrain. If Jigsaw has not moved an inch, that had to have been a misdrain. It was a little tricky to tell, but yeah, it must have been.
Absolutely was.
No, Jigsaw.
Yeah, but it's a Blackbeard. Good guard break. And a good response from Shaz. Opening pick for Anios in the map point round. And now full well have all the confidence in the world that they can take a map off Enterprise and send this to Cafe and give themselves every chance possible of pulling off a huge series win. Job's not done, but you get rid of Jigsaw, and that's a big body off the board.
Sure is. Opens up the gate now so they can get to work on the vert with the RAM. We've seen that already deployed by proxy. And now it's just about going methodically through this checklist. Start to gain information on the site. Try to think about where the endpoint is for the plant. How to want to layer this utility. A lot of it probably preset. Or at least they have some kind of read as to what they already want to go for. Oh, Bappen falls as well. That was the Warden. I was just about to mention the impact that he may be able to have in countering this Glaz, which continues to pose problems for EP, whose chances here on Fortress are now very much up in the air.
Smoke's out and they'll look for the drop. As you said, it's looking very likely that we go to Cafe unless there's another clutch attempt from EP. Kara got one, and then Tuhan gets his own. Plant will be successful, so Shaz can go shield back up on the Blackbeard. They've still got Proxy up above in Dorms as well. And Chef Jeff able to get rid of Cairo. But he does go down, so 2v2. But EP need to be wary of the time and need to play with pace here. And the fact that they still need to deal with Proxy is a concern. And Shaz, low on health. Proxy, good cover from above. Tuhan tried to go direct. Brendo, so much experience, so much knowledge. But no chance in this one as Anios takes the map against Enterprise. The new kings of the region are being pushed to the limit. All 3 maps are required in this series.
Never let him get you down. Gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. Cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe. 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a daily brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on, yeah. 데이트월 한개 하얀 벚꽃만 바랬던 날. 거꾸로서길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날. 너의 문자 사탕 같은 말. 숨길 수 없는 payday. 고소한 coffee, yes, we go on and on. Collect them all. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a daily brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right. Goes on and on, yeah. 사라질까 두려워, fight for it. To make it stay just fine, yeah, yeah.
He gets in just in time! It is APAC Norman!
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, we return for the third and final map of this series. As Team Anios able to take the map pick of Enterprise on Fortress, doing so in a 7-5 fashion. They won the last 3 rounds straight, guys, to close out Fortress just when it felt like EP probably had it. They had won 4 rounds prior to that, straight Enterprise. And then all of a sudden, I believe that was actually, again, the timeout for Team Anios, and they just rattled off 3 straight.
Yeah, a remarkable performance across the board. There were big moments from some of the key hitters from both teams. Another big couple from Bappin specifically, but of course highlighting the victors of the map, Team Anios. Chevy Jeff was leading the charge, able to net 16 kills and also 3-0 entry. He was doing it all. The Glaz was super devastating towards the tail end of that map. Enterprise did not have any answers. They eventually brought the Warden. Again, it wasn't impactful. So perhaps regretting letting the Glaz slip through the cracks. But either way, map 3, I can't believe we've made it to the 3rd. It's Cafe Dostoevsky. Let's see which one of these two can take the dub.
Yeah, and the pressure's on now for Enterprise, because if they lose this, they drop to the lower bracket. They'll have to then be perfect all the way through if they are to make the major. They would be giving up their second chance already. And it would mean for Team Anios, if they win this, you're into an upper bracket final where your upper bracket final opponent will not be Enterprise. It'll be either Man Esports, Rock LFO, or Shy Academy. And they'd probably go in as, I'll rephrase, they will go in as favorites against any of those three in an upper bracket final. They would then be in a grand final if they were to win that for a chance at the major. Can we get Chef Jeff to a major? If it's going to happen, winning this map could go a long way in making that a reality. Enterprise, defense first up. Anios, they've got the momentum.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah, they sure do.
Bombs.
I think the question that hopefully we'll get answers to within the first few rounds is, has that developed cracks in the mental of Enterprise? It's clearly been a big focal point for Mag as head of the team. It was a discussion point in the interview last play day, is with so many skilled players on the team, and no doubt the ego and the confidence that comes with that, which of course can be great when utilized correctly, but it can also lead to friction if it does encounter problems. So let's see if that is the case. Let's see how switched on they are in the first couple of rounds, and if they've been able to set aside Fortress. I think the fact that it is the newest map in the pool and it was rather competitive, that they should theoretically, especially heading back to a map like Cafe, not be too deterred, but it might knock their confidence just a little bit. And Anios clearly, again, with nothing really to lose in this matchup, they're probably sky high in terms of confidence at the moment, and are looking to play upset.
I'm sure Mag would have obviously spoken with the team throughout that break for Enterprise, just kind of refocus them, keep them with task in mind. But for Team Anios, it's just a matter of, boys, we can do this. We just took a map off these supposed best team in the region. One more map to go. And regardless of Fortress, and Consulate itself could have easily been a Team Anios win if it wasn't for those Bappa clutches. So really across the two maps, considering the map win for Anios and then probably being unfortunate to not close out Consulate, yeah, they've been in a really, really good position. This has been a very close series. I think EP might just kind of keep things a little compact to begin with in the first few rounds. Just get a feel, a test for how Anios want to play. Brando, the pretty important position towards washrooms, hits the headshot onto a Razor. That's a good start for him. And Tuhan started really slow in Fortress, but he got some form back towards the end of it. That was a good sign for EP. We'll see if he can carry that form into Cafe. Brando will fall back now as Enterprise, with that early advantage, can now very much focus their attentions back over towards Reading and Fireplace. They'll probably just keep cocktail control, White Stairs, and allow Anios to now push up through Cigar along with Bar.
Yeah, still a lot of info gathering potential up here for EP, namely Cairo down below on the pulse, Reading. He's feeding live info across for those on the White Corridor extension, and gets a kill of his own with that Nitro Cell. With that, it's very much looking like EP will get the opening round here on Cafe, and maybe dismissing doubts that their confidence hasn't been shaken.
Well, I like that call because you could see when we were watching Brando at White Stairs, he was prepared, he was peeking. As soon as that Nitro Cell connects and gets the kill onto Shaz, he just understands it's back to sight. 30 seconds, 5v3. I don't need to peek. I don't need to be here anymore. A really good fallback. Enterprise understand they got a significant advantage, that they can go back, play sight, And yeah, as you said, it really should be formalities from here. 3v5, 15 seconds. Kit was reacquired by Wizard. Probably will play the drop, but Jigsaw's already in best position. Somehow doesn't get that kill. He'd like to have that moment again. It won't really matter in the long run. Chef down the hallway. Does get one. Proxy got one as well. But again, with no time, Proxy cannot clutch this round. To the credit of Anios, they were actually able to get quite a few kills there in a 5v3 and bring it to a 1v2, but ultimately never really in a position to steal that round win.
No, not really. Look, they didn't give up. They didn't go down without a fight, and they were willing to send bodies in and try and produce something. But yeah, damage already done. 2 initial picks going the way of EP, and the tertiary site selection up first has paid dividends nicely for them and just gives them a little bit more versatility now in terms of site selection going forward. They'll double down indeed actually here for round number 2, heading over to mining and dining. And so probably anticipating much the same in terms of a top floor presence and peel. Layer some of that utility up above. Very trap heavy here from EP, so probably sensing that they might be a little susceptible to lurks on this site. And for Anios, a key decision for them now is going to be, do they continue to persist with the Glaz? They know that it was very successful back on Fortress. If they've identified this lineup, they'll know there's no Warden in play. And so Chef will commit to that Glaz once more.
Chef, of course, was the big proponent back on Fortress. He went 16-8. And you kind of touched on it, but the Glaz play was very pivotal. And so far, looking to bring that in the first 2 rounds on Cafe Attack. And Jigsaw goes for the drop, and he gets the kill onto a Razor. The jump out works for Jigsaw. Another opening kill goes the way of Enterprise to kickstart things on Cafe. Drop into top red stairs for Shaz on the Monty. Does give them finally some building control of some kind.
We can push forward.
Cairo still sitting bar. This is a very risky play for Cairo.
He does have some support though from Jigsaw, so he's not completely on an island, and Jigsaw can play this initial fight and then drop hatch if.
Oh, I don't think he got thrown down either.
No, he did. He did.
I did?
Yeah.
You sure?
Cairo didn't.
No,
but you talking about Cairo.
I was talking about Cairo, yeah. I mean, obviously Jigsaw got thrown down. He also shot it, but yeah.
Well, Jigsaw definitely was, and Cairo certainly wasn't. And so with that, EP able to net that kill, and again, they get an early advantage.
2-player advantage again for Enterprise. So far, so good on Cafe defense. It might end up being yet another map where, of course, defense is going to probably prevail for the most part. Haven't really had an opportunity in the early portion of these rounds for Anios. They're just losing players too quick, too early. So far, EP have played both second floor sites well. And this is where, this is almost textbook copy-paste from the opening round. Yeah, 2 picks, fall back, play site, under a minute left. This time, Jigsaw, bullet to the hand of Chef. Well, over the previous round, it got a little dicey towards the end. This time, it's flawless as Enterprise have been able to look very dominant to begin on Cafe in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think it's a positive sign that they've been able to refocus and reconvene over the course of that break. I can only assume that Mag has played a significant role in just refocusing the team and getting them to essentially forget Fortress or take learnings from that and reset mentally here for the 3rd map. And they haven't really missed a beat so far in the opening couple of rounds. They're finding opening kills with a breeze, really. And then the anchor work site late has been refined even further, where in round 1, they let it slip maybe a little bit towards the end. Not that it was impactful, but round number 2, they were incredibly strong. And showing good versatility in terms of the kind of sites that they're willing to play as well here on Cafe. So essentially a perfect start for EP. Down to Kitchen for round number 3, and the onus now has pretty quickly shifted towards Anios to see if they can tap into some form.
Well, they've got to make these rounds more of a contest. That's the first step.
Yeah,
you know, you're losing 2 straight away in the first 2 rounds. So 5v3s attacking in Cafe, and you don't have numbers. You don't have the full operator lineup that you want to help conjure the attack, especially on a site like, you know, Kitchen here as well. It's going to be super important. You know, what happens if you lose Chef Jeff early on? Well, you lose that first floor, you know, also the second floorboard control. You got to be very cautious as you enter the building, but at the same time, you don't want to take too long. It is full first floor stack though for Enterprise, and judging by the operator lineup, it really does suggest that they're just going to play the bunker style. Still need to be vigilant if you're Anios, top down clear, just to, you know, double check everything. Otherwise, this is, yeah, rather default for EP.
Probably just a fundamental check here from EP, try and force plan. Pretty happy to play Denial. Look to play VIP with the 2 Barrel. That's, of course, could counterplay into a potential freezer drop from Anios. Who haven't... Oh, they do have the RAM, actually. So they have pretty good versatility in terms of the vert on offer that they can establish here. Pretty standard Cafe at the moment. The round's likely going to be determined in the last portion. There is double Nitro here, so we could see EP aggress a little bit early on into the round and maybe disrupt to find entry, but given the position of Brendo and the position of Cairo, they're not really in said positions to disrupt and counter that vert at the moment.
So all 3 of the Boogie Auto breaches for Chef Jeff have been activated. Floorboards opened up, minute left. As he said, this is pretty much following the script of a Cafe game in terms of whether the determination will be as to who wins this round over the next 20 seconds or so. It's critical that Anios can find a kill or 2. Proxy having to deal with the barbed wire. Tuhan was taken incredibly low on the Clash, but if they're going freezer side, the Clash's importance is at the best of times usually to delay a bakery side hit, because you've got Cairo in VIP anyway. He goes with a close angle Nitro, and then the Blackbeard almost dealt with initially for White. Somehow Cairo got 1 and the second. He was under an immense amount of pressure. He was also sitting there wondering why his Nitro cell wasn't going off. 15 seconds left, and it's another 5 versus 3 for Enterprise. An easy drop-down kill for Tuhan, sitting in the right place, and it's back-to-back flawless for the best team in the region. After they were tested on Fortress, they've responded very quickly on the 3rd and final map. 3-0 start.
Yeah, really good work there from Cairo. He was put in a difficult position and asked if he can step it up and find a multi, and that's exactly what he was able to do. Probably a lack of util layering there from the attack. There was a big investment with the Blackbeard to find value, and it just got a little awkward there in the final portion. The push, good Zoto canister, and then good gunplay from Cairo. As we prepare for round 4, additional bans, the Denari, which has seen extensive play throughout this series, and picked on 1 occasion so far here on Cafe, and then of course the Glaz, which has been essentially a mainstay for Team Anios across their last several attacks and what helped get them across the line on Fortress. AP kind of getting sick of dealing with that, and so it's been taken out as well.
I think there's actually gonna, if Enterprise do win this map, I think they'll walk away as a team, Mag included in this, very happy with today. I think that's got to be the mindset, which is where you learn the most when you lose, firstly. And secondly, you don't want to just walk through the region and win every map 7-0 and then go overseas and think, well, it's going to be so much more of a challenge that you almost don't even know how you got to play differently, all those things. Of course, these guys know that more than anyone, but I think that they would have learned a lot from Fortress. They certainly would have learned a lot from Consulate as well. And I'm not talking individually. I'm talking as this core 5 as a team. Understanding each role, who plays where, all of those things. obviously not done yet. And again, the idea that it's going to be defensive focus is very much at full effect on Cafe. The Anions will know they kind of only have to pinch a round or two. You kind of look at the 3 maps that have played out. First map on Consulate, Enterprise won the first 4 rounds. On Fortress, it was 4 of the first 5 rounds from Anios, and on Cafe now 3 rounds straight for Enterprise. So the team that has started well in the respective maps has gone on to win the map.
So Shaz again here on the Blackbird to play frontline. And well, the secondary line elsewhere from Chef. Jeff does net a kill as well. Castle off the board. Utility, though, already pre-placed, but still a net win for the attack, who have been struggling to establish an early round foundation to then play off of. So let's now see what conversion is like for Anios. Unfamiliar territory for them by having set advantage, as mentioned. And still a pretty firm hold up above here from AP, who are not peeling eagerly. Bappen finds one back, still layering pressure. Midpoint of the round, a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to peel 4v5. You want to stay, and then even here 4v4. It's like, can we get one more, then peel back? Unless we're completely forced from this position. And Bappen gets that kill into Chef. Chef knows there's one over towards Belk, and this is going to force the drop. It doesn't quite get down alive. He is down, but not out. Over towards Laundry. Cairo got one onto Shaz. Trade from Proxy. Can they get Bappen back up? They will. Brendo's over towards Laundry. Razor trying to pressure from Babab as 2 harm with a wonderful Nitrocell. Good teamwork. Saving Private Bappen will be successful for Enterprise, and they got one as well at the same time. Proxy in the 1v3. It's been quite a few clutches in the series, but none so far on Cafe. 4-zip in favor of Enterprise. Well, they did this back on Consulate, Guz, and we thought that that was maybe going to be the series in a nutshell, that kind of dominance from Enterprise. It was anything but, because at this moment, back on Consulate, Enterprise 4-0 up, Anios timeout, Anios then go win 3 straight. We'll see if it happens again, this time now on Cafe.
Time will tell. It's been definitely the ace up their sleeve over the course of this series. Anios and their ability to make these timeouts count hasn't always been immediate conversion, but the long-term effect of the timeout seems to have been pretty positive so far. May have been a point of reflection for EP over the course of this series, is just ensuring that off the back of these timeouts, be prepared for maybe a bit of a shift in strategy or temperament from their opponents. Last round out from EP was well played. We saw that calculated aggression up above, not peeling too early. There are opportunities then to capitalize upon that for the attack and cutting them off when they eventually try and rotate. We saw Bappen fall and Cairo caught, but the damage had already been done largely by that point. And then it was the Nitro late to kind of be the cherry on top for the defense over towards that Laundry position. Right here. Started to maybe look winnable for Anios, but Proxy got left pretty swiftly in a 1 versus 3. Over to Mining for round 5. Anios. Yeah, it's do or die time now.
Back on Fortress, it was the 4 rounds straight from Enterprise in the middle portion of the map from round 6 to 9. Timeout, 3 in a row. Anios. Back on Consulate, the first 4 rounds. Timeout, Anios, 3 in a row. As you said, it's been an ace up their sleeve. You're going to try and bank on it one more time to get them going on Cafe. 2 more rounds to go in the half, 2 attacking rounds, and that's job done. That's the way you got to frame it. A 2-4 half would have been what they would have been searching for coming into this game. And credit to Enterprise, though, they've looked really sharp on Cafe. Really defined roles. They understand the map more than well enough. Bappen getting information on the pulse. Jigsaw up above on the Malusi. Does he go for the jump out? He has the license. And thinks better of it. I wonder if Jigsaw asks the team, can I jump out? Or he just does it. I feel like he just does it.
I think he definitely asked for forgiveness.
Gyro, he gets the opening pick onto Wizard. The drop for Wizard unsuccessful. And then Shaz goes for the gunfight, and Brendo rips his head off. Another two-player advantage start for Enterprise. They have been dominating in the early portion of these rounds from Cafe. 4 of 5 opening kills now in their favor. And the sole opening kill for Anios didn't even net them a round win as Jigsaw loses to Proxy. Eraser gets rid of Tuhan. The timeout magic coming to the forefront. It's a 3v3 and the closest round that we've seen so far, and it comes to a quick end as it's now only down to Proxy in a 1v3. Shut down by Bappin. 5 rounds straight for Enterprise. They're the first team to string together 5 rounds in a row in the entire series.
Well, this is the EP that we've come to know and love quite quickly here. Early days for this rendition of the roster, but this is the kind of dominance that I think many probably expected. Good display on Cafe so far. They're just essentially every component of the game, they're looking in control. Jigsaw drew a bit of an outline there, caught an awkward timing, and it did maybe give Anios an opportunity, but there's still so many strong positions horizontally held there from EP that it was never really a realistic prospect. Final round then of the half, and EP looking to cap it off perfectly.
So since Chuhan was 1-7 on Fortress, he's now 11-4 since then. He's been able to really turn his form around in the second half of this series. Cairo having a big game. Chef Jeff even labeled it a life game for Cairo at 9-2. And Jigsaw's on for 40. If he can get there, it may... Well, if he can't get there, it may only be because they win 7-0. Although he only needs 4 more kills. So very achievable for Jigsaw even in the next 2 rounds as we go into the final round of the half. You surely can't imagine now that Team Anios will have the capabilities of bringing this back. But at a 5... I mean, if it gets to 5... They've got to win this round. They're not bringing back 6-0. But 5-1 more doable on defense, Cafe, for sure. But at that point, I'm reaching. You could probably put a line through this one already and base it off really the first 2 maps. I said it before, but on Consulate, 4-0 start Enterprise, they go and win the map. On Fortress, a 4-1 start for Anios, they go and win the map. Cafe, Enterprise, 5-0 start. You kind of put the pieces together and suggest this one's unlikely for Anios.
Very, very unlikely. Look, given the amount of fight they've already shown in the limited time we've seen them in 2026, I think I don't want to unfairly rule them out, but it would take an all-timer effort to see this result flip back. I think the fact that they've even taken a map in the series is very impressive. Anything more would be incredibly impressive.
And very competitive on Consulate as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think they'll walk away after this map if it does blow out to be too disappointed.
I know. Well, I mean, for Anios, the downside is you drop lower bracket and you got to win a couple of best of 3s before you get a potential second crack at Enterprise, maybe in a grand final. But if they do get to that point and we end up in a grand final where it's these 2 teams, Anios will probably feel like we can do it now. We know we can. We've taken a map off them. And then we're very close to another one. 60 seconds left, 5v5. Anios have tried to, of course, get most of the work done.
Oh, logic bomb.
Push up. Good cover, though, from Bappin over towards Bar. Helping out for Cairo inside VIP. Double stack pushing down brown stairs. Brendo got rid of Proxy. Bappin is down. As you said, forgotten about Cairo, and he pushes out of VIP. And then a lovely kill onto Chef Jeff after dealing with Wizard. It's only a razor. As Enterprise on the verge of a clean, flawless first half. 6-0 will be cemented in. The best team in the region, showing exactly why. But Eraser will not give up on this round as he acquires the kit. And with 20 seconds on the clock, it is Jigsaw and Tuhan that stands in his way. As he slips into Freezer, he still needs to get this kit onto the ground. He tries to clear out the close angles, but doesn't clear out Jigsaw. The 6-0 half has been confirmed for Enterprise. They've got 6 match point opportunities going into the second half.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? 'Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind? Can I get a chance to let you know you're my heart's desire, and I love you so? Will you stay right here, or will you run away if I tell you what's on my mind? I know we're more than friends, but less than lovers. This is not the end. There's much more to discover. Promise to stay. Will you promise to never leave if I tell you what's on my mind? Can I let you see the real me? Will you hang around, or will you break free? Would you break free, baby? I just need to know. Will you let me go if I tell you what's on my mind? I know the day will come. When I let you go, the love I have for you may grow. Promise to stay. Will you promise to never leave?
Oh, I can't with the music, bro. I can't. Oh, look, honestly, at this point, I feel like Twitch chat, if they're voting this into the playlist, they're just doing it to troll. Like, but like they're trolling themselves at that point. I don't know. Anyway, not much more to go here. I think on Cafe, as Enterprise have been far too good in that first half. 6-0. Kitchen, the side choice for Anios, who need to win 6 rounds straight themselves.
Monty, Thatcher, Mira, and Kai banned out for the second half. How long the second half will actually go on for is anybody's guess, but expecting it to be pretty prompt. Enterprise have looked incredibly sharp here on Cafe. And so probably poses the question then in terms of Fortress. Probably will end up being my question in the interview is, do they sense that maybe they were just a little bit off on Fortress, so they need to revisit their plans, or was it maybe just Anios actually playing really, really well and outskilling them on that map as it stands currently? Obviously, Consulate was somewhat close as well, but Cafe has been, otherworldly, really. Anios running out of steam a little bit, it would seem, and EP fit and firing. Lots of experience in best of 3 matches, probably paying dividends for them here towards the tail end. Sense an interesting selection here from EP. We'll see how they look to deploy that.
Oh, proxy caught at the window by an upside down Cairo, who continues his good run of form on Cafe. Goes to 12-3. I don't even know what that means in chat. Am I?
I didn't say it.
Alone? FICL? I don't know.
We're getting too old for this.
I'm scared. Oh, Chef Jeff, he goes for a power play. Doesn't work. Top red. 2 hunt switched on. They had the double stack there as well anyway. And Chef Jeff threw caution to the wind, but It comes up short, and it seems like for Anios 7-0, and it's a little disappointing because for as great as this series was shaping up to be, 7-0 feels a little disingenuous for Anios and how good they were. Of course, winning Fortress, competitive on Consulate. This will just be a little demoralizing, but they should still walk away from the series as a whole, taking some confidence. But Enterprise also, I mean, if you're going to drop a map, this is the perfect response.
Patience then from Enterprise as they look to edge closer towards closing out this map and this series for a rather rare 7-0. They don't happen every day of the week, especially in best-of-3 deciders. They'll look to just poise themselves here, gain additional information. Dockerby is now able to hack information. Bappin can look to hack utility as well. So they should have very, very good reads late round here. Wizard, red stairs, bit of a Hail Mary flank attempt. Will he be able to make this work? Goes all the way up. Okay. Big commit.
And they just lost Shaz. He's just got a decent... Oh my god.
Oh my word.
Cairo. Cairo finishes it with 14 kills, goes 14-3. Oh, he said he needed to warm up real quick, and he did so on the first 2 maps for a power statement map on the third of Cafe. 7-0 from Enterprise. They make very quick work in the end of Team Anios. For Chef Jeff and the boys, they should still walk away content that they can mix it with the very best in the region, maybe just not on Cafe.
Yeah, absolutely. It proves that Enterprise aren't infallible, but the fact that it was a close result on map 2, the newest in the pool, and the others were pretty one-sided, especially Cafe, boasting that best-of-3 experience and being able to dominate on that final map. It's still incredibly scary, and if anything, it just reinforces the fact that if they reach adversity over the course of this bracket, they'll be able to lock in and play even better. So in terms of changing the complexion of any of the storylines that we've established earlier here in terms of EP being by far and away the best team, I really don't think it compromises that all too much. In fact, in some ways, it probably actually reinforces it. The way in which they were able to flex their pedigree on this final map was a real testament to how strong this team really is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to look at it, right? Is that, yes, it can be close and it can be a little bit back and forth. There can be some momentum swings that go the way of Team Anios, but Team Anios at no point had any kind of capability of doing to Enterprise what Enterprise just did to Team Anios. You know, a big 7-0 on the third and final map puts Enterprise into the upper bracket final. It does send Team Anios down to the lower bracket where they now have to win 3 or 4 best-of-3s in a row, and that's never going to be an easy task. We got Bappin in for our interview after the win for Enterprise. Bappin, congratulations on the win. I feel like this 2-minute interview window is not enough time. There's like a million questions that I have. But firstly, the clutches from yourself throughout this series, a tremendous effort. Talk us through those, especially on the first 2 maps, because, well, there were no clutches on the third, obviously.
I think, I don't know, something just had to kick in. Like, we needed those rounds. I think I just had to pull something out of my ass, I guess. Get those rounds in. Those clutches were obviously insane. Like, I opened Twitter for a second and just notifications going off. But I think the boys really pulled through. I don't think we should highlight the clutches as much. Just the resilience from the team is good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you guys bounced back massively on map 3. Not too much really to note there. Taking us back to Fortress though for a moment, how do you and the boys kind of assess that performance early? Is that a case of Anios playing really well, or do you feel like you guys maybe dropped the ball a little bit?
I think we definitely dropped the ball a bit with some comms stuff, not listening. Not that it was an issue, but they obviously played their roles. But it's just that one-off map they're gonna win, you know. You got to give them something.
Talk us through, I guess, going into the third map. You dropped Fortress. I imagine that was just a way to kind of get a feel of the map, test it, live environment, so that it's not something that you're going to be as unfamiliar with, obviously being a new Core 5. But going into Cafe, you know, was there anything that Mag said specifically or you guys discussed in terms of changing things up, or just kind of backing your system in?
I think everyone's really on the ball with our system. We all like fully mentally reset. That like map didn't even count, to be honest. There's like clean slate. Played the Cafe exactly how we were meant to play every other map. We brought it to them and they didn't get around. So I think that should show you how good we can play at our best.
And last one before I let you go, but I guess the fact that I wouldn't say obviously the third map is kind of weird, but the first two maps quite close, and Team Anios actually had some good moments, played well. Is that a good thing though for the region? I mean, it's probably not great if you guys are just 7-0ing every single game.
Yeah, I mean that's good for Anios. Like they're clearly like paving a path for themselves in the region. Like they shouldn't be underestimated. Everyone calls them the underdogs, but everyone knows what they can bring now, so it's good.
Certainly no underdog with Chef Jeff in the team, that's for sure. Bappa, thank you so much for coming on and having a chat. Best of luck in the upper bracket final next week. So 2 series in the books, 1 to go here on this wonderful Easter Sunday, as we had 2-1 and 2-1. And funnily enough, guys, it's the third and final series. Barbie Boys, Chiefs. That was the one I really would have thought 2-1's nailed on. So now it probably won't happen.
It's going to be a quick 2-0. Who knows? Yeah, very excited to see how that shapes up. And I mean, I'm starting to walk away from that matchup, maybe dependent on how Barbie Boys and Chiefs actually does play out and the quality of the siege. But there's probably a world in which EP and Anios could be rematching in that grand final. It truly feels like Anios have found what's working for them so far. And if they continue to improve and kind of show this strength over the course of the bracket, who knows? I don't want to pitch them as being strong favorites making the grand final, because they are that underdog team for a reason. But yeah, they've shown a lot today.
Alrighty, so we're going to go to a short break. You guys are going to get to jam out to some more music and judge my own music taste. And you know what? I'll try a chat moving forward with the halftime jams. Give me a break. We'll go to a break. First up, then Barbie Boys Chiefs on the other side.
region has got to offer.
Well, we return for our third and final series of the day, guys, and it's a big one. Barbie Boys taking on Chiefs, a do-or-die elimination game. We're done with the upper bracket for today. We head to the lower bracket. Two teams that would have certainly had far higher aspirations than being knocked out this early in kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely, Jake. Some big names on both teams, and unfortunately, one of them will be the first team sent packing in O's. Let's have a look across at Barbie Boys first. Yet to win a map thus far, of course, just the one best of three, and they did have EP as their opposition, so no tall task. Unfortunately, though, I guess the more damning statistic is the fact that they were only able to gather 2 rounds total across both maps. It was a 0-7 Charlie to kick things off, then a 2-7 on Bank. So clearly lacking in that head-to-head, but probably expecting this one against Chiefs to probably be a little bit more even kilter, and no doubt they've taken some learnings from this series and scrims during the week that they'll be looking to
I think two teams, again, that would have had higher aspirations. For Barbie Boys, kind of unfortunate having to play an Enterprise team as stacked as they are. For Chiefs, well, they ran into a Team Anios team that clearly weren't that far off Enterprise. So both of those it ends up being a super stacked side of the bracket, and now they have to meet each other. Fair to say, kind of whoever wins this might have an opportunity to go on a decent run in the lower bracket. As we look at the Chiefs lineup, I think that's probably fair to say. Obviously for Chiefs, as we look at them now, they lost 2-1 to Team Anios. They won the first map, and then they got absolutely torn to shreds on Consulate and Bank, 7-3, 7-1. So looking to respond against Barbie Boys. A very solid lineup when you kind of take into account Relay's player formerly on Enterprise. They got that international experience. Lunchbox, the young up-and-comer. Neptune is now become really, along with Jay Kenner, veterans of the scene. On paper, it's a really good lineup.
Yeah, certainly. I just don't think they were able to connect the dots in that opening play day, and unfortunately, they kind of slip away as the series progressed for them. So comparatively to Barbie Boys, certainly a more disappointing result when you consider the expectation that was on them and the fact that they went into that particular game as pretty firm favorites. I suppose in hindsight, Anios, especially given the respectable performance today, is maybe a little bit more even heading into that matchup, but I'm sure they would have been disappointed. But again, similar position to Barbie Boys, where they've had an opportunity to review that VOD, prep this week in scrims, and both of these guys have played each other quite a solid amount, different formations obviously, but I think we go into this match with a very firm expectation of 3 maps, and I'd be quite shocked if it went any other way.
Jay Kenner's got himself a IKEA shelf, the same as mine. He's got just gum. He's got and something else on it. I would look at the Chiefs esports. We give them a little moment here for an organization that's been incredibly a big part of Rainbow Six Siege for OCE over, well, as you can clearly see, the last 5 to 6 years, and they've had a lot of success in that time frame. Majority of the time they've held the best roster, as you can clearly see, making the 6 Sweden major, 6 Charlotte major, Montreal major. They've been very dominant within the actual region itself, 4-time OCN champions, and well, the list goes on quite literally in this case. And so a new roster and a new timeline for this great organization begins.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we don't know what 2026 entails, but it would be quite shocking for Chiefs, an org of such notability, to be the first team eliminated, and they'll be looking to dismay that. Very rich history, and they'll be looking to add on to that. Is this the roster to do it? Time will tell. It's very tricky given the nature of the league and how it's shaped up at the moment, with EP being as dominant and with such a stacked roster, but the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and maybe Chiefs could be the ones to knock them down a peg at some point.
All right, let's go to the vetoes for this series and see what maps we will be playing on. So far, we've had a good round of different maps throughout our first 2 series. That will not continue. Consulate and Border repeats from some of our earlier matches. Consulate selected by Chiefs. Barbie Boys wanted Border. Bank as the decider. Well, it's been the day of 2-1, so we may actually end up getting Bank after all, which would be a fitting map to close things out on. Hard to really gauge too much from the map selections, but you look at Chiefs, they of course did lose Consulate to Team Anios, got 3 rounds, now they choose it.
Yeah, that was exactly going to be my point. And I think most notably as well, they struggled on attack. They did not get a single attacking round win last time out in that previous playday here on Consulate. They've selected it once again. They backed themselves in and their system to refine things. And hopefully, for their sake, they can produce a better result to open up this best of 3.
Let's do or die time. Play day 2 of OCE Kickoff, and we already send a team home. One of Barbie Boys and Chiefs will be packing their bags from this stage. Big, notable players across both of the teams. Waybo's his return. Could it be short-lived? Killerman, a top player in the region. Player relays from the international highs to potentially being eliminated at the first hurdle. Let's get underway as Barbie Boys are on defense.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm intrigued to see what the dynamic is going to be between these two teams, especially given the amount of knowledge and I think readability that both will have. And that's going to be reflected in terms of like what kind of tempo do we see? Are we going to see a lot of aggression? Is it going to be a little bit more measured? Options are plenty in this kind of matchup, and I assume it's going to evolve over the course of this series. If we are to get all three as well, that with the amount of experience inside of the server at this kind of level in do or die matches as well, critically, especially in best of threes, hopefully we do see an evolution over the course of this series as both teams try and counterplay, and should tee it up to be an interesting match to observe. The bands as well for this opening half. It is Thatcher, Glaz, Azami, and Smoke.
Yeah, and pressure's on, really, isn't it, for both teams? I think at an equal measure, you could make the argument for Chiefs as the core five, you know, representing a stellar organization. The players themselves, obviously highly accomplished, but you could say the same for the majority of Barbie boys. I mean, Wettables, Killerman, Prez, absolute staples within the region. Bailey, over the last few years as well, has been a proven player. Walsh is really the only one in the server, I think, guys, that doesn't really have the accolades, really, considering this is his first real foray. Box taking damage within the first 10 seconds, I imagine, courtesy of Killerman, who's already running rampant on Consulate to begin inside 20 seconds of the game. Back up yellow stairs.
Early Candela from Relays. Vig's side. Not entirely sure what that was to prompt. Is it an over-rotation from the defense? Perhaps there's no follow-up action there from the attack of Chiefs. They're posturing elsewhere. Drone work over towards CEO. I mean, the body language and the positioning is, to me, suggesting CEO might be the right play with the smoke band out and the Tachanka not selected. It could actually be probably the most optimal route from here if they are able to deal with that Goyo utility quickly. We'll see what they shape up for, though. 2 minutes, so there's plenty of time and no commitment needed. In the meantime, though, Killman does find Box. Good kill from him.
I mean, he's just kind of got the license at the moment on the defense to just run around, especially towards yellow stairs. Good little entry, though, from Relays to shut him down. No more Candelas left, but has been able to get into bathroom. Wettables got one. Neptune as well. Keeps things equal. Wettables shut down as well by Neptune. And it's been a flurry of kills to leave us in a 2 versus 2 at this point. Jakena still with the shield play over towards CO. Relays has got a really good angle to maybe help protect. He gets on the move. One close by. He's aware of it. And they're aware of the fact that Relays sits in bathroom. Good down onto Prez. Leaves Walsh in a 1 versus 2. Does get the down onto Relays. And so Jakena sits the rappel pistol out. What's Walsh got here in a 1v1? Pro League seasonal debut. Flames still
So wait
up.
for the Flames.
Not ideal.
Now needs to push. Jakena just needs to be patient. Walsh will have to bait him out. It's the only way he wins this round. Needs to fake. Does so. But Jakena disciplined.
As well.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing else that Walsh could do. And to be fair, what didn't really help him there was the Flames. It kind of took like probably 5 to 6 seconds off the clock. Gave him even less of an opportunity to clutch that up. Quite honestly, for Walsh, there's genuinely nothing he could really do there.
Yeah.
Unless Jake kind of threw. Like, if Jake throws, then yeah, maybe he could win the round. But Jake's not going to throw there.
No, yeah, they shaped up for CEO. Took a little while to get it going, but able to make it work in the end. Some good play from the Ying on offer in particular in that round. Just created a bit of space and some good pressure in through split in yellow. Alleviated some of the pressure in towards the potential plant and the denial that would have followed. So solid teamwork there in the opening round from Chiefs. Basement the site of choice as follow-up here for Barbie Boys.
Yeah, I wonder if though Barbie Boys kind of look at the way that Killerman started that round and just think, give him the license. Consulate is a massive map. Chuck him on the Vigil. See if he can just win the fracking battles, which I think Killerman's the sort of player that more often than not, he can do that. And maybe unless he runs into Relays. Relays is an incredible fragger as well. And this series might just come down to who has the better performance of the top player fraggers in Relays and Killerman for their respective teams. And it also just, especially on this site, buys a bit of time. You got to go hunting. You got to deal with Killerman on the vigil. And a bit of information for Wettables. He goes a very early nitro and he hits Jay Kenner. That's the Monty done. Boy, he's tucked into the corner there. That has completely blown him up.
Electrosensor active.
No, I don't quite know how that's been as powerful as it was. So quite an unfortunate.
I didn't think I was going to kill him.
round.
I figured it'd get him low, but yeah.
Maybe a chunk, but yeah, the death was certainly unexpected. And Jay Cannon wouldn't have even seen it coming. He's just, boom, instantly dead out of nowhere.
Oh, Edibles.
And so too was Relays with the pop-up from Wet.
Yeah, and at that moment, Relay's probably thinking, can I go steal one back after we just lost our shield play? We're going to have to go and get aggressive. And Box is going to try his chance against Wettables, who's got a lot to prove. Of course, made his comeback, I guess, funnily enough, on Chiefs in a last-ditch effort for that roster in the SILCQs. Fell short, team disbands. Finds himself on Barbie Boys now as Box is down. And since joining this particular roster, Wettables is refinding some of his fragging form. That certainly was lost. You think back all the way to the Game and Gladiator days. Neptune with 2. Shuts down Killerman and Bailey and keeps the round alive now for Chiefs.
Still improbable from this point onwards, though. Big reliance on player finding a couple of picks. If he
How
finds
they
that one
trade
hatch,
there?
it gets intriguing, but... Oh, yeah, he actually did find it, but falls. I don't know how that was a trade. Must have been a very last second flick from player. Round concludes, though. Good work from the defense.
Yeah, 1-1, and wouldn't be surprised if this is a back and forth kind of series. Don't think there's really a whole lot to separate skill-wise. And it's kind of funny, you know, we have a bit more context now because when Chiefs lost to Team Anios, it was sort of like, I think going into that series, they were certainly the favored team. And now you kind of look at the way that Anios played against Enterprise and you think, oh, well, okay, maybe that wasn't a completely awful loss for Chiefs. Maybe they're not in as bad position. And Barbie Boys, of course, having to play Enterprise 7-0, 7-2. Okay, they got completely fumbled there, but that's also not a great start for your first match in, I guess, what is Pro League. Of course, they played in Challenger Series to qualify, so they've been spending time together and playing games together. I think this will be a far more of an even contest for both teams compared to their previous matches. Yeah, good start for Wettables. Finding that first kill with the Nitro Cylinder J. Kenner really threw the round into disarray for Chiefs.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Sure did. How long does this seesaw continue, though, between the two? Or will one side potentially be able to run away with things? Oh, Walsh just got caught for a fraction of a second and that stripped away his opportunity to find an opening kill there onto Relays. Killerman elsewhere fighting server stairs, but again, nothing really comes of it. So both teams are pretty eager to get proactive in the early round here, namely Barbie Boys, especially on defense. They're not shying away from an early fight. Sensing that if they can get an early pick, they can bunker down and lean into that advantage. In the meantime, Relays in through Lounge after surviving that spawn peak attempt. The Skeleton Key from down below. Could be a difference maker in dislodging defense here. It's not a frequently used tool necessarily on this side, but if you find its niche, it can work out. It just keeps the defense on their toes and makes the anchor work a little more challenging.
Relays gets to work with the Skeleton Key. The round has kind of come and gone so far. Halfway through this third round, only a bit of damage on the Relays that is notable. Killerman very lucky to still be alive towards Secretary. He got taken down on 1 HP. Kind of able to slip into break. Relays sitting still down below. Could offer a point of difference. No one really hunting him for Barbie Boys. And Killerman's too low to maybe go hunting. It's actually Wettables that's actually able to find the kill from above. Shuts down the buck. And a 2-player advantage now for the defense. Forces player into action. Straight into the Grismont mine. As he goes top spiral looking to push long desk.
50 seconds. And good clearance there onto Walsh, who probably overstayed his welcome. Killman's very low elsewhere as well. So if they can problem solve this and break it down, with 40 seconds on the clock, it doesn't look awful here for Chiefs, but it's still a challenging position. Good Grim Bees onto Bailey. President, though, is tucked. Oh, he's exposed,
great
though.
clear.
Gets caught. Yeah, these clears have been really good so far.
They've still got Capital Utility as well. Flashes from player. Utility is there for Chiefs for this site execution. Wettables will just sit patiently inside a CO. Gilman down below, but he hasn't been able to find a whole lot. Now he will off of the information. Impact gets Jay Kenner to half health, but then Bailey falls to player. This plant should go down successfully. Wettables dying to the bailiff. And Killerman, now the one who almost disrupted the plant attempt from Chiefs, is by himself. Bailiff will be more than good enough against the 1 HP Killerman. Neptune will win this every day of the week and does do so. Chiefs take the round.
Yeah, really nice there from Chiefs. They were able to break it down and just take it one pick at a time, isolate those defenders. Prez was probably the first most notable catch. Well, just prior to that as well was Walsh front desk. So taking those two off the board. Killerman committed down below because he was on low HP. So that maybe alleviated some of the pressure, especially because he wasn't able to net a kill off that impact trick. And so just a really good methodical attack there from Chiefs. Really good temperament in that round. They're just not rushing things, even when it started to look a little dire in the 3 versus 5, 50 seconds on the clock. They still felt like they were somewhat in control of a lot of that last third of the round, which I think is a positive sign.
Expo Piano for the next site. Three opening kills straight for Barbie Boys, though. They've had control in the early portion of the round, so they've been able to get off to a good start. But I say that. They've given up plant twice now. And of course, they haven't been able to convert on 2 of those opening kills. Neptune with a 4K in the previous round, as he's now 8-2 inside 3 rounds of play. It's been a big factor for Chiefs. You know, I kind of highlighted Relays and Killerman, but right now it's Wettables and Neptune.
10 seconds remaining. Camera in position. 5 seconds left before insertion.
So round number 4. And it's vertical control, the name of the game for Barbie Boys defensively. You can see the lines of sight being established from this top floor position. That's to prevent against direct hits from the attack, because planting will be very, very challenging if top floor isn't dealt with, or at least disrupted. I like the Valkyrie inclusion here as well from Walsh, just looking for a little bit more information and helping break down this attack. Equally though, in response, we see the solid snake selection. The first time we'll see it played here by Chiefs. And actually might be quite a useful tool in lurking up above or facilitating a push elsewhere onto site more directly even. We'll see. Killerman under the pump.
Well, what they've done well, Chiefs, is dealing with this aggression from Killerman and the way he's like moving around the map. You know, so Jay Kenner spots him, he's on the Monty, he's safe, that's fine. Now Killerman is playing very aggressive, and you can just see the way they're waiting outside these windows, breaking the barricades, trying to deny the opportunities for Killerman to surprise them. So they're putting pressure back on him. So that's why he's 1-3. He hasn't really been able to be all that effective, really, since literally the opening kill of the entire game, which he got, and since then 0-3. Hasn't stopped him from trying, which is the right attitude. Again, we reach the halfway point of the round without a whole lot to show for it, but that has not been an issue for Chiefs so far in this half. Their ability to just get into sight, win the gunfights, has been pretty evident.
Oh, yeah, whoa. I got a little close for box. Trying to work alongside Jay Kenner here. So it could end up being a posture towards a direct bench hit here, actually, from Chiefs. A good way to negate the hold up above. It's challenging to deny vertically against this particular plant if they're able to target side of the corner and then pinch elsewhere. Plant
and they know Walsh is yellow.
executed.
This is just going to go down for free. Kaken's got a third plant in 4 rounds. Box got nitrocelled by Walsh. Kaken able to now keep the shield extended on the Monty. Neptune continues to just frag out on Consulate. Player, oh, hang on. Oh, he gets knifed by Wettables, the teabag as well. Neptune again. He goes double digit already. Wettables and Bailey. As Neptune now by himself takes the battle against Wettables and shuts him down, and looking for the counter diffuses. Bailey, Neptune is on an absolute heater. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That was a big round from Neptune. He definitely got his steps up in that round.
He's got the turd expression, right? He's just no reaction, don't care, doesn't matter. It's a 3-1 lead. Move on to the next round, boys.
Yeah, really well played. Again, he got his steps up that round. I really love that he repositioned so swiftly for the post play, and he knows that top floor control is going to be so critical if you can maintain that because of the nature of the plant position and the vert that's already established. And we saw it play exactly that way. He was aided with the mirror that was already preset by the defense. He was able to use that in towards split and then bang, straight away, line of sight onto the counter diffuse. Pretty simple and straightforward clutch, but well executed. 12 kills in 4 rounds. So he's averaging 3 a round so far, which is incredibly impressive. And if Barbie Boys aren't able to shut that down, it gets dangerous. Yeah, absolutely.
Back-to-back 4Ks, the 1v2 clutch. Kaken has gotten 3 plants in 4 rounds. And that round was actually the first time that Chiefs got the opening kill in the round. That was at the 53-second mark, the latest that we've had one. As Killerman tries again on the Vigil, 1-4 now, and still, ever since the opening round, has not been successful on this aggressive roam.
No, he hasn't. Probably been a case of good discipline from Chiefs in not giving away easy opportunities, and then they've been quite constricting in the way that they have been attacking. Again, leaving little margins for error from the defense and exposing those mistakes when they arise, and then enabling Neptune to do really well and some good work so far. The information gathering has been clean, and the early portion of the rounds as well being well thought out by Chiefs. It's round 5, vert from the Ram. Vertibal's on the pulse to counter that. In basement currently. Shots raining out from player. No kill found. Walls as well takes a tick of damage too. So again, early round, good pressure from Chiefs.
Yeah, but it's controlled pressure too. I think you said it. More damage from player onto Bailey. Still has 2 boogie auto breaches in pocket. Don't want to lose those. Killerman does find the kill onto relays. Finally effective. Traded immediately though by player. But at least quite important to get rid of the buck. Walsh, the headshot onto Neptune. So he's finally shut down after he ran riot in the last 2 rounds, picking up 8 kills. He too is traded by player. We stay in this 3v3 where Prez, Bailey, Kaken, and player all on the same health. It's Box that needs to get involved. You're the Blackbeard. You've got full health. You kind of need to lead from the front heading into this last minute towards the site. Box is the one that has to make something happen.
Yeah, I would agree. Full HP on the Blackbeard. He has additional protection. Bailey low. Prez though. Low as well on the opposing side. Nitro though for wet. Bailey 2 as well with 1 in pocket. Grenade for util clearance on the side of attack. 45 seconds on the clock. So still a little bit of time to set themselves up here and get Box in a playmaking position.
Double Nitro.
Can he be the difference maker?
Double Nitro is still available for Barbie Boy. So they're sitting back. They're going to give the space. There's not a lot of time. Hope that the Chiefs will go for the plant throughout those Nitro cells. And Prez now looking for the re-aggress as well. And it may end up working out. They got no idea. They seem far too comfortable right now, Chiefs. Oh, Prez caught by player. Never mind. Opens this round up massively. Capital bolts go out. Box for the plant. Nitrocell, importantly, has not landed, but player Jay Kenner are down. Box now in the 1v2. You've gotten the plant. He does get the push onto Wedipul's the kill as well, and Bailey's on 1 HP with Box falling outside. This is now very difficult for Bailey. How do you play this against the Blackbeard sitting outside in Garage?
You have to get on the kit as quickly as possible. Can Box hold his nerve?
He's done a decent job. Bailey's just going to push him. Box is going to push him back, though. Big from Lunchbox. Huge for the Chiefs. And they take a resounding 4-1 lead here on Consulate.
Yeah, wow, they've really come out of the gates very strong here. Their attacks have been really well formulated. It's been good to watch. Again, another good example in that last round where they're not having too many oversights is right here. The lurk up above from player inside of Piano to net that flank watch was critical, and in the meantime they've set themselves up for the plant and they've put Box in a playmaking position. He was the one with full HP and the Blackbeard shield to be the one to be impactful, and they identified that, got him in the perfect spot, and then he was able to finish the job. So good start from Chiefs. It is their map selection though, so I'm not really convinced that this changes much in the context of the series. I think Barbie Boys are competitive enough, but Chiefs definitely deserving the plaudits so far.
And that's 4 plants too. I mean, Lunchbox got it right down at the end. 3 seconds left on the clock. Of course, plays the 1v1, but I got to tell you guys, we've been doing this a long time. 4 or 5 rounds, plant going down successfully is not a good sign for Barbie Boys. Like that's, and some of these rounds have been really close. Like the last 2 came down to 1v1s, and the first round came down to a 1v1, if you recall, Jake Kenner on the Rappel and Walsh in towards CO. But even despite that, in all of those 1v1s, they're post plants, and so Chiefs are in the better position. They've had a really, really good first half. We'll see if they can close it out with a 5-1 lead. Barbie Boys desperately need to get a second defensive round. Oh, double drop into
double damage.
I don't know what even that happened just then, to be honest, as Walsh and Prez combine 1 apiece. Neptune got the opening kill. Flash from Box, tried to go pistol out, didn't quite work. Nitrocell from Prez reacquired. And Killerman gets rid of relays, and it seems as if Barbie Boys will grab that second round. And the 3 straight round wins for Chiefs comes to an end unless player clutches a 1v4. Looks like he's smiling. There's no pressure, I guess, when you're the 1 against 4. Not a lot to lose for player. Going into the second half, though, Chiefs switch to defense and definitely feel like they will be the favored side in that second half. Well, player can't get it done in the 1v4. Chiefs, though, will be more than happy with that first half. 4 attacking rounds acquired as we head into the roll swap halftime. I hope you guys enjoy this next track. I hope you guys enjoyed that halftime break, courtesy of DJ Zedox. That one's added to the playlist for sure as we head into the second half. Chiefs switch over to the defense. Barbie boys at least were able to answer back at the end of the half, guys. A much-needed round win. We'll see what they can do on the attack now.
Yeah, certainly. We're able to lock it down nicely their final round of the half in what shaped up to be one of the more one-sided rounds across the first 6. And so not to be discounted here. Chiefs are now on defense, should find comfortability and expecting some big things from them to close out this map and send us across to a border. The bans for this second half, it's Goyo, Valk, Grim, and Deimos. So honestly, actually, pretty left of field in terms of the overall composition of bans here, with Shields remaining, Heartbreach remaining. But in isolation, not terribly astray from operators that are pretty specialist here on Consulate. You think about like Goyo top 4 for Denial, Deimos for Vert, etc., etc. So yeah, excited to see how this does play out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Only 2 rounds actually were opening kills converted. I mentioned, of course, the 4 plants, but 3 multi-kill rounds in favor of Chiefs compared to just the single one for Barbie Boys, which was Wettables in the second round. 3 clutches for Chiefs. But again, the clutches that they won, they were in front in those clutches, if you will. 13 and 4 for Neptune was the clear standout. I have the feeling that Chiefs on defense should be stronger here on Consulate, but I mean, it's been a funny old kind of day. I wonder what the pacing will be like actually from Barbie Boys, because Chiefs were kind of sitting back. They had pressure, but it was controlled. They weren't just rushing in. Took their time in the vast majority of the rounds. Walsh will go on to the Solid Snake. It's been actually, I want to highlight Walsh, 6 and 4 in the first half. He struggles in Challenger Series and well and truly on the first day of Kickoff was he would start so slow. Yeah, a lot of the times 1 and 5 or 0-5. And then the second half, he'd be fine. He'd go positive and he'd have a good game. Good to see him start well in the first half. Might be a case of a player who's obviously making their debut in Pro League performing a little bit better on defense. So in the second half now, one to watch, see how he performs on the attack. He's got the license on the Solid Snake. Spider Boys deal with some of these castle barricades set up by Neptune earlier. Expo Piano the site, but still looking to clear top down.
Yeah, pretty big responsibility for Walsh in this round to ensure that he's relaying information effectively because of the nature of his tool and of the radar and how powerful the gadget is. Good example there. So info split, he can relay that. Team can then action. Chiefs, they are peeling back, so I'm going to try to take too many unfavored fights. Box initially, we'll pepper away, but then we'll peel back. In the meantime, Bailey did win a duel onto Neptune, so the Danger Man 13-5 will play no further part here in round 7.
Yeah, in 2 rounds in a row, he hasn't been able to play a further part after he went ham. Dude, quickly dead though for Barbie Boys. Wettables at least got one back. Walsh, good headshot onto Lunchbox as well. And all heats up towards the tail end of this 7th round. And gives Barbie Boys a momentary advantage. Player bought yellow stairs and he's in a 1v3. Ended the half in a similar position. It was a 1v4 from the same spot. Now it's a 1v3 from the same spot. On defense rather than on attack. Next kill has to be player without being traded. He does get it. 1 close left. He's thinking about, is someone going to flank him from behind or does he want to reposition? Either way, you got to make up your mind because the plant has gone down.
He's trying to bait footsteps, but it doesn't quite work. Barbie Boys hold their nerve. They commit to holding that yellow stairs angle position. It pays off. They win the round and they keep things quite interesting now here on Cons.
Certainly do. 3-4 now. 2 rounds in a row for Barbie Boys. CO meeting up next, and a good statement to start the second half with the attacking round win. Yeah, all quiet really, wasn't it, for probably the first minute and a half, and then the next 30 seconds after that, there was like probably 6 deaths in the span of about 10 seconds. Which honestly, I think if it's going to be that sort of play style, that benefits Barbie Boys. Chiefs most likely have got more of the structure component down pat with the roster composition that they have. But if it gets scrappy, you think about someone like Walsh, who's a ranked star. Well, I mean, that's perfect environment for him. 8-4 now for him. Wedables leading for Barbie Boys with 9. And yeah, it's 3 rounds, 1 kill for Neptune in the last 3. So he was 12-2 after the first 4 rounds. 1-3 since then.
Of course, plenty of opportunities they remain in the half for him to reactivate. And maybe naturally his role defensively isn't going to be as impactful frag-wise on the Kaid for this particular round. He'll kickstart over towards break. Early drone work on this side of the map. And so Barbie Boys likely committing for map sweep. Despite the Goyo ban, it doesn't seem like the direct CEO is going to be on the agenda. Speaking of Neptune, pre-rip Nitro from this break room position. If boots land on the ground on that repeller, you might be able to net a kill here. Although he just goes a
does
little
not quite
bit early.
reach the window.
Yeah.
McKenna actually got the opening kill onto Killer Man. He's able to escape back through basement. He can rotate back up yellow stairs. It's a little early engagement this time in the 8th round. Walsh is hunting. Walsh honestly could cut off J. Kenny here. He has got the timing, so J. Kenna's just trapped bottom yellow. J. Kenna shot in the back. Lovely read from Walsh.
Yeah, that was nice. Just good discipline and patience and overall read.
A little strange that J. Kenna doesn't even check his left side first. Always check your left and your rights when you're crossing the road. I would know. Almost got run over in Paris.
And you got hit by a tram as well in Melbourne.
Well, I hit the tram. And the tram then had to be decommissioned.
Yeah, I did hear that. Well, a minute to go then. Round number 8, 4-4 HP advantage to Chiefs.
Shamika launcher being utilized by a player. Bailey and Prez will be needing to be wary of the fire utility. Wedables just waiting for the time to repel in. No more lion scans available. They do seem a little stalled out right now, certainly by the Shamika launcher of player, trying to push through meeting. A couple of bodies to shoot at. Yeah, not ideal. There's the flames onto Bailey. Nicely done from player. Wedables did get one at least, but only Walsh by himself in a 1v3. He's just pretty much stuck in this position. Nicely done from Relays to finish him off. Chiefs will claim the round. They're first on the defense. And Lunchbox is out of here. He's back. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, he's back.
He's up and about.
Did he just like get off his chair and like do a little spin around dance or something?
Don't know. Not too sure what the box is up to, but replay package of that last round. Decent discipline from Walsh over towards the other catch, J. Kenna. The anchor work late there from Chiefs was pretty spot on. And so a 5-3 scoreline now in the favor of defense. Down to basement for round 9.
Attackers have located
Well, if you had said to me at the start of this game, Relays was 4-7, and Wedables was 10-6, Walsh was 9-5, and just those 3 players, I would have said Barbie Boys would probably win in 6-3. But it's a testament to what Neptune was able to do in the first half, what players been able to do over the last couple of rounds. Box is starting to find some form, and really just as a team for Chiefs, they're probably a little bit more concise with their gameplay. Barbie Boys at times have kind of had to rely on a little bit of the scrappiness. They really need Killer Man to start firing if they're going to get back into this match. 4 kills is not going to cut it for a player of his caliber. He's an incredible fragger. Double Nitrocell set up for Chiefs along with many impacts. Very explosive utility belt.
So double Salma on the primary breach, stalled out temporarily by the Zodos from player. But they will be opened up in a moment's time. Oh, Neptune elsewhere, aggressive through Visa, runs outside, finds Prez. It's the ram off the board. Doesn't immediately vacate, but in a position where it's very easy for him to peel down the hatch or even progress back forward if he so wishes.
Yeah, nicely done from Neptune. Just gets active. Almost a similar role to what we saw from Killerman in the first half. Now throws the doubt for Barbie Boys. Is he going to keep rotating around the map? He's at the moment still just over towards Visa. It can, of course, drop back to basement pretty comfortably from that position as well. So while Barbie Boys have got top floor control, Relays now has actually kind of crept back up here on the Vigil.
Could give him a favorable timing here against the Vert if he's able to make it work. Barbie Boys won't rush anything though, but Jay Canner gets caught again over towards that yellow stairs position. Bit of deja vu about it.
I don't know why Jake's the one that's actually pushing up yellow there. That's interesting. At this point, it's a 5v4, just over a minute, and you have Relay's second floor who can be the, the one to maybe cause the disruption to the attack. Jay Canner just doesn't need to do that. And gives an opening for Barbie Boys, but you still got Relays. And he's going to be following in from behind. Of course, Barbie Boys have completely vacated that top floor. That's going to be that first floor. Eventually, that push from behind from Relays. That should be a difference maker in the round. Keyword is should. Waybo's going for the plant. Relays needs to pick up the pace here and help out. He's going to drop now in towards Piano, open up the floorboard. The player's Nitrocell already connected onto Waybo's. Relays good frag onto Bailey. Walsh does get the trade, but the kid's in a bad spot. Out in the open, 30 seconds left. Walsh needs to make his way quickly down yellow. Killerman is already here as well, so it's a double stack between the two of them. It's forced Walsh to now go garage entry.
Oh yeah, Diffuse is in such a terrible position, but box does fall. No trade initially, 15 seconds.
And no nitro, but watching this beautifully is player A switched on, so is Neptune. Chiefs take the round, and with that have got themselves map point.
Yeah, clean work there from Chiefs. I love the little combination there of Solace feeding information, and ultimately Relays didn't deny plant. It was denied before he could actually act upon that information, but he still got a kill because of the positional advantage that he afforded himself. Sure, traded, Walls did a good job, but then it was a man disadvantage with Diffuser stranded. Very little in the way of win cons remaining there for the attack. So 3 opportunities for Chiefs to close out their map in regulation. I think by far and away the better team here on Consulate. But again, kind of like I made the point previously, I'm not going to make too many judgments on the side of Barbie Boys just yet. Still potentially a lot of siege to be played between these two.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really solid round, and I think player's been exceptional, and especially in this second half. He goes double digits now. It is their map pick, so you're right. There's probably quite a bit more siege still very much to play out. Border, I think, will be the kind of map that should suit Barbie Boys a little bit better. You think about the rounds where it's been more scrappy. Barbie Boys have looked pretty solid in those rounds, especially from Walsh, Wettables at times. Yeah, Killerman might feel more comfortable on Border with his aggressive style of play, especially on defense. You think about the way you're attacking the windows and the entry positions and controlling areas like break and security, or even just roaming on the multiple levels. He's going to be a big factor on that second map. We're not done here. Still 3 rounds is possible for Barbie Boys, but they've not been able to win 3 rounds straight on this map. And the way that Chiefs are playing on defense, yeah, they're a long way back now. They go split for the first of 3 map points.
Boss G Vigil for the match point round for Relays, so he's been given the license to roam around here off-site and be a threat.
I make my own entrance.
Okay, so Relays down below. Indicative that we could see pretty big horizontal pressure in through basement here from the attack, and then that will force the Chiefs back to site. At least maybe that was the initial plan, but it seems like they're rotating now elsewhere. Box contending outside through Visa at the moment. Waybo's trying to establish a pinch player. Probably calling for that support. And well, that said support will land. Killman in the grave. Advantage Chiefs as they march towards taking map 1.
And the loss of the hard bridge, not ideal, but not probably a huge factor in this round on split. Neptune, though, getting rid of Bailey and the Blackbeard falling. That is a big deal. Now you've only got the Monty for shield cover. You still got Wettables, of course, as well for hard bridge. All shot in the back. Never mind. Well, Box is down, but Neptune getting the kill onto Walsh means a whole lot more here for Chiefs, and are set up now to take this map. And Prez never even really getting into the building onto the Monty. I mean, Chiefs have just been able to completely ignore him. There goes Wettables, and it's the solo Monty left alive. Prez got one with the pistol. Doesn't matter. Chiefs far too good on Consulate. They take their map pick and one away from knocking out Barbie Boys from Kickoff. The good news for the boys, though, there's their map pick of Border is up next.
Out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solitov. Information from the Bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Esky gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical, the ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
that this region has got to offer.
Well, a great start for Chiefs on the opening map of this series as they ended up winning it rather comfortably in the end, guys. 7-3, the scoreline. It wasn't all comfortable every single round, and certainly a lot of clutch rounds for Chiefs to go with that, certainly in the first half, but definitely had the better of Barbie Boys on Consulate.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit more polished across the board. There were glimpses from Barbie Boys, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't quite enough. Leading the charge for Chiefs was Neptune. 18 kills, and that was even with kind of the mid portion of the match very quieted down a little bit, but was able to tap into some of that form and skill in some of the latter rounds. Player as well, not too far behind, going 10-7. Again, though, Barbie Boys, despite the scoreline, weren't too far behind with some of their hard-hitting players. Walsh with a standout performance, actually the top-rated player for Barbie Boys, despite being the least experienced inside of the server. Had some good moments and some good reads onto the opposition, but unfortunately, as a collective, they just weren't quite at the same level as Chiefs. But again, as we said a couple of times, that was the map selection of Chiefs. So will they now suffer a similar fate on board? A selection of Barbie Boys fighting their way back into this best of 3. If they lose it, this will be the last map they play of Kickoff.
Yeah, the pressure on heading into border the map pick for Barbie Boys, but they'll look to stand up to the pressure. They start on defense first up, as the Chiefs looking to go for the 2-0. We haven't had one of those today. I still think Bank likely. I like Barbie Boys on this map, and I think that they'll be a little bit more confident, comfortable, and so much on the line. You think about a player like Wettables not wanting to sit around and do nothing for the next few months until stage 1. I mean, in fairness, you'd probably have to win the actual kickoff and go to the major. Otherwise, yeah, you will have a bit of time off anyway. As we head into the bans, Thatcher, Glaz, Azami, Smoke.
Yeah, the band's not standing out as being terribly out of left wing, but again, it does mean that the shields most critically will be left alive, and so Barbie Boys have elected instead to go an alternate route, which is more of the execute heavy util, namely the Thatcher, which can be used to counter Nitro, and then the Glaz, which gives you the freedom of play through smokes with ease. But it means it is going to test their ability at some point, most likely, to counter shields. Blackbeard, probably the most notable for Chiefs. So we'll see how that does indeed play out. It's Archive's first site of choice. And, well, I'm looking at the composition already here from Chiefs, and it's pretty cheeky. With the Imaru in play, the Sense as well, Capital for util, layering, and the Nomad to dump air jabs. It screams an Archive set.
10 seconds left before insertion.
A bit of a change up in the attacker lineup for Chiefs. They'll bring the Deimos, the Twitch, and the Blackbeard at the last second.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Gilliman on the Thorn. I imagine we'll just place a couple of Razor Bloom shells and start running around the map and doing what he does best. Armory Archives, of course, the site for the opening round. Oh, Lunchbox. Oh, hang on. Where's Lunchbox gone? Mate, there's a game on. Can we get the... He's just left. He's not even watching the cam, technically. Player right there.
That you kill him.
He's back. He's back. All right. I want to know what he was just doing in that moment. Bear it back, guys. Got to go put the fan on. It's getting hot.
Got to go put the bins out.
Yeah, just mid-official, 40 seconds into the round. Maybe Mum was asking, Fox, can you do the dishes? I'm in Pro League, Mum. I mean, obviously she wouldn't call him Box. Oh, Walsh, big Nitrocell.
Hey, you never know. Oh boy. Okay, minute 45 on the clock. Advantage to Barbie Boys. Walsh getting peppered. It's been a good performance from him so far, and he holds his nerve to stay alive here early portion round 1. Well, okay, I'll say that and he dies, but player falls and traded. 4v3 now, minute 30. Barbie Boys still in an advantageous position.
Yeah, classic border there in terms of just the trade potential that you can have on offer. Relays creeping around customs. Little frag grenade towards metal stairs. Box patiently waiting. just calms down and left. Push coming from Jay Kenner. Edibles will be the one and has to think about, does he go for the swing? He does have a nitrocell available and certainly will be useful against the Blackbeard of Jay Kenner. And now the push to come through. It's Bailey that hits the shot though. Nitrocell not even needed. Lunchbox by himself. He started the round AFK. He ends the round as the last dead for Chiefs. Barbie Boys, perfect start on border.
Yeah, good little snowball. Pretty typical border. And doing a good job to dismiss Chiefs. They never really got their footing into the map to set up for the eventual very execute-heavy play style that I think they were attempting there with that particular composition. Just got a little bit awkward there through the early mid-round and, yeah, kind of crumbled. But early days, opening round, it is what it is. Attacking sometimes, especially into border, can be a little bit difficult to feel your way through the first couple of rounds. We've got archives for round number 2 for the follow-up. And it doesn't look like Chiefs are going to shy away from shield play early here. Jay Kenner initially selecting Monty for the follow-up.
Big round for Bailey. He gets himself a 3K. Walsh got the opening kill of the round. Killerman getting 1-2. So all the things that, you know, Bobby Boys probably wanted to happen in that round, they were able to kind of get going their way. Nothing really working at all for Chiefs. Bathroom tellers, and from here now the map really opens up the next 2 rounds. Armory Archives always can be the one that's stalled out a little bit. You get Bathroom Towers, Event Workshop. The map opens up massively, but that might be to the benefit of someone like Killerman around bot metal and can roam on that Mozzie. Walsh can roam as well on the Ella.
So top East likely to now be the next point of contention for Chiefs. Jay Kenner will play the forward line on the shield. Maybe some accompanying drone work as well to facilitate that. And I love the addition of the Nomad to try and cut these positions off once the control has been gained by Chiefs. In terms of the contest, though, from Barbie Boys, it's pretty limited at the moment. You have Bailey inside of offers, and Walsh can push forward over towards through security in that waiting Mez position as well if he wants. But equally, with shield, with the hatches rather already opened, I don't anticipate them to play ultra aggressive. Prayers as well will lurk through 90. It's a pretty good read initially here from the defense, but have Chiefs even elected to commit here? It doesn't really seem to be the case. But stack waiting room though. So above, below as opposed to above. 90 seconds remaining in this round.
I think so far this is a win for Barbie Boys, compounded even further now by that opening kill onto Lunchbox. Player does get a trade. Kaken going for the plant inside of Teller, so Chiefs are going to go all in on this plant. It may come off successfully rather than going for the room clear. Kaken has got the plant down. It's now only Walsh by himself. We saw him do some work towards top waiting. Has gotten a couple kills, but nevertheless, the plant down with the Monty shield up. Play over towards bathroom. Walsh, of course, aware of the fact he needs to deal with player more so than Jay Kenner. Trying to draw out player, and he did a decent job of that. He's got him down, eliminated, and now has 10 seconds to deal with the Monty shield.
Jake.
What?
No. No. That did not actually just happen. That did not actually just happen. What was that clutch?
What?
What?
I need a replay of that stat.
We have seen some
as
pretty
soon
absurd,
as possible.
We have seen some absurd clutches today. We have seen some very absurd clutches. That
That's
may
number
well
one.
take the cake. That has to take
Yeah, that is number one. That is insane from Walsh. He's just starting to really find his footing in Pro League. A little slow to get going in Challenger Series, but he's really heating up in this contest. And he did some great work over towards waiting. As we watch back, I mean, just drawing out player with the tap onto the kit, goes back to the kit, tries to draw out Kaken. What is that? Wow. Big power play. 2-0 to Barbie Boys here on border. And a 5-1 start for Walsh.
Boy, oh boy, that was... Oh no. Hopefully that's not a bad omen of things to come here for Chiefs here on border. It's a 2-0 start. Barbie Boys looking a little more comfy here on their map selection so far. As we look to settle back down, it's been a great day for Walsh. I highlighted it when we came back from the map 1 break that he was the best for his team and looked really comfortable, and some of the reads he had were good.
We're 16-8 now in the series.
Yeah, exactly my point. 16 kills so far in the BO3. He's been a significant stakeholder in the match.
Yeah, not a good start here for Chiefs on the attack of border. So Event Workshop, 3rd round, and it's an early kind of got to win sort of round for Chiefs. Otherwise, Barbie Boys then get to go straight back to Armory Archives, and the pressure would be mounting. It's been the day of seeing all 3 maps here in OCE. What's one more, says Barbie Boys.
Still a long way to go. Chiefs may be able to find their footing here and brush aside that last round. No doubt a little frustrating for it to have gone astray. The Monty persists. Kaken has retained his license despite the last round, and he'll push forward to pressure this position from Prez, who's now on a little bit of an island, gaining support elsewhere though, as Bailey falls. Good start
Prez is
here
going to
for
be dead
Chiefs.
here.
Oh!
He's got to die. Yeah, he does. Oh my goodness.
It just looks a little on edge at the moment for Chiefs.
Well, Walsh got 1, but immediately traded by Relays. In fact, they traded each other. Apologies. Keeps the advantage with Chiefs, and so far it's been a better clear. Played off the Monty really, really well. Good communication from Kaken. Good follow-up from Alexa player. But as has today been the day of clutches, at this point, I'm not going to call a single round over ever again in my life, because this has just been ridiculous. Even right now, I still have the faith in Killerman and Wettables in a 2 versus 4. There's only 50 seconds. And they get the kill onto Kaken. That would have been so crucial. Killerman ended up dying to player, and Wettables dies bot metal. Chiefs are on the board on border.
Yeah, that's better from Chiefs. A little more confidence. Again, it initially looked a touch shaky on that top floor clear. Not super duper clinical, but it was still good enough and had the right pieces in the right positions. They leveraged the Monty nicely. They were able to break some of the crossfires that Barbie Boys were reliant upon on that top floor. And once that broke down, it was pretty straightforward effort to be able to compound that advantage. And so understandably, the Monty gets banned in response. Barbie Boys are sick of dealing with Kaken, and Tubarel will join him.
Oh, this is going to be the test now. Armory Archives for Chiefs. Real statement if they can win this side on the attack. And as he said, now no more Monty available for Kaken. To be honest, it's not needed. Kaken is more than equipped to play other roles. He's by no means a hard-sat Monty main. A lot of trap utility for Barbie Boys. Grismont Mines from Walsh. You got the Razor Blooms from Killerman. Vulcan Canisters to deal with as well. And throwing 2 Nitrocells from Prez and Wettables. A good setup for them coming into the 4th round. Relays onto the Amaru. That may get changed. But if it doesn't, could indicate an intriguing strategy for Chiefs in this round as Box switches to the Rayora. I am keeping my eyes firmly locked on Relays. It's not often you'll see the Amaru on border.
Yeah, most traditionally it'll be for the sandwich hit here, and the RUs can help in masking that particular play. In a rare instance, you might see a play up the box hatch, but that's probably pushing it a little bit. So wait and see. The additional layering as well of Rayora in this composition could make things intriguing. Here is Relays very quickly. So is he posturing to go up the hatch? That's the question. Could be on the agenda. He'll be waiting again for the util layering elsewhere. He's not just going to go straight up the hatch without any kind of assistance. That's not ideal. So here we go. Can relays make it work?
Well, doesn't really matter. The rest of the
He's not
boys
needed.
dead. Relay, he's not even needed. He's like, boys, where is everyone? He might get one on the pushback up middle from Killer Man, who's just goes for a little play. This round's done. That is a wonderfully set play from Chiefs. The focus was on relays, and rightfully so with the Amari play. Yeah, it's a free kill onto Killer Man, drop back down the hatch, and that is a really well worked round. Probably the best worked round in the series. Well, we go from a mega clutch from Walsh into 2 rounds back-to-back for Chiefs on the attack, and we are all tied up here on border.
Yeah,
that was quick.
That was nice. They were able to leverage pressure from the main breach. Relays was there as backup. Was in a good position to trade those picks if required. Ultimately wasn't. And then had a good advanced position against the retake, so... Yeah, look, not really too much more to say. It was classic border, a little bit tricky to ascertain as to how those other picks came into fruition, but I think it was just one of those examples where everyone hits their shots at the correct time. There's a little bit of util layering in there as well, and once you kind of slip control over towards Armory, it's very difficult to get that back. So, yeah, credit there to Chiefs. They equalize the scoreline, and it's back down to tellers.
It's kind of also hard to get a read on this first half. I mean, we've played 4 rounds. It's kind of Walsh or bust a little bit for Barbie Boys. He's got the majority of their kills. He's got more than half their kills. None for Wettables, which is a concern because he was looking really solid on Consulate. So they've kind of lost a bit of that firepower. Whereas it's an even spread performance for Chiefs, and that was a really well worked strategic round that we just saw from them. And now they've got a little semblance of momentum. Already the first map in the back pocket. Jay Kenner trying to be a bit sneak. They might go fast here again, honestly. Yeah, you got double shield. Jay Kenner's kind of just lurking. Tellers is vulnerable. There are a lot of bodies on that second floor. There is double nitrocell and Wettables playing bathroom. Obviously, Chiefs trying to do the prep work, but it does seem like that's the goal, is to go for the fast hit.
Yeah, maybe. We'll wait and see. They'll be playing into triple nitro, however. Just may not pay off. Kendall's been cooked above here from Neptune. Could be a bait and switch. Relays with tasked with the plant of that diffuser, and Jay Kenner probably then given the license to go deep here on the blitz and try to aggress. Player will then sneak through passport, look for the pinch pressure. I do quite like this setup. Minute 45, it's actually Jay Kenner to take that kid. In the meantime, Killerman found a kill. Nitro will land.
Big Nitro. That's huge. And the round's done.
It's dead.
Well, you see, the thing is, the setup in itself is fine, but they've taken so long, and Barbie Boys have got so much control of the map that they themselves know the only real point that is maybe at danger is going to be that Teller's rush. And so Barbie Boys are set up and ready for it. They've got the utility to deal with it. I think if Chiefs were to go for that, you need to create something elsewhere around the map to just kind of draw eyes, draw attention, draw some bodies. Neptune just going to send it in. He will die, and Barbie Boys retake the lead. Pretty easy round for them, and they had really good patience and understanding as to what Chiefs were trying to do, and they were ready for it.
Yep. Yeah, I think you have framed it pretty perfectly. There was so little happening elsewhere on the map that it kind of was the only option remaining. Wettables with a really nice nitro. And there was never a world in which Chiefs were able to get deep in towards that objective, activate the likes of the Blitz, get those shields active, actually disrupt the anchors on the site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
And yeah, so some good timing and some well-placed utility from defense. Nets a Barbie Boys the round win. And so it's now the final of the half. We return to Armory. And last time out, Chiefs with the Amaru and some aggressive plays elsewhere were able to flood Armory. Early composition, though, suggesting that the reattempt here from Chiefs will be a little bit more conventional.
5 rounds straight, the opening kill has been converted. 2 plants for Jay Kenner. 2 multi-kills for Barbie Boys. 1 from Bailey, 1 from Walsh as we head into the final round of the half. I'm actually not sure what the halftime vibe song is going to be, by the way, but we had an absolute banger in the previous half. I'm hoping we can bag it up. We can go 2 for 2. And I did check the Twitch chat poll. It got added to the playlist. So I was on the money with that one. So far, Barbie Boys have been far more on the money here on Border. They only got the 3 rounds on Consulate. They already achieved that in the first half on their map pick. Kaken continuing to apply his trade on the shield. Started on the Blackbeard, switched over to the Monty. That gets banned away. Tried one on the Blitz. Never really got a proper go at that. And now back onto the Blackbeard to end the half.
Big responsibility on Walsh. Pillar position security. It's a key part of the defense. Installing out time, protecting armory breach. And so far, he's done a good job of chipping away at drone utility, maintaining pressure and his life. Chiefs all stacked outside at the moment. Looking for that opportunity to pounce. Utility now to be layered, and Walsh is able to escape, so good work. But that now likely opens the path forward into security for Chiefs, but it's not taken initially, and there's still backup options available here for Barbie Boys, Vetables. Good line of sight, Nitro Cell as well. And Walsh could maybe even think about recontesting here if he finds that opportunity. Minute 30 in the round, and a top east posture now from Chiefs.
Yeah, and he's able to do this because Wettables has been watching, so they know it's a vacated spot. Now Wettables can get off that angle, watching the window in towards CC. So Walsh can kind of take over. Wettables can put more pressure potentially over towards the balcony side. There's only just over a minute left. He's actually still just watching it anyway. Because Walsh is there. There is a player outside there as well. Kaken into break. So that might activate Walsh. He might go and think about a swing attempt. Goes for the feet of Kaken. Forces the drop down of Walsh. Lunchbox gets rid of Killerman. Opening kill goes the way of Chiefs. Kaken has done well to push forward on this Blackbeard, but shut down by the Nitro Cell of Prez. So they lose the shield. They lose Lunchbox. Relays a huge kill onto Bailey. They still haven't cleared Wettables in sight, and he just turns around. Easy kill onto Neptune. And a significant advantage now for Barbie Boys late in this round.
Yeah, 20 seconds. And it's a double stack in through Fountain for the attack. They need to trade this out. Player hard right needs to be dealt with. It's Prez who lands both sprays. Barbie Boys top off the half, and it's shaping up to be a very intriguing border.
Hey, baby. Can I tell you what's on my mind?
So 4-2 lead for Barbie Boys on Border. Closing out the half with the last 2 rounds. As the Chiefs now go on defense themselves to see if they can close this map out in a 2-0 fashion. Otherwise, bank will be required. Do or die elimination match. Stakes are high, and the bans come through. Solid Snake will not be a factor in this second half. Banned away, along with the Monty, the Azami, and the Mirror.
Yeah, Snake, an interesting one. Can't help but feel that for executes, with just how compact the map is, you don't have to be too far away to capture a lot of information. Typically 3 or 4 players on the site, and again, relay that efficiently. It can be quite strong, and so Chiefs are not wanting to contend with that. Monty as well, a lot of use cases here. We saw them lean into that heavily themselves, especially Jay Kenner. So again, they will deny that from Barbie Boys. Does mean, though, that the Blackbeard is available and expecting that to get quite a bit of play time. So over to Archives for the opening round of the half. Some intriguing decisions in terms of this defensive composition, though, when you have the Castle and the Aruni both in play. Maybe Chiefs are looking to lean heavily into utility on this particular occasion and try to drain as much as they possibly can from Barbie Boys. I do wonder if it'll pay off.
Queried before about MVP for the day, guys. Bappen would have to be right up there with his clutch plays. You kind of touched on if Walsh can finish strong, he'd be in contention. For that to happen, he desperately would need to get to map 3. Oh, we got a little trade of utility. A little gas babe for a frag grenade. And, well, the frag grenade forces Jay Kenner into a awkward position. Easy kill in the end for Wettables, and a great clear from Barbie Boys. Good teamwork to get rid of the smoke towards East Airs.
Yeah, pretty simple and straightforward. If you're in Jay Kenner's position over towards East Airs and you don't move fast enough to play coverage down below waiting room, that's exactly how you get caught with util flying and no catch. It's a pretty easy collection for Wettables. Minute 50 then on the clock. It's not a steamroll here from Barbie Boys. They will be a little patient. It's not as straightforward as is transitioning that control now in through office. They are contested pretty fiercely. It's a reset now from Chiefs. Minute 30 on the clock. Fountain hold from Relays. And Neptune security. Can he be a difference maker with the DMR in hand?
Oh, Neptune wins the battle with the DMR. First 1 or 2 bullets probably didn't quite connect the way he would have liked, but he just kept at it. Lunchbox keeps Killerman still on a bit of a cooler. He's not really firing on Border. 3 and 5 now, as Chiefs take the player advantage after losing Kenner early. Oh, lovely kill from Wettables. He doesn't want to go home just yet. He evens it up, expecting, of course, that push over towards main lobby to come and deal with him. That was player who was honestly fortunate to still be alive. He's on low health. Wettables will get an opportunity and should be able to get this kill. Never mind player. Wonderful headshot. Quick reaction. Shuts down the rampaging Wettables. Chiefs in the last 30 seconds have got the extra body.
Yeah, 20 on the clock. Prez has been able to dash across, get himself in a plant position, but Bailey will need to cover against 3 members of Chiefs. Player below denies, and horizontally, Neptune as well. Really, really good resistance from Chiefs after what was a strong start for Barbie Boys East side. Chiefs were able to snap back.
Yeah, really good for them to be able to win in that fashion. Didn't quite pan out they would have liked early on in the round. They lost Jay Kenner, opens up that East Airs position. You don't have the gas babes available anymore. It was a great clear with the frag grenade and then the follow-up from Wettables towards Passport. I think that was some really good teamwork and synergy. It took a big swing from Neptune to get his kill. He could have easily lost that. They would have been down 3v5. So, Chiefs were fighting pretty desperately in this round, and they just kind of, in the end, were able to get themselves into that winning position. 20 seconds to go, 2v3. Barbie Boys didn't really have a good plant position either. 4-3 on the scoreboard. It was Armory Archives 1. Now you go Bathroom and Tellers, and this will be more of a test. After the first 5 rounds, the opening kills were converted. It's now 2 rounds straight, which they have not been converted.
10 seconds to go.
Still no multi-kill for Chiefs on this map, which is a concern on a map like Border, but it does suggest, and as you can see down below, that it's a pretty even spread of kills. So it's not just a single player or two getting the vast majority of the kills. They're spreading it pretty evenly. But all these rounds have been pretty one-sided. So the second round was a 1v2. The Walsh clutch, of course, the big shot onto Jay Kenner. Every other round has been either 4 alive or 3 alive. Oh! Speaking of big shots, this time onto Neptune from Walsh.
Good work. It just frees up a bit of horizontal control now in this pocket of the map. Bobo's going to establish a bit of a foothold, maybe force a bit of fight back here from the likes of player who now themselves also get caught. So the trap is sprung and Chiefs have fallen right into it. Now it's all about entering the conversion phase of the round for this attack and confirming where these defenders aren't picking them apart. They're doing just that. Box relays 2v5 and they need to hold out for 2 whole minutes.
I can't imagine that's going to be likely a good response from Barbie Boys after falling short in the previous round. Now they look very dominant here in the 8th. A bit of yellow ping information. Not much that they can do with it, though, as the duo. And they've given up Talers. Prez going for the plant. I just don't see how they can even deny this. Even if you do get a kill or 2, you're now in the post-plant scenario. Relays immediately dead inside a bathroom. Lunchbox towards server. He's going to get absolutely pinched inside a server. He can't take both fights at once. Barbie Boys are able to bounce back in that round. And they take a 5-3 lead. And we're edging a little closer to bank.
They're certainly starting to feel that way. With some good flashes of siege from them recently. So we enter a tactical timeout. In terms of opening kill conversions, as a stat to highlight so far of the 8 rounds played so far, it has only not been converted on 2 occasions, and it's been and that was a 50-50 split. One was Chiefs failing, and the follow-up there was Barbie Boys. This tactical, though, for clarification, has been called by Chiefs. So maybe sensing a little bit like us that they're losing a bit of control in this matchup, and they're looking to just try and reset here and see if they can fight back. It's a 2-round margin at the moment, so they can certainly do that, but they need to step it up.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
You're mud.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, I think coming out of the timeout is a great opportunity. It's still only a 2-round differential. Just tiny bit of breathing room. If Barbie Boys do get it to 6, it's not the end of the world. You can force overtime. It just hasn't really clicked for them on Border. And back on Consulate, they largely dominated. A 7-3 scoreline usually does suggest that. Completely dominated in the multi-kill department, 4-1. They got 2 3-round winning streaks. Only won 2 in a row once so far here on Border.
Oh, Neptune looking for maybe some contact there on the exterior of security, but he'll retreat back to the map. Early hard breach here on offer. Killerman is going to follow it up with a very swift push. The Banshee, though, will still out his meant to man.
Oh, Prez is planting already.
Plant?
And he's going to get it off.
He just walked to the front door.
Yeah, walk straight through the front door. Unconventional plant in the smoke, and it works. Lovely set play from Barbie Boys. Catching Chiefs off guard. Walsh with a good kill. They've still got the numbers. A low health box and player might even have to think about swinging that front door, but instead opts back towards Workshop. Walsh sitting and waiting. He goes to 13 and 4. Start getting Bank warmed up. It's seemingly required. Barbie boys have been too good here on border. Oh, that's clinical from Walsh. Straight to the head.
It's good signs from this young gunner who's making a bit of a statement in the early portion here of Kickoff. It's been a good day at the office for him. Still probably trailing Pappen in terms of that earlier MVP discussion that we were having. He was insane today, but I tell you what, if he's able to keep this momentum up and be a difference maker on Bank, which, as you mentioned, does feel inevitable at this point, maybe he could be the man to take the honors. He's had some big moments and some big impact in this match. He's looked, honestly, really, really comfortable inside of the server. As we look back at that round, we catch up in the post. It was spearheaded by direct push through front door. Bailey played the front line on the blitz, and in the meantime, Prez planted inside of that smoke, and there was really no world in which Chiefs were able to impact that. And so up back of the attack, they don't win the round. It's a 3-round margin, and Bank is calling.
It looks like we're going to get the triple trifecta of all 3 matches today going the distance. It's been a banging day for Easter Sunday host Kickoff. Unless Chiefs can string together 3 straight to force overtime. We haven't had an overtime today, have we? I don't believe so.
No, I don't think so.
It's been kind of one of those kind of days where a team by team and map by map basis have just been quite a bit better. So even though all 3 of the series have gone to 3 maps, the maps themselves haven't really been too much of a contest outside of maybe the Enterprise game on Fortress, which went 7-5. Followed up by the 7-0. Don't imagine we'll see a 7-0 on Bank, though.
Unlikely. So it's the castle deployed again in combination with the Aruni for Chiefs. This time out, we see these barricades deployed on break side. This offers more playable area for the defense, and again will hopefully decelerate the push from Barbie Boys, who will be required to invest more of that projectile utility to clear the gates and then clear the castle barricades. Relays is so eager to push forward here. He almost caught a timing onto Walsh if he had pushed forward. Hive launch doesn't land. Drone is good. Relays able to get out.
Wow. Yeah.
Pretty risky.
If he just had a guy immediately swung, he's just straight dead, shot in the back. He's quite fortunate. Massive performance for Walsh, though. A bit of a coming of age for him. His best match easily since his debut. That's been a big reason why Barbie Boys lead 6-3. They are taking their time, though, in this round. 90 seconds left on the clock. And the clear to come through from Killerman as he takes on the battle towards Fountain. Jay Kenner just completely napping behind the deployable shield. That elbow well and truly extended. And Killerman says, thank you very much. As Walsh, the entry denied by Neptune, but Prez there for cover. Good teamwork again for Barbie Boys. It just seems like they've always got the numbers in all of these fights. Completely outnumbering the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. 60 seconds now on the clock, and it's Killerman to double down. Relays, Lair. Can they push this one more round, or is Bank calling up next? 50 seconds.
I'll find you. I don't see it happening. I really don't. Even more so with Relays going down. Well, the fate of this bracket in the OCE region, leaving these 2 great teams to battle it out already in the lower bracket, is unfortunate. That one will have to go home. But I think at least the solace is that we'll take all 3 maps unless player gets 2 more. And he cannot. Vendetta from Wettables. Well, he's not done yet for the second oldest player in the region. He wants a little more action here for Kickoff, and he will get it, and we will get it. Bank is required. It will be the last map of the day.
溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! レオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
So all 3 maps required for our final series of the day, fitting for what's been a thrilling day of Siege here for OCE Kickoff, and it comes down to just 1 map to determine the fate of Barbie Boys and Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's turning into a little bit of a nail biter with momentum swinging both ways so far, but yeah, just thriving a little bit more in the chaos of border. And so I think as we head into bank, it should be a little bit more neutral territory. It's tricky to envision either them just having an inherent advantage, really, to be honest. I think we've seen some good stuff from both. And honestly, in terms of just pinpointing one select player, the one arguably with some of the least experience inside of the server has been Walsh. If he can continue his run of form here today, he could really be the one to propel Barbie Boys over the line.
So it comes down to bank. One of these 2 teams will be eliminated from Kickoff. I don't want to go... We've had teams eliminated in APL. We have, that's right, because we are technically the last
correct
for this week. We'll be the first from OCE, though, of course, to bid farewell, which is again, it's a real shame because you look at both teams and you think you'd like to see more of them. Luckily, we got a whole year of Siege ahead where we'll see them more often in stage 1 and stage 2. But, you know, the likes of Wedables, Prez, Killerman, the rise of Walsh as well. You know, that's something that we want to see more of. And obviously Chiefs as an organization, but also the players stacked. And especially when you consider, now Walsh is not young in nature like a Lunchbox, but he's young in the pro scene. So, yeah, it's a little bit sad. One of these, though, will get another chance moving in forward of the lower bracket. Chiefs defending first up. And we'll need to bounce back. 7-3 Consulate, 7-3 Border. Let's see what Bank has to offer.
Absolutely. Kaid Echo banned out for the side of defense. And then Chiefs taking off the Habana and the Ace. So it means that range hard breach is unavailable. And critically for top floor, Canto Wall will remain closed. That will largely shift attacks to square side, you would imagine. And so Chiefs, the ones dictating those bans in that kind of direction, will be hopefully well and ready, prepared for that. I like the addition of the Maestro here. Doesn't see too much playtime at the moment, but it's quite a powerful operator, gaining information, plant denial, good counter to the smokes that will likely be deployed here as well from the attack.
Barbie Boys finishing strong with the last 3 rounds on Border. Prior to that, you know, 4-3 scoreline. It was relatively close. And Consulate was the same as well. Last 3 rounds went the way of Chiefs after a 4-3 scoreline. Kept it relatively close. CEO Executive, the first site choice here on the top floor. Neptune holding front desk. Killerman half health on the rappel outside. I do feel like the map of Bank might play more into the hands of Chiefs. A bit more on the structured side, but you know, Killerman finds the opening kill onto Neptune. You call all the way back to Consulate. He went absolutely nuts. He was 18-5, 25-12 in the series as a whole, but it's matched by Walsh, who's also 25-12. Killerman with the opening pick gives Barbie Boys the advantage heading into the last 90 seconds of the round.
Can they make this execute land though? 4 bolts available. Other piece of util as well that can be scattered to try and disrupt the likes of Jan, get this plant in front of the window. Can they make it count though? When the pressure starts to mount. Player as well still has a smoke, a gas babe rather, that he can respond with. Nitro as well here for Box. Oh, and he finds a kill with the SMG, and that will immediately disrupt this attack.
That's a massive kill for Box. He's forced out of Janitor in the end, but shuts down the Capital. He can reposition. And brings it back to a 4v4 heading into the execute portion of this round. And it completely just slows down the pacing for Barbie Boys now. They cannot execute. They've got 3 players outside. It's only Killerman that's top square. Logic Bomb rings out. Don't think it's going to amount to too much for them. Player getting rid of Walsh. The Chiefs now in the prime position to take this round.
Absolutely. And with relays confirming that. Oh, I thought, and that as well.
Oh,
it could be
Prez.
all but over, but Prez with a nice little swing in. Now, though, low on HP alongside Killerman, and there's where the Maestro can really come alive. Prez somehow able to survive. Chicken trying to tap.
Well, they don't have. He doesn't have kit. There's no time. Chiefs are going to take the opening round. Perfect start for them on the third and final map. Player gets pumped up, and as they should. Great start for Chiefs. And I will add in the little tidbit, whoever's won the first round has gone on to win the map. Not that that means anything. I just thought I'd add it in.
Certainly helps, though. Gets you one step closer. Top floor ticked off, and it's staff open to follow. I suppose a bit of a somewhat intriguing talking point. That basement will be the tertiary site of choice here, at least initially for Chiefs. Not that there's anything inherently really wrong with that if you can make these other sites count. Did a good job in the last round to really disrupt that attack. Box was massive in that round. If you had have given the opportunity to Barbie Boys to settle and deploy that utility, swing into side rather uncontested, and then you're forced to play for plant denial or retake, it would have been far more challenging. So the plaudits go to him that round, and the rest of Chiefs for backing him up. As we prep now for open area, looking across at the composition for Barbie Boys, specifically the additions of Deimos, Solid Snake, and Dockerby could be quite formidable in terms of just the sheer amount of information that this attack will be able to garner.
Every round, every moment has such a huge impact in the landscape of this kickoff stage. Ooh, we're in the driver's seat here on Bank. This is the Alex special. I think he was the first one to do that.
Okay, so it's Deimos lurk below, so Killerman probably posturing for main or blue, whatever he feels is the most effective push. And then perhaps the others will be more directed up above. Oh, that's a good lurk. Yeah, Jekena gets caught. Well, that adds to a bit of a list now that's being created. Jekena getting caught out mid-round. Some good positioning for Barbie Boys has been able to facilitate those plays, and it just opens up the door now for the team to flood in with a little bit more confidence. And already they're knocking on the door of sight.
Yeah, 1-3 on the opening deaths, or kill deaths, I guess, for Jekena on border. That's his first opening death on Bank. That's 2 opening kills now in a row for Killerman. But one in the first round, and then the follow-up here, and then it gets traded by Player. 3-0 start for Player, who is, I think at his best, he's a real top-level player, but the consistency is always sometimes not quite been there. Which is probably the same that can be said for, honestly, the majority of this roster. Minute left, still the advantage with Barbie Boys after they dealt with Lunchbox on the smoke. And Staff and Open is far more vulnerable now. There's only one on site. There's players down below and Relays is up above. Very susceptible to a default hit here by Barbie Boys. Oh,
40
Player's just dead. He's not going to expect Walsh just sitting here. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he will. Dead. Okay, maybe he won't. 35 now on the clock. Maybe Relay's second floor could be the flank potential quad, but even he's being watched. Oh, timing. No. I'm ticking.
Neptune's got a lot to do. He's got too much to do. And Prez will just go for the door point with the RAU. Oh, he gets taken down. Neptune is actually able to get the kill, and that might just throw things into disarray. Walsh forced to go grab the kit. He'll have to plant, may opt for a default plant. Can't even get that. Relays and Neptune can look to deny it. Weddapulse, the huge kill, needed that. Only Relays left in the 1v3. Does get the kill onto Walsh, though. Time left. He hides the pillar. Huge play. And Chiefs have stolen it at the death.
Oh my goodness. We have had so many So many rounds of Siege played today, and with that, so many crazy clutches. Goodness me. I really thought the sealer was there when Veto was able to lurk into side and realized it was quite a distance from the action, but he was able to make it work over towards bot square. Right here. They're still scrambling, trying to get that diffuser on the ground, and seemingly they've completely overlooked the fact that that bottom quad wall was in fact opened up, directly giving Relays that opportunity to then positions himself beautifully to play the clock. I mean, a far
that's devastating for Bobby boys.
Yeah,
you've had the 2 rounds that you've gotten the opening kill. That round there, you pretty much should be winning it. It was a 4v2 towards the end.
10 seconds to go.
Relays comes up big.
5 seconds to insertion.
And a 2-0 start for Chiefs.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And most importantly, they now get the ability to head to basement. Very strong site defensively, and they'll play full bunker. Every operator brought has one goal in mind, and it's to delay any sort of plant attempt. I wonder what the goal will be for Bailey on the Solid Snake on this side. You know after a little while, okay, that you could drone this out. You don't really need the Solid Snake to get you entry quicker.
Tracker on hostile.
Does he go something like a garage?
Yeah.
Almost play sort of the nook roll. Or is it just simply to speed up the clear?
I don't really
of which they got a lot. I mean, like Solid Snake, Deimos, and Dockerby is heavily investing in this.
Yeah, we saw it last round as well, right? I don't know, especially on basement, if that's going to compromise their executability.
It's a different site, though. I'm not questioning it last round, but for basement, it's interesting.
We'll see. If they start having issues flushing out the likes of Red and Deep Security, etc., because they don't have the U-tools to Lair, I think that's where it starts to be brought into question. But if they find really good info that they can quickly excel and kind of pounce upon and maybe lurk through garage or find plays down main or whatever, then we'll be singing their praises. So it's more so just a case of execution.
You got 2 flashes.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm so concerned. I suppose the sense default here will provide enough coverage. You don't necessarily need smokes, but those 2 flashes need to be precise, especially against Red. That's where I'm most concerned about them being able to actually find value and find success.
Well, you have a lot of informational gathering tools. By the way, there's only a minute left. Like, you got the Death Mark, you got the Quan Hive Launcher, you got the radar from Solid Snake, you got the Logic Bombs. But you already know where they are. Like, it's basement on bank. Wettables has got himself into server. Oh, he's just going to slip in. What is this? One tap onto relays. No one watching.
Okay.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter what you bring if you could just walk in the front door. And that now draws a lot of the attention. Yeah, now the flames came out, Jay Kenner. Now I'll use the Shamika launcher.
40 seconds.
Okay. Logic Bomb rings out. Pocket canister pop from player. He's, of course, cautious of a garage lurk. Rez into CCTV, thinking about the plant, wanting to get the plant down. The ROU goes up. Gas Babe, though, pushes him off. No surprise. Shamika launcher can do the rest. And there's still another Gas Babe. As you say it, they should not be able to find a plant position, but Price has tucked in. Hang on. No. Denied.
Okay.
8 seconds. 2v2. Probably going to have to find the kills. As Wettables is ticking incredibly low. Falls to Lunchbox. Walsh gets a big kill. Time runs out. Chiefs go 3-0 up. It was scrappy. Came down to the end of the round. But clearly in the end, there was just no ability to get the plant down.
Yeah, no ability to get the plant down. And look, sometimes that's the case. In fact, as the site has developed in the kind of modern meta, you're often not expected to get the plant down, but you need to have the U-tool layering and the positions to be able to go deep and send it down main or lurk garage or drop the hatch. Do something to disrupt the Red. Because they were such an info-heavy comp, they didn't have that utility. It was quite literally the double flash, as you identified, and the follow-up from that meant that it was quite weak. There was almost a strange, window of opportunity there for the plant to actually be secured. But again, ultimately, very low percentage. It doesn't work out. Left scrapping in the late round, and the defense was too strong.
Ooh, so we get a timeout after 3 rounds. And again, another opening kill courtesy. You think back to Wedables just kind of walking in through server or CCTV, gets the little one tap onto relays. And that was when I'm thinking, well, regardless of operator lineup, it's irrelevant now. It's a 5v4. You got numbers, and it's a lineup actually that can flood site nicely, get the information, play off that. But 3 rounds straight, you've gotten that opening pick, and 3 rounds straight, you've not been able to convert. Is a concern for Barbie Boys. Walsh getting 3 kills in that round. He continues his hot form in the series and is now the top fragger with 29 kills. 29-14, 3-0 on the entry. Wedables 4-0 on the entry as well. It's been their strength in this series. Killerman 7-3.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But they've just never really been able to actually benefit as greatly as they would like from those opening kills.
Yeah. So the clash hidden here. Prep phase round number 4 of this 3rd and final map. Top floor, site of choice. How much longer can Chiefs maintain this streak of momentum? Casting our minds back to the last time this site was played out. Groundwork for Barbie Boys was pretty sound, and again, as you're painting the picture, the opening kill went their way, but it was boxed over towards Jan with a hero play to disrupt the push and get down below untraded. It really disrupted the push, which was largely centered around said Jan clear and being able to deploy utility to cover for the plant. With the double range hard breach ban, I anticipate that Barbie Boys will go for something similar here with an emphasis over towards either site direct or top square, and Chiefs are seemingly well prepared for that. We'll see how it plays out here for the re-attempt. The additional bans of note as well, Castle and Blackbeard.
It's getting away from Barbie Boys now, despite a lot of good work in the map. They've gotten 0 reward. Now have to deal with the clash of relays. And this site itself is actually the site that was the most dominant round win for Chiefs when they had 3 players alive. Despite the fact that Killerman got a very early kill. Bailey to make his way up over towards Banana. But he's just going to be walking into the clash anyway. And the pressure very much mounts.
Minute 30, and Barbie Boys are waiting for Bailey to find value on that Monty push forward. Throwing pressure out the likes of Elevator and Front Desk, and they net the first kill
another one.
again. Can they convert is now the question.
Yeah.
Well, they've got the clash set up here inside of Elevator, do Chiefs. So Barbie Boys, again, it's going to be a reliance on utility clearance. So the flames have already been used. 1 frag grenade for Killerman. Scan as well. We'll see if that's enough to try and pressure Relays. He's looking quite comfortable at the moment.
Well, it's a tricky proposition. You don't want to rush once you get that opening kill, but I think they're also leaving themselves little room at the end of these rounds, not a lot of time, and then that's when it gets a bit scrappy. Walsh over towards square. It's probably the next 20 seconds that's going to determine this round massively for Barbie Boys, how they can really nail home the advantage. Swing, though, from box outside Janitor. Did get some damage into Walsh, but he will fall. Wedables cleans house, and it seems like this will be the round, and surely they can capitalize. Wedables sticking the plant. They lost a couple more. Relays by himself. That plant will be successful. Shield down from Relays. Gun in hand. Can't find anything on the long angle, and outside on the rappel now. 2 players present. Wedables for Barbie Boys. They need to win this round. They cannot be losing this 1v3 against the clash. Relays will be thinking about, can I get shield down next to the kit and get a counter defuse off? I don't even think he knows where the kit actually is at the moment. And he's running out of time. Killerman does go down. 12 seconds though. Relays has got to find this kit now, and he will not. That's the round done. Barbie Boys are on the board.
Yeah, good work there. Bit of a bait and switch in that round from Barbie Boys. Opening kill and posture over towards Banana and into the shield setup Elevated. But in the meantime, the rest of the team did a great job stacking top square, pushing in and flooding Box's position in Jan. And kind of blindsided the Chiefs a little bit there, who were uncontested, able to get that plant down. And from there, it's a pretty simple outside repel play for them in the post. Chiefs, though, will double down. They return to top floor for round number 5.
Yeah, it's a long way back from a 0-3 deficit, but it starts with 1 and they get it. But the comeback beyond for Barbie Boys. So much at stake. Wettables leading from the front. The second oldest player in the region. So experienced. 23-14 in the series. 5-0 on entry. That's going to be the concern a little bit in the back of the mind for Chiefs. They're just giving up players too early in these rounds. 4 rounds straight. Barbie Boys have got the opening kill. You look back on Border from the 10 rounds played, a 7-3 split in favor of Barbie Boys. And it was split evenly on Consulate. 2 more rounds to go here in the opening half of the final map. Loser is eliminated from kickoff. Winner moves forward in the lower bracket.
Definitely starting to ramp up in pressure. Relays jump out, shotgun, and it's eventually traded. But my word, that was close. Bailey, 1 HP. Eventually nets that pick, but I think that's a worthwhile trade. The Razor Blooms are already deployed. And it means that Prez and the ROUs in the grave, this whole push is so much more complicated. When you can't open Kanto, you're going for direct hits like this, typically speaking. And the Sense facilitates that. And with it now no longer available, Barbie Boys need to severely change their plans. We'll see. I mean, maybe they can make it work. Bailey, 1 HP, has still been able to find a kill. And so they're still in it.
Yeah, definitely a worthwhile trade. There's the fact that Sens has been so utilized by Barbie Boys in a lot of their attacks in this half. But, you know, with Neptune forward, Barbie Boys have got the extra number, but it's a 1 HP Bailey. Still gun up and available. An extra body up for the attacking team as Walsh will send in his final Rotero. Is he going to get there in time? It looks like he will. So gets rid of the bulletproof camera. And heard the exothermic going off as well in the background. Kaken patiently waiting outside stock in the hallway. Has been awfully quiet here on bank. Just 1 and 3. Lunchbox, though, gets noisy. Traded immediately, though, by Killerman. Advantage still with Barbie Boys. Jay Kenner, here's one coming into stock. That's Walsh. On towards the hallway that he's worried about, but no one actually there. Now by himself. Barbie Boys are about to make it 2 in a row. As Jay Kenner can get involved in the clutch action, he cannot. It's 2 straight for Barbie Boys. Getting towards the end of this first half, and the series continues to heat up.
Yeah, they're really having to grind away. That was an awkward start to the round by losing Prez early. I thought it was really going to limit some of their options for some of that on-site hit, but they were still able to isolate picks on site and layer a decent amount of pressure where Chiefs were getting dislodged and then forced into fights that clearly they didn't really want to be a part of. Eventually trickled down to Jay Kenner, left in the 1 versus 3. It's been a rough couple of rounds for Chiefs, right where they were in a position to really cement this lead and drive it home and kind of potentially put Barbie Boys in an unwinnable position, or at least a very, very challenging position at halftime. Well, they've been able to fight back to now quite a respectable position, and if they're able to go on and equalize, then my word, it's been quite the reverse of fortune. It's basement, though, to follow, and last time out, back in round number 3, Chiefs did a great job layering denial utility. Barbie Boys in their composition left quite a bit to be desired. They had no real backup option on offer. And so we see a pretty significant shift from them this time around. They still bring the Snake and the Dockerby, but I like the inclusion of the Ying. They have a bit more versatility with the smokes from Killerman, and the Twitch will be well served in dealing with Goyo early as well. So yeah, much improved composition and should give them a little more depth.
Final round of the half. Chiefs would desperately want to get this 4th after starting with 3 straight. It's 2 in a row to Barbie Boys. just wrestling back the momentum. Lockers and CCTV was difficult last time out. Relays, it's going to work. He'll get the opener kill on to Prez. Traded, though, immediately by Walsh. But losing the Ying, not ideal. I'd say Relays and Chiefs will be happy with that trade, not having to deal with the Ying later on. Big battle over towards Garage as Killerman and Player will go toe-to-toe. Winner of this is going to have a huge impact in the round. Headshot, what a tap from Player. Solidifies the Garage position. No Twitch to help deal with the utility on site, especially those Vulcan canisters. Now Barbie Boys with a lot to do on Lockers and CCTV.
Yeah, you have to imagine that's going to severely compromise them there towards the late round now. It means that the Goyo utility will be left standing. It means that the Ying can't disrupt the likes of red and gold in deep positions that the defense will be able to tuck away into. It's rough now. We'll see what they're able to formulate, though. They still have good firepower available. I don't think that's really necessarily going to be the problem, but in terms of manpower and just the volume of utility that they're now lacking, it's tricky to envision a round win. But I feel like we probably should have learned by this point today that quite literally anything is possible. We've seen some of the most absurd clutches, honestly, in the last 5 years just in one night. So I'm not going to hold my breath just yet here. Chiefs need to consolidate and just play this out in a clinical fashion, not slip away any picks, not give away too much for free here.
Heading into the final stages of the round and the half. Poised for Chiefs to close this out. Wettables stuck in elevators. Needs help from Bailey, but he's also forced back courtesy of the Gas Babe. Desperately need the next kill for Barbie Boys, so they're going to have an ability to just sweep house. And Bailey, what a shot, pushing down main stairs, does get that kill. Walsh as well, 2v2, plenty of time, but Walsh goes down, caught in the fire, down to Bailey. He's got 20 seconds to find both kills, cannot walk into that Gas Babe. One more in pocket as well for Neptune, switches over to the shotgun, over towards Vault now, and the re-aggress from Bailey. Box is ready, Cheats will get to number 4. It's a 4-2 half. On the defense for Chiefs, the job not done just yet. Everybody to the halftime show of Rainbow Six OCE Kickoff. Make sure you just stay a little bit awake there, Killer Man, because you've got a big half coming up. I know the elevator music is tiring, but Okay. I mean, defense.
Oh, jeez, I don't know about you, but I'm struggling to stay awake after that NA shift yesterday. Now into this. Oh my goodness. We're 9 maps deep here for OCE. Kickoff. But this is a big elimination match. And a pretty big way to cap off the half. Aggression from Relays early over towards Lobby. And Chiefs were able to compound that advantage pretty nicely. 4-2 lead. As they now transition across to attack, and it's basement first up here from Barbie Boys. The bans have played out, and it's pretty stark contrast to the prior round. As the Glaz and the Sense taken off the board for attack, and then on the side of defense, Kai and Clash. So a little bit more versatility on offer here for Chiefs when it comes to hard breach comparatively to the first half.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So Chiefs 3 rounds away from securing their survival into the next round of the lower bracket and sending Barbie Boys home. There were signs of life, though, from Barbie Boys towards the end of the second half, facing a 3-0 deficit, able to pull 2 back out of the timeout. Getting a decent spread of performance from Killerman Walsh and Wettables. All of the rounds have been, decently close. In contrast to Border, where I'd say the vast majority of the rounds were relatively one-sided. We haven't had a single round either flawless or 4 alive. So they've all been up in the air, certainly winnable. Chiefs have been able to take the lead into the second half as Player and Co look to make entry. There's lockers and CCTV. The site, top down clear. Is always the case, and that's a freebie from Lunchbox on to Killerman. Wonderful start for the attack to get rid of one player already. Helps facilitate a bit of that flood potential later in the round. So Walsh will just sit elevator and pray that he can get a kill. He's droned out. He's going to hold. How long is he going to hold this position? A second drone comes his way. He's still eager to try and get a kill back in the round. They know how important it will be, and he does eventually drop, and at the right time.
So 5v4 for the remainder of the round. Chiefs advantage, a lot of utility to work with. Blue will be the next challenge, and Bailey will want to hold this for as long as possible, and preferably probably get a couple of kills as well. Jay Kennedy to play the front line for the contest. It's Blitz, so Blitz into Warden don't really mix well in favor of Chiefs. And so Jay Kennedy will need some assistance in terms of util layering also. There's a yellow pick onto the position of Bailey, so Chiefs know exactly where this player is.
Lovely shotgun usage from Bailey towards top blue. He stays prone, hoping for more. Got a bit of damage on the Relays, tried to get out, but he will not escape. Was low on health, and Relays eventually got the kill. Keeps the advantage with Chiefs. 40 seconds left. Again, they've got the numbers that they can hit the site aggressively. Wettables on the Tachanka with plenty left in the Shamika launcher. 3 gas bays for Prez, but the delay potential might not be there. Chiefs can just throw bodies on site and go very much for the direct gunfights.
Yeah, Neptune can layer so much utility here, likely then follow it up with a drop, and I don't really envision a world in which Barbie Boys can deny a flood here. I don't think default plant's an option, but the attack should be able to go deep.
Player down main stairs, looking for the clear, losing out to Walsh. Jay Kenner going for the plant, technically 3 guns to 2, make it 1. Walsh hits another sick headshot. He's been on fire. Jay Kenner will get the plant down. Into the post plant. Walsh does eventually go down. It's actually at the hands of Prez. You can't be doing that to your new stars. Relays now on the 1v2. Doable. Would have been a 1v3. Doesn't matter. Shot through the wall. Barbie Boys will secure their 3rd round. Walsh is vindicated. And a little love tap from Wettables into Prez after the team kill. It did not matter. 3-4, and it's starting to get a little tense here on the final map.
Well, again, another really good example of Walsh stepping up. He had a good power position in through garage, wasn't disrupted by the Candelas. He wins the fight against bot main. He forces an unfavorable drop inside of the smoke. It is pretty easy for him to mop up the 2nd kill as well. And even with plant going down, They had the player advantage. They had Relays isolated, an awkward position over towards Lockers. Wallbang lands. And whilst not the most convincing start to the half you'll ever see in terms of a bank basement defense, it was still pretty solid considering their initial position. And they were pretty pleased, Barbie Boys, that they were able to return serve in that round.
And the Spreadsheet's going to be cautious now. 3 of the last 4 rounds for Barbie Boys, even if they've been close, even if they've probably felt like quite a few of those have been winnable. They've gotten 3 opening kills straight, Chiefs, and haven't converted on 2 of them. They're kind of just running out of steam a little bit after winning the first 3 rounds. It's all Barbie Boys since. And Walsh has been the star man pickup in the off season and paying dividends here. His debut stage in Kickoff. And now he plays the Lurk Roam on the Solus as we go top floor. CEO Executive is a deep lurk for Walsh.
So util clearance on offer then from the Flores, and so that's opening paths in through lobby for the attack. I'm quite intrigued to see how the Rayora will plug into this system for Chiefs in this round. You think about the versatility that Jay Kenner will have on offer here, and shutting down or opening some pathways for the attack, and I guess the defense equally as well. Ooh, play up in an engagement. Kanto War currently has been electrified, and so it's not just as simple really as getting on the rappel and executing that at range hard breach from player. He does need support in flushing out that utility on the wall. Of our frag grenades available in the hands of Relays. He's in lobby currently, so I anticipate the next checkpoint to be for Chiefs to deal with those batteries. Walsh not in a bad position himself, though, if he finds a timing to maybe push forward here and actually disrupt this entire push.
Candelas go out, right? Liudis, this Relays gets the opening pick with a frag grenade. Another opening kill for Chiefs. They've been able to turn that around, but also not benefiting. Ooh. Well, a little 1-for-1 trade. Well, technically a trade. The Skillerman got one and shut down. Relays finding the kill back pretty much straight away. As soon as Skillerman got the kill, he was dead. Didn't even get to register for him. 40 seconds left. Walsh again. When things are looking difficult for Barbie Boys, they just look to Walsh. A new kid on the block, making waves. Prez will fall to Relays. He goes to double digits. Player shuts down Walsh. Leaves it down to Bailey. As Relays will get to plant down. Not a lot that Bailey can realistically do. Dies in long desk. Chiefs back in the winning position. A sigh of relief for Jay Kenner. Finally able to just get, again, that separation on the scoreboard. 5-3 now. Barbie Boys won't give up on hope. You know, they've still got a lot of work to do, though, in this map. Chiefs, 2 more rounds required.
Yeah, so a couple of nice little systems there from Chiefs. A bit of util clearance, regular to cover front desk. They were able to, fortunately, pluck a kill with the frag grenade that headed over towards that Kanto position, and then leverage the Blackbeard nicely late. Able to trade out Walsh so that the Solus below couldn't deny the plant. And then, unfortunately, I left Bailey on an island in a essentially unwinnable position. 2-round lead now. Open area. Chiefs win this. They've got serious points. So, a big one here for Barbie Boys to remain competitive. So, an intriguing choice of side, I suppose. Not naturally wanting to repeat, which is fair enough. And so, we'll see how heavily they wish to contest above against the Vert. And how willing they are to play aggressive positions offside as well, maybe catch Chiefs on the horizontal.
New feed active.
That's the first multi-kill, by the way, for Chiefs since the end of Consulate. Relays with the 3 kills. Walsh with the opening kill. That's a devastating start to the round for Chiefs. Walsh will get his first opening kill of the map, and he gets to double digits. And he's down to 35 kills as Killerman gets in on the action as well. Shuts down Jay Kenner, who's had a miserable time so far in this series. He's 8 and 23. And a 2-player advantage for Barbie Boys. So even though Chiefs were able to get themselves a much-needed round in the 8th round, Barbie Boys are right on their heels. Neptune firing towards front desk. Shuts down Walsh. Big kill. Keeps the round alive. And they can get control now on this top floor. It's fully vacated by Barbie Boys. They just can't really do a whole lot with it.
Yeah, minute 30 now remaining in the round. Advantage, Barbie Boys. Good information, yeah. It definitely is on offer here, but actually actioning it is really tough. Relays is no doubt relaying this to the rest of the team. There's going to be a big emphasis on Neptune being able to find value on the Blackbeard here. Outside of that, there's a real lack of util. A couple of smokes, I suppose, are available. Still some Valk info and response here as well for the defense. Offers Hall Square as well, so keep that in mind. How impactful may that be for Barbie Boys in fortifying their current advantage? Structuring dealt with, information waning. Really is looking to probably dump this util and drop down in combination with the push through beepers.
Big kill from Relays on to Prez. That was lined up from the get-go. Edibles falling as well. And Chiefs now in the driver's seat to get themselves 3 match and series points as Box gets the plant down successfully. There is no response at all from Bailey and Killerman. A topsy-turvy round that sees Barbie Boys now at the bottom of the heap. It's been a day of clutches, but it seems like even that is drying up as Chiefs now have got 3 opportunities to kick Barbie Boys out of kickoff.
That was one hell of an execution. I think Relay's experience and skill there really, really on display. He was so patient, gathered really good information, knows the tech to drop quick, and was able to snatch a couple picks, putting that DMR to good use. It then opened up the path for the rest of the team to go for a really smart plant position. And then in the post, they had, again, some good repositions. They were patient. They didn't throw away their lives. They waited for Barbie Boys to play into them. And now 3 opportunities to close this one out in regulation. They look good for Barbie Boys, and it's going to really sting that round with a 5-3 player advantage. But Relay is well rewarded. Bang, bang, 2 big kills. And the coverage late was absolutely spot on.
Is it too much of an ask now for Barbie Boys? They had a good little purple patch midway through here on Bank where rounds 4 to 7, they won 3 of 4 rounds. Now they need to win 3 of 3. No room for error. It's been great to watch Walsh come out of his shell and have an amazing series, but he's been relatively a lone figure. Except for Wettables, who's been a great helping hand. 25-17, 5-1 on the entry with a 116 EPS. Killerman 21-24, probably hasn't been at his best today. Prez and Bailey struggling. Whereas for Chiefs, it's kind of been the 3 even performance between Neptune player and Relays across the 3 maps. So they've had just a little extra helping hand. 29 kills for Neptune, 27 for player, 25 for Relays. For Relays of the 25, 14 here on Bank. He's brought his best when needed most. The boys will go to the safe sanctum of Locker's CCTV, which they did win back in round 7 to kickstart the second half. Even if they do win this, guys, it's going to be difficult to see them then win outside of basement twice.
So what can they do from here? Do they maybe try to aggress a little bit more on this occasion? Oh, Killerman's already under a little bit of threat. Open area, under pressure. I don't think he'll be able to stay around for too much longer. Walsh elevator, initial swing. Player on that Yokai camera. Oh, Killerman does actually push them and find player who will be frustrated after the last couple of rounds of certainly not gone his way. Jay Kenner for the chase. Forces this defense back down, and Barbie Boy is able to consolidate now with player advantage.
We've had advantages many times over, though, on bank, and it hasn't really done them a whole lot. I had the first 4 picks on the map, only won a single one of those rounds. I just saw from Bailey at the top of the doorway. Really, all that kind of does for Chiefs now is that they've got to find a way to kind of get around it. It actually buys a lot of time. It's a nice nitrosol from Bailey.
Well, they don't have
you
a
can kind of
grenade to
just see
clear it or
Chiefs.
an EMP.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have a real way to clear this.
They might be forced to just
So the
hatch,
drop
that's
from
what they
Jay
do.
Kenner turns the attention to Bailey. But the help from the Yokai. Wedables helping out. Bailey then gets the kill onto Lunchbox. They will finally clear out this blue stairs position. But leaves Barbie Boys still with the extra player advantage.
Certainly could have been worse. 3 Candles remain here for Neptune. Must extract maximum value from this util and find some picks. 20 seconds.
Well, the drop's going to have to come through. Smoke, then Candelas from Neptune, along with the rush from Jake Kenner. Relays will have the gun up. Talk about a solid player to be in that position. Jake Kenner's got the plant down, by the way. Like, how is that even allowed to happen? You've got the numbers. They'll go for the retake. That might be their way forward for Barbie Boys. Sitting and waiting patiently, Neptune for the retake up above. Love this position. Should catch them off guard. Does get one. Can he get the second? No, not quite. Good sharpshooting from Killerman. Only Jay Kenner left. He goes pistol up. Trying to just buy as much time as possible. He's done this well, but overwhelmed, outnumbered. Too many numbers for Barbie Boys. They stay alive a little longer. They win out. Lockers CCTV 4-6. 2 more rounds straight needed.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble there from Barbie Boys to play for the post, but to be fair, I don't think really had too many options given the amount of util that they had remaining at the point of plant. They had to go for it. Probably a little bit fortunate that Neptune up above had the pistol in hand. It's so volatile. Netted 1, but unable to just quite line up the second here. Oh, so close. So close. And Jay Kenner with pistol in hand was never going to be able to find all 3.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
The scoreline now sits 4-6. We return to the top floor. We've only seen it on the one occasion so far, and Chiefs were successful on attack.
Bomb located by attackers.
It certainly is a way back here for Barbie Boys. You're on defense. You've been really good in the early portion of the rounds. You just got to back in the likes of Killerman and Walsh to find those early picks, and then Prez and Wedables to play their roles later in the rounds with the Gas Babes and the Yokais. Bailey can kind of then just float. He's the Goyo. Get those Vulcan canisters down and then do whatever you want. Hold down a position or get aggressive, whatever the team decides. And for Chiefs, it's a matter of, yeah, you've got 2 opportunities here, but you don't have to rush it. You don't have to do anything too crazy or silly. Just play the way that you've kind of been playing throughout Bank. You've clearly had good control on this map. No need to panic if it does even go to 6-5. Relays on the Nook. I imagine he'll go for that lurk basement and then make his way up. Which we haven't really seen a lot of that so far on Bank. It's been a very long day, guys, but it is coming to an end one way or another. Whether it's in regulation to Chiefs or overtime could be required, which we haven't had today. It would be fitting to end in overtime. As Relays has made his way top square. And in all honesty, it could have just come through terrace anyway. Oh, battle won from above. Neptune tried to take that battle on the buck from below, opening up the floorboards, and Bailey gets the better of him. Advantage again for Barbie Boys.
It does feel like they're finding a bit of a late surge here. Defense is comfortable for them. Advantage now theirs. Chiefs' versatility and depth now is being really pressured quite nicely by Barbie Boys. Player will retain his position down below, looking for something in terms of Vert in through that jam position, but it's elsewhere. Box. He's come alive. 7 kills so far here on Bank. It's Bailey to fall. Good foothold now over towards Stock.
Yeah, losing Bailey's not the end of the world. Hasn't really been a standout performer, but on the role he's playing in this round, it doesn't really matter. You don't really lose anything, but losing Wettables is huge. And then Killer Man will fall, and it looks like it's all coming to an end for the Barbie Boys. They get cooked up on Bank in the end. Chiefs, too good. There were signs of life for Barbie Boys, but quickly washed away from Chiefs as they knock out BB from Kickoff.
Yeah, I described it as a little bit of a late surge there, perhaps, from Barbie Boys, but it was indeed very short-lived there on Bank. Chiefs able to grind out a result. Unfortunately, it does mean that Barbie Boys are the first team to be eliminated from Kickoff, and we'll see them return, hopefully, in Stage 1 to improve and iterate upon what they've shown us so far. But for Chiefs, yeah, I think they'll be pretty pleased with today. Overall, playing some good Siege. And I think as a team, we are slowly starting to see signs of improvement, which is always positive.
Well, I mean, it was always going to be a difficult one to see one of these two eliminated for many reasons that were mentioned throughout the broadcast. But at the very least, it was competitive. All 3 maps required, a 7-4 on the final map. Obviously, 7-3, 7-3 on the first 2. I think it probably went about right. It was certainly there for the taking, I think, to both of the 2 teams, but Chiefs just a little bit better on Bank as they get the win. They will get to progress forward in the lower bracket. And we got lovely Jake Kenner for a quick chat at the end of the series. Jake, congratulations on the win. Obviously hard fought in the end, and maybe not the start to Kickoff that you guys ultimately would have liked, but good to get a win under the belt, especially under the Chiefs banner.
Yeah, it feels good. Thank you.
Obviously, Jake, it's early days for you guys in terms of playtime. How are you guys gelling together at this point? Is it feeling good in the Chiefs camp? Come on, give us a bit, mate.
It's feeling better now that we've got a win under the belt. The loss stung quite a bit, so, but it's definitely feeling better. But there's a lot of work to be done, especially on myself. Like, I suck at the moment, so I need to still learn how to play my role.
Jake, you've been on 18 teams over the last 5 years. What does it mean to you to be on
that
an
can't be a
organization
true statistic? No way.
I'm just going off Wikipedia, mate.
Are you serious?
To be fair, it's 18 listed names, right? I'm sure the vast majority of those are basically like the same, I don't know, 7 or 8 people. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. But to join an organization like Chiefs, have they obviously done much for you guys? What does it mean for you to play for them? Because they are historically a big part of the Oceanic region.
Yeah, it's definitely a change from CS 100%. I can even tell, like, it feels more serious. The environment's way more serious than what I've ever had previously, so it's good. I'm still learning. There's lots to learn, but I can feel it improving us.
Does Shannon have much of a say on the roster, on the team, on the org?
Always. She controls everything, along with Paul.
Paul and Shannon always in control. Jake, very quickly before you let you go, obviously you got a lower bracket run. How much do you put into obviously preparing for next week? You've got, I guess, the next 5-6 days off to kind of prepare. I don't actually know who you're going to be playing. So what do you kind of do in that situation when you're not quite sure who you're going to be playing ahead of another lower bracket best of 3?
Prep's always the same. We got to work on ourselves more than worrying about what the other team are doing. There's still a lot of issues that we need to fix, so that's pretty much it. Just work on ourselves for the most part.
That's all right, mate. You just send relays in and he'll get the job done as he did on Bank. Congrats on the win, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
Exactly. See you guys. Shout out, Shannon.
Shout out to Shannon and Paul. Shannon's in charge, but Paul's in control. Big win, obviously, for Chiefs. We get to see, obviously, a big organization stay within Kickoff, which is good. Unfortunate for Barbie Boys, but we'll see them back for stage 1. Our MVP for the day, and it's been a long day and a lot of Siege played, so if you're the MVP today, you've done something well. And it's Bappin. He was the clutch king. 27 kills. He wasn't the top fragger of the day, Gus, but this is where the numbers aren't always the be-and-all. His performances late in rounds was a big reason why Anios couldn't pull off the big upset.
Yeah, it's really all about impact, and we could see it there on the graphic. 21 impact rounds. And obviously the impact scaled differently dependent on the situation. Just his clutch ability was absolutely insane. The sheer volume of clutches, but it wasn't just that. He wasn't just farming easy picks, right? Like, it was genuinely in big moments where he was able to be a difference maker, to kickstart momentum or to prevent the other team from getting a run. So yeah, full credit to Bappin. Loved his insight as well in the interview as well. So he's definitely a player that's continued to improve domestically, even internationally as well. We're starting to see that transition across. So yeah, big result for him.
Let's go to the bracket for OCE as we kind of recap after today's proceedings. I was incorrect, by the way, that for Chiefs, they actually had apparently 2 weeks off. The Rock LFO 6 targets winner, they will be, of course, playing... I mean, I don't know. The bracket is bizarre to me on Liquipedia. It's got to be completely wrong. There's no way they're playing back-to-back best of 3. So what we do have and what we do know is Enterprise in the upper final. They'll await the winner of Man LFO Academy, which does, of course, commence next week. And that's a big one for those two teams. Whoever has to go and play Enterprise in an upper final, good luck to you guys. Anios, of course, dropped the lower bracket after their loss to Enterprise. But I tell you what, they would have gained a lot from that series and will look to lead the charge in the lower bracket to get a rematch in the grand final, you'd imagine, against EP.
Yeah, it certainly feels possible. Anios are definitely the team to watch at the moment. I think they're, outside of the obvious choice of EP, one of the more exciting teams, up-and-comers. They have such little expectation. It feels like they have probably the most growth, really, of a lot of these teams. And so, yeah, I'm kind of hoping in my heart, at least, that they can make the lower bracket run. My mind says that it's still going to be tough for them. I'm not going to discount their opposition. And to make it all the way to the grand final, you really do need to establish a pretty good streak and a run of form. So they've never really had to experience that just yet. And so it'll be a good tester for them. But again, this day has really not been able to shake up the storyline all too much for EP, that they are the best. Yes, they dropped a map, but if anything, their resilience and the bounce back on Cafe, the 7-0, only reaffirms that these guys know when to lock in and how to do it.
I do want to reiterate, by the way, that, yeah, indeed. So next week's games will be Man LFO Academy, followed... Rock LFO 6 targets, then Men LFO Academy, and then the winner of Rock LFO 6 targets will take on Team Anios, which is a very difficult draw and a huge advantage for Team Anios, who get to play a team that had already played many hours prior, and it'll be a long day for them. So Anios will go into that series, whoever it is of the two, as heavy favorites. Looking forward to that Man LFO Academy game. That should be a banger, and to see who takes on EP in 2 weeks' time. And it does mean for Chiefs, so they got 2 weeks to kind of sort things out internally, as Jay Kenner said.
Yeah, it's all about internal improvement for them. Hopefully they're able to continue to build upon the experience that they've been able to gain in the limited time so far. As well, it's not just OCE that's playing out. Of course, we have a whole global circuit of Siege playing out currently for Kickoff, and all eyes go across to SAL. I can't quite remember the exact timings, Jake, at least for the Aussies. You may well have remembered
2 a.m. for the Aussies.
Okay,
2 a.m. for the Aussies.
So, look, you've been watching for the last 9 hours. You only have to stay up for about another 4, and then SAL will be up and running. But some big matchups on offer for Playday 3. I mean, the most obvious one really is that Team Liquid FaZe matchup between the twins. That is sure to be a
Team Liquid Alienware. Team Liquid Alienware.
I apologize.
Come on, guys. Come on. Yeah, that is going to be a huge game. Furia and Fluxo as well. Furia with the new look roster have started well. Yeah, SAL in about 4 or so hours time for those that want to catch it. We'll be on this channel, so if you do want to go have a break, go about your day, come back, you got a time frame now. You know when to come back. But APL, though, well, we'll be back next Friday. So our week is done for this week's action. It's been a pleasure across, of course, APAC North, Asia, and now OCE. And hopefully we'll see you next week for more APL action. Very scrappy from Orion, forcing the action down onto Sean. He'll take the 1v1, and he hits the headshot. There's no bloody way he's clutched that. give it his all and really needs to win this round. Needs to pull off a big clutch. Oh my days! Are you kidding? They've done it again! Win the map for his team. From one failed clutch attempt to then 2 straight confirmed from Bappen. Up close shotgun though, Wizard. What have you got against Bappen? He turns the wrong way. Bappen gets the freebie, shoots him in the back. And they just lost Shaz. He's just got a decent... Oh my god.
Oh my word.
Cairo is Neptune now by himself. Takes the battle against Wettables and shuts him down, and looking for the counter defuse is Bailey. Neptune is on an absolute heater. Trying to draw out player, and he did a decent job of that. He's got him down, eliminated, and now has 10 seconds to deal with the Monty shield.
Drake.
What?
No. No. That did not...